I agree, Your Honor.
Understood. Okay, very good. We are going to begin this morning with completion of cross-examination of Deputy Wynn. Is that your expectation, Ms. Shervanek?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Ramos?
Sorry, did I speak up?
My apologies. We're going to complete cross-examination of Deputy Wynn,
Yes.
and then we'll go from there. Okay, sounds good.
Good
Anything
morning.
else
Good
on
morning.
the defense before we invite the jury?
No.
Yeah, I can't hurt.
This morning has been going haywire. How is everybody? Oh, we don't have no comments on the screen. Get it together, Tiandra, please. Thank you. There it goes.
Ms. Shervanek, Mr. Bloodworth, I'm sorry to put you on the spot. May we invite Deputy Wynn in and get rolling?
I apologize, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, very good. Let's invite the jury in, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
We just have 1 minute.
Of course.
Just to make sure everything's set up on our end.
Yeah, do you want to test it?
I think so. Just to make sure. That way we're not.
Yeah,
doing
let's
in
do it.
front of the jury.
Kouri.
Katie, are you ready to test that table over there?
30 seconds.
No problem.
Just what we're doing now, I'll just show Ms. Shervanek what I'm gonna show. So we're,
Okay. Scott, can we test you while we're doing it? Do you have something else? Oh, something I can put up? Let's see. Give me a moment here, Scott. I can see your desktop, but I can't control the screens.
correct.
Give me a second here. No, I can see what you can see on your laptop. What I'm not able to do, and I appreciate that we're doing this now. Thanks for the suggestion. Not yet. It should have worked. Brittany, something's going on here. Something's going on between SignApp and the HDTV. There we go. Yeah. We're probably going to have to reboot that, aren't we? Yeah. Folks, I apologize. This is going to take 5 minutes. Through no fault of yours. If you're wondering what I'm looking at, I'm looking at the reflection of the HDTV. Oh, unplug it. Yeah. I apologize. Can we go off the record? morning. Welcome back. Feel free to have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on the record. We will begin this morning with completion of cross-examination of Deputy Wynn. We can invite Deputy Wynn into the courtroom, please. Deputy, let's get you sworn back in. If you'd step in front of Brittany, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the claims and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Mr. Ramos, please proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning. I have 6 post-it notes here of just topics I want to talk about. Won't take up too much time. And I do want to be fair to you. I do have 2 things I want you to look at that I think will refresh your recollection in terms of timing. Okay?
Okay.
And this is in terms of when you arrived and when you left. So I've highlighted them for you. I have this. I don't think you need that. You know the codes. So take a look at those and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes.
Okay. Now, having reviewed those, would those documents give you an idea of when you arrived at the Willow Creek home, as well as when you left?
Yes.
Okay. And would it also refresh your recollection to know who was there while you were there?
Yes.
And seeing those, can you tell me approximately how long you were there, as well, how long you were there along with Detective Woody?
I arrived at 3:40, and it looks like, can I refer this?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Looks like I dispatched out of the residence and en route to the station around 5:49.
Okay. And then if you look at the crime scene log, and you see the time in, the time out columns,
Okay.
and go down to your name,
Yes.
and then it's followed by Detective Woody, right?
Yes.
Now, when do you leave? I'm sorry. When does Detective Woody arrive?
Looks like she arrived at 5:17 per the crime scene log.
And then what about you? What time did you leave?
I left at, says here, 5:41.
Okay. Now, and you gave us another number just now. It was 5:49, right? That was based on the dispatch log, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's about an 8-minute discrepancy, right?
Yes.
Now, that is simply you leaving the actual residence and then walking to your car, maybe doing some things in your car, getting ready to leave. And then when you're formally leaving, that's when you dispatch 5:49, right?
Yes.
So there's specific numbers, but there's things in between, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the reason I want to bring that up is obviously it's important to know who was there, how long you were there. Approximately 24 minutes between yourself and Detective Woody that you guys were at the crime scene together, correct?
Yes. Possibly. Yes.
Well, she checked in at. What do you mean possibly? She checked in.
Because these numbers depends on who does the crime scene log. If they log me out, let's just say their watch at a certain time, that's their time logging me out.
Okay, so
So I'm not right. Not actually writing the time I check out
okay. So who
on the
did
crime
that?
scene log.
Who did that?
I'm assuming Deputy Orgel.
Deputy Orgel.
Orgel.
Now you have no reason to think that Deputy Orgel's watch would be 10 minutes off.
I can't.
Okay. But we can tell that more or less 5:41, 5:49. It's around that time.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Okay. So let's give it 15 minutes instead of the 24, based on the crime scene log. You were with Deputy or Detective Woody for about 15 minutes, correct?
Possibly, yes.
You were in the same residence, in the same vicinity.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not saying you're, linked arms with her, right? You were just there at the crime scene.
Yes.
Okay. According to the crime scene log.
Yes.
Okay. So, just like you explained now, things could be off, right? Watch what you remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we all watched the video yesterday, and there was a portion in that video where you informed Officer DiBotello, kind of the information you're gathering. We talked about that a lot yesterday. Okay?
Yes.
So I want to direct your attention there.
Okay.
I don't expect you to remember exactly what happened. The state has presented a transcript. Okay, so I'm going to provide this to you. Okay.
Okay.
And I want you to review this area that I am circling. Okay, just to refresh your recollection. Okay.
Okay.
All right. This area right here.
Can I grab?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Tell me where you're looking.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is page 14 on the top right corner. Okay. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us what you told Officer DiBotello at that point. Doesn't have to be exact, just give me an idea.
So I advised him that, gave him a little brief of what I gathered, and what Miss Kouri Richins stated was, and I said that from approximately 9:30, she went to bed, and then approximately 3:00, she went back into bed with Mr. Richins, at which time he was cold and heavy.
Perfect. Now, I'm going to provide this back to you, and I'm going to be looking at the last line of page 9 and then the first paragraph of page 10. Okay. So it starts here, this line right here, and then move on to the first paragraph of this page, okay?
Okay.
So you were having this conversation, and I say conversation, I think that's important because this isn't an interview, right?
Your Honor, Julia.
Yep.
take it from the last judge.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So,
As I was saying, I say conversation because this isn't a formal interview, right?
Correct.
This is going off of the death checklist that you mentioned yesterday.
Correct.
Now, in this conversation, you do get information from Miss Richins, and in the paragraph that you just read, okay? And what did you learn at that point?
Learned the
Yeah.
second paragraph that you showed me,
Correct, the one I just showed you, yes.
that she stated that she placed a blanket on him because she felt that he was cold.
Correct. And then what else?
She turned on the light and realized what he wasn't responsive. Like,
So right now, that's exactly what I want to talk about. He said that he felt cold, and then she turned on the light. Okay. I'm gonna give this back to you.
Okay.
Focus on the time in between. Okay.
are we looking at a minute?
Oh, just this underlined portion. Okay, just read that to yourself.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So from the time that she fell and got into bed and felt his cold body, she put a blanket on, like you said. And then what did she do?
She turned the light. She felt that he wasn't breathing, so she turned on the light.
How long?
It says in the statement 1 minute.
For a minute.
For a minute.
Correct. Now, we don't know, just like there are some changes for you as you testified earlier between 541, 549, a minute, right? Like for a minute, it's an expression, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she gets into bed, she feels her cold husband, and she stays there for a minute. And then she doesn't hear him breathing. Okay? Is that right?
Correct.
Or anything?
It says she didn't feel him breathing
Or anything.
or anything.
Now, that's important. That's an important detail. Correct?
Correct.
That information wasn't given to DiBotello a couple minutes later, correct? In what we just read earlier.
Correct.
Okay. Now, oh, I'm getting through these. During this entire conversation that you've had with her, we saw yesterday, and just to reiterate, it was a edited clip, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we could see on the bottom, the jury can follow along to see how quickly the edits are, okay? But I want to talk about that entire conversation that you had with her, okay? Ms. Richins was emotional, right? Right?
Yes, she was emotional.
And she was upset.
Yes.
And that's common, right? I mean, that's not unexpected for somebody who just lost their husband, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would it surprise you if another one of your officers indicated that you thought she was not emotional?
Would it surprise me?
Yeah. Like, would you have made that statement?
No, I don't know Miss Richins, so I don't know how her emotion, as in like, personal when I arrived, what I see, but through the call, then I start putting things together details of how she acts.
Yeah, those details are important. We've talked about that.
Yes.
Yeah, and just like you said, you saw the video. She was emotional. She was upset, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the death investigation checklist. Okay. We talked about yesterday about what you did. Actually, scratch that. I'm going to go to this one. This was presented yesterday in evidence. That's the voluntary statement. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a voluntary statement.
Now, you didn't give this to Ms. Richins.
I did not.
Okay. Now, if you look around right before Ms. Richins' written statement, you see there's a line there. I want you to read that line. Okay. It's followed by a bold lettering.
Which
Do you mind pointing
Yeah.
out where it's from?
So right above the written statement, this line right here.
where it says describe.
Correct. Just read that to yourself.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you didn't do this one, but you've done lots of these voluntary statements, correct?
Yes.
Give them out.
Yes.
Now, the point of a voluntary statement is to get details, correct?
Gather details. Yes.
And now, there are different types of voluntary statements. There are different purposes for voluntary statements, correct?
Correct.
So, for example, perhaps I'm a witness to a car accident. You might give me this voluntary statement, correct?
Correct.
I'm not under suspicion of anything. I'm just a witness, correct?
Correct.
Now, there's other ones where maybe I was the driver and maybe I might be at fault, correct?
Correct.
And you would still say, hey, maybe you want to give me that voluntary statement, correct?
Correct.
Now, in that statement, it indicates that it gives a discretion to the officer, deputy, who is giving this voluntary statement, correct?
And what discretion is it?
The bolded part here that's highlighted.
Okay. Yes.
Right. So what I mean by discretion is that it's the deputy who has to provide instruction to whoever it is that he's providing this to. Correct?
Correct.
Because maybe what I think is important is not necessarily important to you. Correct?
Correct.
Now, again, to be fair, you're not the one who provided this to Ms. Richins, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know what instructions were given to Ms. Richins, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know if any clarifications were needed or anything, correct?
That is correct.
And as far as you know, this is the only voluntary statement form that Ms. Richins filled out, correct?
Correct.
So, let's talk about the death investigation information checklist. I'm going to hand this to you, okay?
Okay.
Now, when you arrived, you were the third to arrive, correct? Not from EMS, just from Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
Pimentel was there.
Correct.
DeBotello was there.
Correct.
Now, you were in charge of the death investigation checklist.
That is correct.
Okay. And how is that determined?
The initial officer.
Which was who?
It was me.
Okay. And why were you the initial officer, even though you were the third one to arrive?
I was assigned to that zone to take calls in that zone.
Right. So this is your case. Your scene.
Yes.
Okay. So you're the one who gets to direct people on what to do.
Me and the sergeant. Yes.
Fair. Now, you've done, I suspect, or you have this death investigation checklist and you go through it, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to the scene response section, and I'll walk you through it. It's right here.
Okay.
Okay. Now, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6 things I want that are highlighted there that they're in bold, and we're going to go through them in order. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to start with the first one, which is securing the scene. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, even if it was my first time doing a checklist, a death investigation checklist, I would be able to follow these instructions, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, part of that securing the scene, which I think we saw you do, was you need to explain to everybody there kind of the purpose, right?
Yes.
And exactly what do you need to do?
It says find a comfortable location outside.
Let's go back to the first sentence there.
Kindly explain to the family that the scene needs to be vacated until the scene is processed.
Okay. Vacated, right?
You want me to continue?
No, vacated, correct?
Correct.
And you know what vacated means?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the following is what is your duty in order to vacate a scene? What do you have to do?
Remove people from the residence.
From the residence, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it actually gives you examples of where you can go, right?
Correct.
Such as a comfortable location outside, right?
Yes.
Another family or member or friend's house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That wasn't done here.
Mr. Ramos, in fairness, it's unclear when you're asking a question.
That wasn't done here, correct?
Correct.
Now, then you have to use a crime scene log, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we just read, right? Just a little bit ago, the sheet that I gave you,
Correct.
correct? Okay. Then you have to photograph the scene, all right? I want to talk about this specifically. When do you need to photograph the scene? After what?
After an investigation is started.
No, read it right there. Photograph the scene after what?
First picture should be
No, before that.
Oh. Use a crime scene log to document who comes and goes. Photograph the scene after it is secured.
After it's secured. Now, let's talk about the first picture. We haven't seen any photographs come in from you, so I'm just asking you. The first photograph that you took, what does it tell you to do?
You should place a placard with the case information.
And did you do that here?
I did not.
Okay. Now, I'll skip to the last one, the medication log. We talked about that. You assigned that to, I believe it was Mr. Pimentel, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's move to the second to last. What does it say that you're not supposed to do?
Can you clarify?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me walk up there. Starting right here.
Do not disturb the scene unless discussed with both investigations and OME.
Okay. Now, that's very important. You would agree?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we kind of saw some of it in the video. The jury can go back when it goes back to them and look at it for themselves. But you went around the scene. I'll back up. The scene wasn't secure, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then yourself and your 2 deputies or officers that were with you went around the main floor of the house, mainly the area where Mr. Richins was, and the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
And you moved things around, correct?
Correct.
And you were finding things, correct?
Correct.
And when you took photographs, you didn't put on the photographs or in your report what you moved, correct?
What I photographed?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I photographed, correct.
The scene that you photographed was an unsecured scene, correct?
I would say semi-secured.
Okay. Go back to that whole scene response paragraph that we just read, okay, that we just walked through. Can you find semi-secured for me?
No, it's not it.
Okay. I have an apology and a thank you for you. Apologize for putting you on the spot. As you know, this is my job. So I appreciate your time. I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. Shermanek, redirect within the scope of press.
Yeah.
Did I leave something up there?
Go.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Appreciate it.
Good morning, Deputy Witt.
Good morning.
A few follow-up questions for you. I want to discuss with you chain of command within the sheriff's office.
Yes,
You testified that you were a patrol deputy that night,
correct.
and within the chain of command, above a patrol deputy is a patrol sergeant.
Correct.
Above that is a lieutenant.
Correct.
Above that is a captain.
Correct.
And also within there, other assignments include investigators or detectives.
Correct.
None of those were your role that night.
No, it was not.
It was not your responsibility to tell other officers what to do.
Correct.
It was your responsibility to fill out that death checklist.
Correct.
We saw you do that on the body camera video. That's what you were filling out, right?
Yes.
When you were asking Ms. Richins those questions.
Yes.
And after you filled out that checklist, what'd you do with it?
I
When you
placed,
left the scene.
I logged it into the case file.
You logged it into the case file, and that means that it's within the police system at that point.
Yes,
Other officers can see that checklist.
absolutely.
They can review it once you upload it.
Yes.
Same thing with the report you filled out.
Yes.
The summary that's in your report was treated the same as the checklist.
Yes.
It was uploaded to the case file
Yes.
where other officers can review it.
Yes.
As soon as it's uploaded, right? It's immediately available. to them.
Immediately.
Same situation with your body camera footage.
Yes.
Once it's uploaded to the system, every other officer can view it,
If they have authorization to view it.
right? But officers that would need to view it have that capability.
Yes.
So all of that information was passed on to the other officers on the case.
Correct.
We talked a little bit about, with Mr. Ramos, Ms. Richins' emotional reaction. Have you been to other crime scenes where a death has occurred?
Yes.
How many?
Lots.
Give me a ballpark. More than 20?
Yes.
More than 30?
Yes.
Was Ms. Richins' emotional reaction consistent with what you typically see?
No.
Please describe that.
Well, I'm on scene at a death call. Normally, the victim, they have tears. They look at me when I ask them a question while they respond. They're pretty direct when I ask a direct question. It just, every time I spoke to Miss Richins, just seems like her face was in her hands and I couldn't see her face. I think at one time I even leaned down and just tried to look to see her emotions. But, it was just a little abnormal.
Those are my questions for you. Thank you.
Within the scope, redirect, please, Mr. Ramos.
Absolutely, Judge. I only have one post-it note. How many times had you encountered Miss Richins having lost a loved one?
Never.
Never. In fact, when I was just asking you questions before, you said, I don't know Miss Richins.
That is correct.
That you can't tell what exactly she's feeling.
Correct.
If you can't say it's abnormal.
I said it was abnormal to all the other calls that I've been on.
Let's talk about those other calls. What did you say? You said victim. You specified victim in response to Ms. Shervanak's question. That it was victims looking you in the eye, crying about what had just happened to them. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't mention that it was somebody who lost somebody. Correct?
I did not.
Okay. Now, we could argue forever about whether your emotions on the stand or mine are abnormal or not. Correct?
Correct.
The fact is, at the end of the day, no matter what Ms. Shervanak asks you or what I ask you, you don't know what or not, what makes you feel. Correct?
Correct.
Ms. Shervanak, may we let the deputy step down?
Yes, sir.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you. Might take that company. Thank you. Counsel, let's face the next witness.
Pimentel. Deputy Pimentel, Your Honor.
Okay. Is he in the wings?
We're going to change things up. We're going to call Ms. Cameron Sessions.
Okay,
Just a moment.
no problem.
Need to go make sure Miss Sessions is on her way.
Is this Ms. Sessions? Forgive me, I don't know her.
Yes.
Ms. Sessions, good morning. Do you mind stepping in front of Brittany? We'll get you sworn in. Yes, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state your full name and spell your last name?
My name is Cameron Larson, Larson.
Now,
May I ask you to do me a favor?
Yes.
You can sit wherever you're comfortable. Will you pull the mic a little closer to you?
Yes, absolutely.
It's easier to move the mic.
Okay.
You can just pull it towards you. Thank you.
now we called Cameron Sessions. Now Ms. Larson ends up on the stand. What has happened?
I changed my name since getting married.
And since March 4th of 2022?
I was married in October of 2021. I just didn't change my name until later.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you. What is your current employment?
My current employment is an evidence technician with the Park City Police Department.
I see. Now, back in 2022, did you have an assignment with the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Correct.
Your voice is so soft. Really get that mic close to you. I just want to make sure your testimony is important. In March of 2022, with regards to the OME, did you have a specific geographic responsibility?
Yes, I was in the Summit County area. I did not perform in Park City proper though. Just
Okay.
in the jurisdiction of the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Has that since changed?
Yes,
Now you're Park City OME,
correct.
somebody else is
Correct.
Summit County. I see. Okay. Was that a relatively new assignment for you?
Yes, it would have been my first one by myself without mentor.
I see. And had you been training on that for some time before that?
Yes,
About how long?
I'd say probably about 2 months.
I see. Did you, with regards to your other assignment, do you have training or with regards to your Park City assignment?
Yes,
What could you elaborate on that just briefly?
on what my assignment is currently.
Yes. What training do you have before you started as Park City evidence?
I was a dispatcher as well as a crime scene and evidence technician. So I had,
Did you have training for that evidence technician?
yes,
Could you briefly describe what that is?
how to take photos, write reports, stuff of that nature.
I see. So on that particular day, March 4th of 2022, did you have an occasion to be at 282 Willow Court in Francis?
Yes.
How did you know to go there?
I don't remember who, but I was given a call to come perform as the medical examiner investigator.
Okay. Do you recall what time you arrived approximately?
Approximately 6:30 a.m.
When you got there, what did you see?
I was led into the master bedroom where I saw the decedent at the foot of the bed covered by a white sheet.
Did you at some point remove the white sheet?
Yes.
What did you see then?
The decedent was laying face up with a t-shirt over his face and boxer shorts.
Okay. Did you notice any other objects or things associated with his body?
He did have red fluid on his face.
Okay. How about any medical intervention devices?
Yes.
Tell me about those.
He had a few different things. If I remember correctly, he had AEDs on his chest.
What? I'm sorry, you said what?
AED,
What's that?
the shocking device
I see.
on his chest, and then he may have had some tubing in his knees.
Did you have an opportunity to get closer and look over his body, inspect his body,
Yes.
front and back?
Yes.
And did you see any evidence of injury?
No.
When you arrive on a scene as the OME, do the police department, or in this case the sheriff's office, have other responsibilities that kind of cross over?
Yes. They're not supposed to touch the body until I arrive, but we were working in the same room.
Okay. Does that include collecting evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work with anyone from the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes. Chelsea Gibson as well as Detective Woody.
When you, at some point, were you instructed to look for some particular evidence?
Yes.
What was that?
I was asked to look for any signs of alcohol.
Okay. And what did you do about looking for alcohol?
I looked in the trash cans.
Okay. Which trash cans did you look?
The master bedroom, the kids' bathroom, as well as the kitchen.
Okay. Did you look anywhere else besides these trash cans?
Not to my recollection.
I'm so sorry. I need you to speak louder.
Okay.
Thank you. Like, take a deep breath, shake it out, but we need you to be louder.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you look in drawers or cupboards or anything like that?
No.
Why not?
My job as the medical examiner investigator was to go and check the body and the decedent.
Did you see anything in these trash cans?
To my recollection, there was nothing in the master bedroom or the bathroom. However, in the kitchen, there was coffee grounds, a newspaper, and a cock and bull bottle.
Okay. I'm unfamiliar with cock and bull. What does that mean?
It's a ginger beer.
I see. Is that an alcoholic beverage?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you note that in your report at all?
I did not.
So it's some 4 years later. How do you remember that there was this cock and bull ginger beer, non-alcoholic beverage you were not looking for in the garbage can?
It is something that my dad kept on hand as a child.
Okay. But just because you had it in your house, was there something about cock and bull ginger beer?
It has a very distinct name and a very distinct bottle. And so it was something that just jogged my memory.
Did you look around the master bedroom where Eric Richins' body was for medications, things like that?
On surface areas,
Did you look for any evidence of alcohol out in the open in the master bedroom?
not to my recollection.
Did you see any?
No.
With regards to medications, did you or Chelsea Gibson collect any medication bottles or medication from the master bedroom that you're aware of?
I don't remember taking any bottles.
Okay. Did you find identification of the decedent?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you find that?
I don't remember where it was found.
Okay. Did you, can we focus attention on State's Exhibit 10-1, please, just for the witness and the lawyers?
One moment. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay, I think that this has two pictures. Can you scroll down? Okay. Having had a chance to look at those, do you recognize those?
Yes.
Can you describe what these two photographs are?
One is a photo of a black wallet with a Utah ID for the decedent.
Okay, and the other one?
Next one is a photo with the OME placard as well as 2 driver's licenses with the decedent.
Okay. Do they accurately and fairly depict the driver's license and the driver's license of the decedent on that night?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 10-1.
No objection.
10-1 is admitted. I'm going to publish to the jury.
Please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did the person depicted in the driver's license appear to be the same person who was the decedent who was laying there?
Yes.
You can, yeah, okay, good. Now, can you, when you are finished doing your investigation, what do you do with the decedent's body?
Transport is called. We wait until transport arrives, and then the decedent is placed in a body bag, and we have a seal that goes through the 2 zippers to close the body bag.
Okay, so you can't access the body bag without breaking that seal. Is that the purpose?
Correct.
Okay. Can I'd like you to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 10-2, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
it's a picture of the tag that will be placed on the body bag.
Okay, and does that tag have a specific number?
Yes, it is 0002713.
Is that number important?
It helps. The number is correlated with the specific decedent, so that when the body arrives at the OME's office, they can make sure that the numbers match.
Okay. So it's unique. It's not everyone for Summit County is 2713.
No.
Okay. Does this photograph accurately and fairly depict the tag at the scene?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 10-2.
Housekeeping, if we may approach.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos, my apologies. Look at the screen.
Oh.
Let me know if you have any objection to this version.
We just move to the right?
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Okay, so we're going to publish this version to the jury. And Scott, if you would make a note to have this version of, I forget the number here.
It's 10-2.
If you would have this version of 10-2 be the one that gets admitted.
Shall do, Your Honor.
All right. We'll publish 10-2 as amended by the state. I appreciate that right now.
Okay, so you say you once the body and any other things that you put in there, what other things might you put in with the body?
Any identification such as driver's license, if there was any medication with his name on it, that would have also went to the medical examiner's office.
So in this case, those 2 driver's licenses were packaged?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to turn your attention to 10-3, please. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
I recognize the tag. It appears that that photo was taken at the medical examiner's office.
Okay. Were you at the medical examiner's office?
No, sir.
Is the body bag and the seal on the zipper accurately depicted as you last saw it in
Yes.
that photograph? State would offer State's Exhibit 10-3.
Any objection to 10-3, counsel?
Sorry, Judge, I just want to make sure. I'm not going to object. I think it's going to come in through another witness, which I would feel more comfortable. I don't see any objection now. That's
Okay.
I can cross-examine if I have any questions. Thank you, Judge.
10-3 is admitted and published.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, so what you're talking about then, may I have permission for the witness to step down and just point out?
Yeah, one moment. Okay, watch your step, please.
Can you just show the jury how you loop that together?
Yes, is this working? Okay. As you can see, there's the two zippers right here with the tag that cannot be taken apart unless it's cut.
Perfect. And that's the way you saw it when you last saw the decedent in the body bag. That was how it looked.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can return to your seat.
Thank you.
So what happened next after you've sealed the body of Eric Richins in that body bag? What happens next?
I escorted the body bag out with the transport team. Once the decedent was in the van, that's the end of my role.
Okay. And what's the transport team?
It's a team that we contracted with at the time with Summit County that is just responsible for moving decedents from scenes to the medical examiner's office or wherever they need to go.
Okay, perfect. I have no further questions for this witness.
Judge, I don't think I'll be going. We need a break.
Just want to keep going? Okay,
No further questions?
understood.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Ramos is stepping up.
That is all that, oh, he is stepping.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was a bit, no, I was just shocked that you didn't have questions.
Oh. You and my wife both. Miss Larson,
Yes,
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. That this is wild that this would be your first crime scene that you're showing up to.
Yes,
Memorable, to say the least.
yes.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple questions about what an OME investigator does.
Okay.
Okay. We kind of, Mr. Burmester kind of touched on it. And you, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, your role as an OME investigator is to show up to a crime scene and document the body and anything you feel important.
Correct.
That includes photographing
Correct.
and gathering any type of belongings, as we saw,
Correct.
identifying the deceased.
Correct.
You indicated gathering prescriptions, perhaps.
Correct.
Okay. And in that training, you indicated that you were working alongside with the Summit County Sheriff's Office,
Correct.
and it was Miss Gibson as well as Miss Wood.
Correct.
Now, when you say work alongside, are you part of the same? Do you guys have the same role, or when you say you were working together, it's just, hey, I'm doing my thing, you're doing your thing. If you see something, let me know, kind of thing. Could you explain that a little bit more to me?
My role for medical examining investigator is just the decedent. Their role would to be to do any evidence and investigation.
Okay. And so when you're talking about gathering or looking in the trash cans, was that something that they requested?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this was your first one. Is that since then, I guess, or even that day, did that seem odd to you?
At the time, it didn't seem odd. It didn't seem odd to me.
You said at the time. Did it seem odd now?
No, I think that I would just stick to my role next time.
Now, what's the date today? 24th? Yeah, a year ago today, you had an interview with the Summit County Sheriff's Office, right?
I don't remember if it was a year ago today, but yes.
Okay. Can I show you something just to see if you recognize it?
Yes.
And I just look at it. You don't have to read the whole thing. Just let me know if you recognize it, and then maybe find the date.
I do recognize it. It says February 24th,
And is
2025.
that yours?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that, having reviewed that, does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you had a meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that time, a year ago today, were you still employed as an OME investigator, or had you moved on?
I was still employed. However, I was with a different jurisdiction.
Okay. Still as an OME investigator, though.
Correct.
Okay. And this is common to come back about, I don't know how long, 3 years after, to have some follow-up conversation?
This would be my first time.
That was your first time?
Mhm.
Okay. And we talked a little bit about the reason that the Summit County Attorney's Office asked you to come in, correct? They had questions about what you found in the garbage,
Correct.
correct? And we mentioned the cock and bull beer. It is very distinct, little chubby one, very good. Now, you clarified during that meeting, though, your involvement with Kouri, right?
Yes.
And specifically, you talked about how you really only had one conversation with her, right?
Correct.
And that was in, I believe, her child's bedroom.
Correct.
And it was to sit down with her and tell her what's going to happen,
Correct.
like what the protocol is, right?
Yes.
And you indicated during that conversation, you indicated that she was crying, correct?
Correct.
And she had her hands on her face, correct?
Correct.
And you gave her the number and the contact information for whoever she needed to call, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to go back to the day of March 4th, okay? You were asked, again, this was your first time, to go look at the garbage cans, right?
Yes.
Now, I imagine you found this on the main floor, correct?
I believe so.
Did you ever go downstairs?
No.
Okay, so you didn't know if there was another kitchen or anything down there?
No.
Okay. So where you found the cock and bull ginger beer bottle, that was in the kitchen trash can?
Correct.
Okay. Now, that's by the sink, correct? By the kitchen sink, sorry.
I don't remember where the
Okay.
trash can was.
Fair. Do you remember at all seeing any, are you familiar with Moscow Mule cups, copper mutts?
I am now.
You are not. Do you remember seeing any of those?
No.
And even, to be fair, the meeting you had a year ago, you came in, spoke with the Summit County Sheriff's Office. You even told them, I was like, I haven't even heard anything about this case since. I haven't followed it, correct?
Correct.
Now, that was the only conversation you had with Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have, it's not your job, and you didn't gather any evidence in terms of what happened, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Maybe you overheard things, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about this one document. Just to see if you remember. Take a look at that. Take your time. Let me know if you remember.
Yes.
And the Summit County Attorney's Office asked you about your report, right?
Yes.
And this is during that last meeting a year ago.
Yes.
And you indicated that you didn't recall writing certain things down, correct? Or I'm sorry, that you don't remember where you got the information. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Let me rephrase. The meeting you had a year ago, where you were brought in, you were asked about your report, your initial report. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And they asked you about very specific things. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you told them, I actually don't remember that, where I got that some of that information from. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So this document that I just showed you right now, the case narrative, is this, I'm just curious how you compile this. Is this something that you yourself write all out?
Yes.
It is. And where do you get that information?
I had gotten some information from the 911 call as well as the detective before writing the report.
And that's exactly my point, is that we know that your job isn't to do any investigation, right?
Correct.
And it's not to interview Ms. Richins and ask her what happened, right?
Correct.
But it is your job to get information, perhaps in this case from EMS or the 911 call, or Detective Woody, or any of the other officers that showed up, right?
Correct.
Now, you're just taking what they're giving you at face value, right?
Correct.
You're not getting it firsthand, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know how truthful it is, correct?
Correct.
And so it's fair to say that while you wrote this, apart from the information that you knew directly, like I showed up, I saw him, I bagged it, this is a number, apart from things that you actually did, it's fair to say that this is a summary or a copy.
We're going over.
Counsel.
Tearing our ass up, ain't he? This is this is Cameron Larson, formerly Cameron Sessions. She was the evidence tech, or she was with the ME's office at the time of this unaliving. So she's the person who, when they called the ME to come on scene, she came on scene, and then was the one who observed Eric Richins. Oh, goodness.
The information contained in the narrative contains information both that you did personally, but also information that you did not personally either obtain or witness. Fair?
Yes. Correct.
Okay. Now, one of the things that I do want to talk about what you did. We saw the photographs, the bagging, the prescriptions. I want to ask you about that. You said that in the body bag, there were prescriptions as well as his property. Is that correct?
I don't remember sending any medications.
You don't remember sending medications?
No.
Okay. If there were medications, would that have been your job or would it have been somebody else's?
If there was medication that was out in the open with his name on it, then yes, it would have gone. If it was medication that did not have his name on it or was generic, it would not have gone with him.
Got it. And would you have would you have taken pictures if you had put anything inside of the body bag?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't recall doing that in this case?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to go through my post-its. I think I'm done. Give me 1 second. Thank you so much, Ms. Larson.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
Mr. Burmester.
When you, before you seal up the bag, you put anything that you fits within the confines of your duties to put within the bag with the decedent's body. Do you have an inventory sheet saying what it is that you've included?
It's something that we fill out with the medical examiners on their website later at the time, but we often take notes of anything that was taken.
So is it an electronic inventory sheet or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
When you get it off it's so when it's received by the medical examiner, they've got access to what you've included?
Yes.
I see. If there were medications, that inventory sheet would have what you had included.
Yes.
Is it possible that other items of medication with his name on it were included in that bag that you don't remember today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were defense counsel asked you about this meeting. Do you remember the location where that meeting was with?
It was at the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
At the
Attorney's
sheriff's office, okay. And was anyone there besides the county attorney?
It was myself, Miss Olson, and Hopper,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
Hopper is the an investigator.
I'm not certain what his role is anymore.
Do you recall if Detective O'Driscoll was there?
He was not.
Okay. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Just related to the scope, Judge.
Ms. Larson, the state just asked you about what would have been put in the bag and if it would have followed it, and then OME would have received it. I want to talk to you about that, okay?
Okay.
As I recall, you actually have to escort the decedent out, correct? Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And that was for the whoever you contracted with, I think is what you indicated.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you do that, do you recall the names of who that was? I don't expect that you do.
No.
Okay. I'm going to show just something to Miss, bless you, Miss Larson.
You approach for 1 second, Mr. Burmester.
I don't have a physical copy. We just published that to Miss Larson.
She's got it.
Okay. Miss Larson, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that the form that you filled out in this case?
Yes, this is a form that is given to the transport team.
Okay. And you filled out everything you needed to fill out.
Correct.
And then I imagine they'll fill in the rest.
Correct.
Would you have put in here anything that would remind you of what was contained inside of the bag in terms of the prescription bottles specifically?
On this form?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. No problem. That's all I have, Judge.
All right. Mr. Burmester, may we allow Ms. Larson to step down?
Yes, Your Honor. That would be the state's request.
Please step down. Thanks for your time. Watch your step.
Judge, we had also subpoenaed Ms. Session, or Ms. Larson, excuse me. Given the cross day, we can release her Larson because you don't
Okay.
come back.
You don't need to come back. Thank you. Now is an appropriate time to take a brief restroom break. Please rise for the jury. Counsel, have a seat, please. Ms. Urbanek, just give me a preview of the state's next witness.
Your Honor, it's going to be Deputy Pimentel.
Is that person in the wings?
Yes.
He is.
Okay. Come back at 10 a.m. Until 10 a.m. Thank you.
You know what? I'm gonna say this. I guess it's still going to be recorded and memorialized, even though I didn't want to type it. But you know, it's got to be a bad, bad situation when civil-minded folks begin to agree and align with King Harris. You know how bad it's got to be, y'all. Do you know the way I've been looking at life since I have wholeheartedly 238% agreed with everything that came out of King Harris's mouth? Because when it comes to my mama, when that little boy said, dig yours up and see what she looked like, let me tell you something. I'm the one that said King Harris needed everything that he was getting ready to get. Because see, he didn't know Rubber Band Man, right? He knew Dad. So when Clifford accidentally let TIP out on King accidentally on that live, we should have known right there, Eve alert. He was on his way back. Okay, it was the hair holding him back. He needed to cock that hat to the side. He was on. It was still in there. Okay, King didn't know Clifford like that. He knew Daddy. Okay, he knew Daddy. You know, Daddy rap about a lot, but King never seen it. Okay, he know him as a father, not as Rubber Band Man, wild as a Taliban. Okay. Listen, he don't understand how that man was able to leap tall buildings in a single bound in a tall tee that was catching wind, supposed to slow him down. Okay? He don't understand that the only thing tight on his daddy pants was the ankle of them jabos. That's it. That's it. Okay? When King Harris said what he said, and then Tip sat at that dinner table and kissed his mama, I said, you know what? They got to fight.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Kouri Richins trial with us. But I'll tell you what a lot of these trials remind me of, the ones that we cover? It reminds me that the world is very unpredictable. And I will
No. So hold on. They always put these dang on commercials. They're going to get these commercials in. They didn't get to Kohlberger and do other trials that they was planning on. Get ignorant. Downright ignorant about my mama. What my sweatshirt say? You want to get ignorant? I get ignorant right along with you. Okay, that's exactly what Pop said. I don't understand it. There's a lot of times I would say 50 Cent is the last person I would want to beef with. But you know, King Harris, he ain't no stand up. You see nigga, buck. Listen, they don't understand the way I was still listening to T.I. before. Let them know, okay? Even the songs where it seemed like it had an up-tempo beat, he was still kicking bitches off the car. Okay? He told that bitch, if not, tap your feet on the concrete merrily. Okay? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. That's one thing that boy don't play about is his mama and his grandma. And I would normally say, ain't nobody got no business messing with, don't make an enemy out of 50 Cent. But unfortunately, this particular encounter is making 50 Cent look like a patient to me. He's looking like hurt people. He's looking like the big bully on the playground, and he didn't met his match. He honestly, it doesn't look tough. It doesn't look like, because y'all just seen that man just bought out Jim Jones, at least got him kicking in doors and sending him invoices. You know, stuff like that be like, you know what? Y'all need to leave that man alone. But this here beef, That man said, who mama you talking about? Yours dead. Dig up.
And called her a crackhead or something.
Called her everything but a child. He kept saying, go get your mom. I don't play about mine. Y'all don't go. I'm going. Y'all ain't gonna go. I'm going every time about my mama. T.I. is to 50 what Kendrick was to Drake. And not even all of Kendrick. Just A minor. That right there is Drake's. He could probably listen to that whole song except for that part. The way he heard that whole stadium yell A minor that loud about 5 times in a row. Then T.I. dropped that dang on song and his mama got her finger going like she already know the words. Then he leaned over and kissed his mama in the video while they had dinner for her birthday. And then King sitting right there. And then that man posted the biggest flexes that he was able to keep his mama safe until he could take care of her. Baby, let me tell you something. Leave them little short people alone. It's something about short people you don't mess with. Okay? But T.I. been telling you.
And T.I.
He got, listen.
He like, nigga, we talking.
T.I. told y'all I'm 5'7" with the soul of a 6'4".
Okay.
He said, I'm short, but try me. Them short man got something to prove. Ain't not right. Me and T.I. the same height, barefoot. Okay? It's something about the something. What Jeezy got about 1 inch on me. That broke my heart the first time I seen Jeezy face to face. I almost cried. I knew that man was 7'3". I knew he was. The first time I danced background for Jeezy, I cried. I did not know he was that little. He only 5'8". But I mean, yeah, he little. But I just now I got 3 requests, and I'm gonna tell y'all where y'all gonna probably have to stop looking at y'all's FYP. Now we didn't had I understand Juvenile was first. Everybody keep getting on me about it, but we didn't have Juvenile. We didn't had T.I. Now that damn verse Trick Daddy done laid out. Let me tell you something. Now I'm gonna be very clear. If Buja Banton, Patra, Uncle Luke, or any of the like come out with anything, it is officially a 40-year-old hot girl summer. Don't look and don't stop me. Okay? Let me tell you something. The way it's looking, if T.I. finished the rest of this album, because let them know, and do y'all want war? That's enough for me to make it halfway to my destination. So if I go play, let me tell you something. 8 Ball and MJG, if they drop anything, because I'm still listening to Living Legends, okay? Jamie Foxx dropped a song, right? Now, if Tank, I know Tank's still out here shirtless and singing because he on tour right now. King still posting this morning. King is not playing. Let me tell you something. I'm getting my knees together. They going on autopilot. I believe this is going to be just like riding the bank. I said, ride the bike. I believe that if I just wake up tomorrow, the Lord will. He will provide. Okay? Because the way I don't mind spending my Saturday morning going to the chiropractor, getting readjusted. I'm gonna say Sunday because I'm acting fool Saturday evening. Because I still like to be in bed by about 10, 11. But what I will say is I have no problem going to the chiropractor, adjusted on my lunch break on Monday. Going to get a massage after that round about Wednesday and going back in. about 7 p.m. Friday. It's 95 degrees. Listen, it's already 80 degrees. The weather that made its way back into civilization at this point. Don't look and don't stop. Don't look and don't stop.
Please have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Thank you. Counsel, the state's next witness, please.
Deputy Pimentel, please.
Very good. Please step in front of Brittany. We'll get you sworn in. My apologies.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
This summer finna have us hibernating for winter. Okay, sleeping the whole winter.
Good morning. Go ahead and pull that mic towards you a little bit just to make sure we don't miss anything. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
David Pimentel, Pimentel.
Where do you work?
I work at the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 7 years.
What's your assignment at the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm on patrol with the K9 unit.
What about in 2022? What was your assignment then?
It was the same assignment.
You were working as a patrol deputy?
Yes, correct.
Before we jump into the case at hand, I want to talk a little bit with you about the chain of command within the police, within the sheriff's office. So you mentioned that you're a patrol deputy.
Yes.
And above that, there's a patrol sergeant. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's a lieutenant.
Yes.
There's a captain.
Yes.
And there's also an investigations division.
Correct.
And as a patrol deputy, you went out to the scene on March 4th of 2022.
That's correct.
And that was at the 282 Willow Court home.
Yes.
What were your responsibilities that night?
Primarily would be scene security, but I was also tasked with starting a medical log.
What's a medical log?
It's basically a log of any medication that the decedent would have in their possession. We start the log. We take all the medication that's there. We log how much is there. We log everything about that medication.
And that was your primary responsibility while you were there?
Correct.
And you completed that log to the best of your ability while you were there?
Yes,
Did you locate medications for Eric Richins?
I did.
Where did you look for those?
I looked for them in the bathroom, which is where I was made aware that they were most likely going to be.
Where did you look in the bathroom?
I looked on the counter. I think there was a drawer that was mentioned, and then I looked in a cupboard that was above the toilet.
And you were looking for these medications where you were told by Miss Kouri Richins they might be.
Correct.
And at this point, when you're looking for medications, you were aware that Mr. Richins may have taken a THC gummy.
Yes, I was made aware of that.
And while you were looking for these medications, did you see any THC gummies?
No, I did not.
When you looked in that cupboard above the toilet, did you see any THC gummies?
No, I did not.
How do you know that?
I'm on part of my duties on patrol is typically to look for narcotics, and so I have a lot of training and a lot of experience in locating narcotics such as THC gummies, THC products, or other narcotics and paraphernalia that goes with it.
So you're familiar with what those look like.
Yes, I am.
And if you would have seen them on the night of March 4th, what would you have done?
I would have left them where they were at, and then I would have notified the investigations team when they came in that there were in fact narcotics located while inside the house.
And you didn't find any?
No, I did not.
You didn't find any drug paraphernalia?
No.
You didn't find any illicit drugs?
I did not.
Just a moment. Those are all my questions for you. I expect the defense might have some as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Girl, you know they got some because they said there was gummies all over that house.
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
So the night of March 4th, your early morning, March 4th, really, could you tell me what time you arrived at the scene?
I don't recall exactly what time.
All right. Well, let me just see if this refreshes your recollection.
Yes, that seems about right. Yes.
So about what time did you arrive at the scene?
Around 3:30 or 3:50.
3:50. And what time did you leave?
I also don't recall exactly what time I left.
Would it be accurate?
Yes, what's written there would be accurate. It would be based on radio logs, which is when I clear the scene or arrive on scene.
So does 5:09 a.m. sound correct to you?
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes.
All right. So when you got there, who was already present?
I believe that medical was present. I do not recall if there were any other law enforcement present, but I do recall that they were medical was on scene.
Okay, medical. So EMTs and
Yeah, so when I say medical, I mean like EMT and also the fire department. I just view them as the same entity. So I don't know if it was one or the other. I just know that medical personnel were on scene.
All right. And you said your assignment at the scene was security and a medical log.
That's correct.
So all your information about medications, did it come from Ms. Richins, or were there other deputies that told you or repeated to you what Ms. Richins had told them?
Both, yes. So there wasn't, as I recall, there was another deputy who informed me, hey, there might be more medications in the bathroom.
More medications in the bathroom as compared to the bedroom?
I don't recall if the bedroom was mentioned, so I can't give you like a firm answer on that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Where specifically in the home did you look for medications?
I looked in to my recollection, I looked in the bathroom.
That's the only room you looked in was the master bathroom?
Looking for medications, yes, I believe that was the only place I looked for medications.
All right. Now you started, is it a handwritten log, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let me just have you take a look at this. You recognize this?
Yes.
All right. So that's a list of medications that were found. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is not all in your handwriting, true?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So what part of that is in your handwriting?
The first three of them that are in black ink, I believe, are my handwriting.
And are you aware who finished that report?
I do not know. No.
Okay. Let me grab that back from you. You guys have one moment, Your Honor. Of course. So, Deputy, the first three medications on this list were ones that you found.
Correct.
And what do you recall what those three medications were? Or do I need to have this back?
Yeah, I do not recall the medications.
Right.
Some of them have longer.
Before I
names.
get, I'm sorry, I have a tendency to talk over. I work.
No, I'm sorry.
My mouth goes faster than my brain. Are you aware where the other medications that are in someone else's handwriting, where they were found?
I do not know.
All right. Let me just have you take a quick look at the first three then that you found again.
Okay.
And you said you found those three all in the master bathroom?
To my recollection, yes, I believe it did.
All right. And the first one on that list is naltrexone, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware what that medication is used for?
I am not.
All right. The next one is the hydrocodone, which we've spoken about, correct? That's what the next one is you wrote down. And the third one was, you might have to remind me.
I'll do my best. Doxycycline.
Doxycycline. Okay.
Yes.
Cycling. All right. And you're not aware what that medication's for? Then?
No.
All right. Well, we'll talk about that then later. All right. So during the time you were there, you only found 3 medications?
To my recollection, yes.
All right. Over that hour and a half?
Yes.
Now, you said that you had a conversation with Miss Richins, and was it Ms. Richins that told you there were THC gummies, that Mr. Richins had possibly taken a THC gummy?
I believe she did mention that there was THC gummies, yes.
Did you ask her where the gummies were located?
I do not recall if I asked her that question.
All right. Would that be important to know since you were looking for medications to log?
Only if they were prescribed to him would I be looking for them.
Well, didn't you testify that you would also look for illicit drugs?
No, I was not looking for them, but if I had seen them during my time, then I would have made a note of them.
You would have made a note if you'd seen them. However, you were told that he had possibly taken this drug, but you didn't think to ask where that might be located so you could log it?
No.
All right. So where specifically in the master bathroom did you look?
I believe I looked on the counter. If you walk in and then on the left side, there's a counter there. I believe I looked on the counter. I believe there was a mention of one of the drawers had it. And then I also, on the opposite side, above the toilet, there is a cabinet, and I looked in there.
I'm sorry, you say that last part again.
So on the right side of the bathroom, there's a toilet, and then above the toilet there is a cabinet, and I looked in there.
All right. And now that bathroom is connected to a walk-in closet, correct?
Correct.
So you go into the bathroom and then into the closet.
Yes.
Did you look in the closet?
No, I did not.
And you said you looked in the drawer, and I don't know if I understood you. Someone told you to look in the drawer?
I believe that somebody mentioned that there was a medication, not a medication, pill bottle, but it's one of those organizers for pills in the drawer. And I believe that one of the deputies came to me and said that one of those was in the drawers in the bathroom. So that's why I looked in those drawers.
All right. So when you left at approximately 5 in the morning, a little bit after 5, what did you do with that medication log?
So the medication log and the medication that was collected was left in the room on the dresser that was in that room.
You didn't hand it over to the person that was taking over for you?
No, I did not.
You didn't write a report that night, correct?
No.
But you went back and wrote a report in January of 23, correct?
That's correct.
So almost a year later?
Correct.
And what was the purpose of that January of 23 report?
I was asked to write a report for that incident at that time. So I went back and wrote that report.
And was the purpose, well, let me rephrase. In that report, it was a very short report, correct?
Correct.
And it was basically that you left the medication log on the dresser, correct?
It was, yes, to describe my involvement in the case with the medication log, yes.
Why were you asked to do that a year later?
I don't recall why I was asked to do that. I was just asked by my supervisor, so I did it.
And you don't know why they needed that.
I do not know why they needed that.
Is it typical that you wouldn't write a report about what you did with the medication log at the time?
It depends on the involvement, the overall involvement that I have in a case. If my involvement is just a medical log where what I had done is logged on a medical log, then no, it's not typical that I would write a report.
All right. And did you type up what medications were found? Was that you or someone else who had typed up the medication list?
No, my involvement with the medication would be this log that you've given me.
So that's it. You were there for an hour and a half, and during the time you were there, well, about an hour and a half, you logged the 3 medications.
Correct.
And just, you only looked in the bathroom. You didn't look in the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't look in the drawers in the bedroom?
No.
And you didn't look anywhere else in the house for medications?
Correct.
And you didn't ask Ms. Richins where medications for Mr. Richins would be located?
I believe I did ask her.
You didn't ask her where the THC was located?
No, I did not.
All right. One moment. You mentioned that you were also in charge of scene security. What did you do in terms of security that night?
I secured the rooms in which Mr. Richins was found.
How did you secure that room?
I just stayed by the door to make sure that no one was getting in.
That was the entirety of the security at the scene?
Well, that particular area, yes, there were some children in the house that were trying to get in, so my job was to make sure they didn't get into the room.
Did the children, they did try to get into the room?
Yes.
Was Ms. Richins with them?
No.
All right. And you said you're with K9? You're with the K9 unit, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And as part of your duties to the K9 unit, you search for illicit drugs on scenes?
It
Fair.
depends, but yes, I have done that in the past, yes.
Well, I mean, the point of a K9 dog, isn't it a drug sniffing dog?
The point of mine, yes. Yes.
All right.
yes.
So you're familiar with searching for drugs on the scene?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that the search you did that day was not a complete search for drugs at that scene, correct?
Correct. I was not searching for drugs at that time.
Okay. So you were logging medication, but you weren't searching for medications?
That is, I was logging medication, but I was not searching for illegal narcotics.
And you weren't searching for medications either, right? Other than what was in the bathroom?
Other than what was made known to me, yes.
All right. I have nothing further.
Ms. Shervinack, any further questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Deputy Pimentel, are you issued a body camera as part of your equipment?
Yes, I am.
Were you wearing a body camera on the night of March 4th, 2022?
Yes, I am.
When you prepared your report for this case, even though it was some time later, did you review your body camera to refresh your memory about what took place?
Yes, I did.
If we could please show the witness 1-28D. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is my body cam footage.
No, is it a? Can you tell how long it is by looking at that?
How long
The clip that you're looking at, does it have a time on it? I don't see it.
it does not, what I can see does not have a time. Okay, now it does.
How long is that clip?
That looks a little bit over, it's about a minute and 53 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to move to admit 1-28D.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Any objection to admission of states 1-28D?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 128D is admitted. Is there sound for this one, Scott?
There should be.
Yes, Your Honor, I just had a beautiful.
Oh, my apologies. Okay, let me publish. Go ahead, sir.
So describe for the jury what we're looking at here on your body camera.
So this is the cabinet that was above the toilet that I was mentioning earlier that was on the right side as you walk into the bathroom.
And this is the bathroom attached to the master bedroom.
Correct. This is the bathroom that I had mentioned earlier.
Are you opening the cabinet? It's kind of hard to see. We only have the bottom.
Yes.
And what are you looking for?
So again, I'm looking for medication that is prescribed to Mr. Richins.
And that was the counter you were talking about in the
That's
drawer.
correct.
And so you testified that you're looking for medications of Mr. Richins, and you're not doing a full, complete search of this house, are you?
No, I'm not.
And that's because you don't have probable cause to do so.
I don't have a reason to search anywhere else in the house. that I
Right.
searched.
And to do a complete search of a house, you need probable cause or a warrant, right?
Correct.
Just a second. You're looking in that cupboard above the toilet. There were no THC gummies in there, were there?
Not that I could see, no.
And you opened it up and you looked inside.
Correct.
You didn't see any weed gummies in there.
I did not.
Ms. Lewis, anything within the scope of redirect?
Can you pull up State's Exhibit 1-8 just for the. Sure.
Let me know when you want the witness to see it. You'll see it at the same time as the witness, Ms. Lewis. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. You and the witness can see it.
Go back over here, I'm sorry. Okay, so in the body cam that we just saw, which is on your left, you're looking at a pill bottle, correct?
Correct.
And you took a photograph of that bottle?
I do not recall if I took a photograph of that bottle.
So the photograph on the right, is that the same bottle?
I believe so.
Alright, we'd move to admit 1-8.
No objection.
Okay. States Exhibit 1-8 is admitted, and Anything further on that, Ms. Lewis?
That's the hydrocodone bottle, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you said you were, well, we saw in the video, you were looking at the cupboard above the toilet.
Correct.
Did you look on top of that cupboard?
I do not recall if I did.
Well, that's a very high cupboard, correct?
Correct. I believe so.
So you wouldn't be able to see the top of the cupboard unless you got up on the toilet, true?
Probably.
All right. And are you aware that later that is where all the THC gummies were located?
I wasn't made aware of that, no.
All right. So when you were looking for the gummies, well, you were looking for medications. I know you were specifically looking for the gummies. But in your experience, do people usually keep illegal drugs just right in their bathroom cupboard, or do they often put them somewhere out of sight?
It depends.
They often put them somewhere out of sight. True?
I mean, they can, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But you didn't look at the whole cupboard. True?
I just looked where there might be medication.
But not on top of the cupboard.
To my knowledge, I don't believe I looked on top of the cupboard.
All right. And did you photograph that before you started taking things and moving them around the cupboard to document it?
No, I did not.
Let me ask you one other thing about when you secured the bedroom. Who came in and out of that bedroom when you were securing the bedroom?
There were some other deputies and possibly some medical personnel.
Anybody else at all?
I do not recall if anyone else came into the bedroom.
All right.
Is offered. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Please have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and pull that mic close to you as we
Oh,
pick
sorry.
up your answers. Please state your name and spell your last name.
Margaret Offret, Offret.
You go by Margie. Is
I go
that
by
right?
Margie, yes.
Where do you work?
For this, I work for the University of Utah.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a medical assistant coordinator.
What about in 2022? What was your role back then?
Same role, but I also do part-time EMS, and at that time it was for Park City Fire.
What do you do as part-time EMS? What's that role?
Emergency responder, advanced EMT.
Is that similar to a paramedic?
Yes, one step below.
And how long have you been working as an advanced EMT?
Almost 40 years.
Now, given that experience, have you been called out to a death scene before?
Many, yes.
How many would you say?
Over the 40 years, probably more than 100.
Have you been called out to the scene of an overdose before?
Yes.
A drug overdose?
Yes.
How many?
20 to 30.
What kind of certifications do you hold to be an advanced EMT?
Well, I have advanced life support, pediatric advanced life support, and I do monthly training and recertify every 2 years.
And you're up to date on that training?
Yes, ma'am.
As you were back in 2022?
Yes.
Were you working on March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And did you respond to the scene at 282 Willow Court?
Yes.
When you arrived, what did you do first?
We got our gear and went to the bedroom where our patient was.
Where was he when you arrived?
In the bedroom on the floor.
What was the position of Eric Richins when you arrived?
He was laying flat on the floor, straight.
Was he on a sheet?
I don't recall.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 1-4S1. It'll pop up on your screen there. Do you see that?
Not yet. I can see it. I can see it.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
The scene in the bedroom.
That's the scene that you were just describing?
Yes.
Judge, this has already been admitted. I would like to publish it to the jury.
No objection.
Okay, 1 moment.
So when you arrived on scene, if Mr. Richins had been on top of a sheet on the floor, would you have moved him?
No, only if it was in the way of what we were doing.
Now, were you made aware that Mr. Richins had been pulled to the ground from the bed?
I don't recall that we were aware of that. That's just where we found him.
Now, in your line of work, have you been on a scene where people have been pulled to the ground on a sheet to perform CPR in the past?
I don't recall sheets, but people have been pulled off the bed.
When you saw Eric Richins on the floor, was there anything that stood out to you about the position of his body?
That he was at the foot of the bed instead of the side of the bed.
Why did that stand out to you?
Because most places when we go, the person is on the side of the bed. Just easier to get them off.
And anything about the physical position of his body that stood out to you?
He was just very straight.
What do you mean by that?
Straight, like everything was straight.
What would you expect if someone had been
Sometimes
pulled?
arms are flailed about.
Okay, just let me finish the question.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure that our both of our voices are being picked up. So describe what you said. What would you expect when someone is pulled off a bed?
They're a little not straight, angled. Their arms are flailed about.
Did you perform life-saving procedures on Eric Richins?
Yes.
What did you do to attempt to resuscitate him?
We hooked up the Lucas machine. We started an interosseous anio needle and gave him epi and the cardiac arrest protocol.
So I'm going to have you describe a couple of those things for the jury because I know that you use these terms all the time, but they might not know. What is a Lucas machine?
A Lucas machine is the machine that does compressions for us so that we're free to do other things such as IVs or IO needles, interosseous needles to give medications.
You also mentioned that Mr. Richins was given epi. What do you mean by that?
Epinephrine, which is a medication that we give to try and start the heart again.
And so those things were being performed on Mr. Richins.
Yes.
Is it also your protocol to ask if your patient is taking any medications?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you ask Ms. Kouri Richins if Mr. Richins was taking any medications?
Yes, I believe I did.
Were you given any medications that Eric Richins was taking?
Yes, I believe she told me it's in my report, but naltrexone for Lyme disease, possibly.
Did she hand you that medication?
No.
Any other medications that you were made aware of that Eric Richins was taking?
She did also say CBD gummies.
As you are performing these life-saving measures on Eric Richins, are you also looking for things in his immediate area that might explain what's happening with him?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you see anything that to you might explain what's going on with him?
No.
Now, when you've been on the scene for an overdose death or an overdose call in the past, what are some things that you see around the person that might indicate to you what's happening?
Sometimes you see drug paraphernalia or pill bottles.
Did you observe any of those things?
No.
Now, were you there when the time of death was called for Eric Richins?
Yes.
What time was that?
3:58, I believe.
And that would be in the morning, right?
Yes, a.m.
Now, later you talked about Eric Richins being down sometime or dead sometime.
Yes.
What was that observation based on?
He was cold to the touch. His body was cold to the touch, and his heart rhythm, which when we hooked up the monitor, showed that he was in asystole.
What is asystole?
That's flatline.
So no heartbeat.
No heart electroactivity at all.
Did that ever change while you were there?
No.
Just a moment. Ma'am, those were all my questions for you. Thank you. The defense may have some as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You weren't the first EMT or EMS to arrive on the scene, correct?
Correct.
When you arrived on the scene, others were already starting to work on Mr. Richins, true?
One person, yes.
Was working on him?
Yes.
All right. And what was that person doing?
Compressions.
Right. So you don't know if the body had already been arranged in any sort of way by the prior EMT?
I do not.
All right. Now, when you were first called to the scene, you believed it was a call for cardiac arrest, correct?
Yes.
That was the chief complaint that was brought to your attention.
Yes.
All right. And what did you do? What was the first thing you did when you arrived?
We hooked our I had a partner. We were hooking up our monitor to see what kind of heart rhythm we may have, and then attaching the Lucas machine, which does compressions for us.
That's cool.
It is cool.
All right. So you went directly into the bedroom when you arrived.
Yes.
And you later wrote a report. It's called a pre-hospital care report.
Yes.
Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to have you take a quick look at this and tell me if this is, well, actually, can you just pull it up on the screen and show her?
She has it.
All right. Is that your report?
Yes.
All right. We'd move to admit that as, I guess, defense exhibit. I think now we're at 3005.
I would object.
The witness can still see it.
Oh, she can still see it, you said. I'm sorry. All right. So
In fairness to her, it's pretty small.
it's, yes, it is small here too. I can. All right. So where did you get the information that he was possibly having a cardiac arrest?
That's what the dispatch came across as.
So, but you didn't know if that was correct.
No.
And it turned out not to be correct, right?
That he was in cardiac arrest?
He didn't die of a cardiac arrest.
Well, I mean, he was in cardiac arrest. I did not know, and I don't know what he died from.
All right. Explain that he was in cardiac arrest at that time. What is the
He was in asystole, which is a flat line, which means there's no electrical activity in the heart. That's cardiac arrest.
All right. So
And he was
think,
not breathing, obviously.
So as a layperson, I was reading that you thought he was in the process of having a heart attack, but that's not accurate.
That's not accurate.
All right. So that just means someone who is not having their heart functioning at the time when you're called in. That would just be called a cardiac arrest.
Correct.
All right. So that was the information that you based what you did
Yes.
following when you got there.
Yes.
All right. And when you arrived, you spoke with, well, first you said you went right into the room.
Correct. Yes.
And you administered epinephrine.
Once we got our lines started, yes.
All right. And you also, I just lost the word. You also admitted,
Yes, we did give Narcan.
Okay, what's the purpose of Narcan?
Narcan is to reverse any possible drug overdoses with narcotics.
All right. But he had been asystole, help me with the word,
Asystole.
asystole for a while by the time you gave him that.
Yes.
And that typically would be helpful if it was given pretty immediate after.
Yes, that's kind of a last effort. Let's try this.
Okay. And then at what point did you go from in the bedroom to, well, let me rephrase that. What did you do next? You gave him the Narcan, you gave him the epinephrine, and what else did you do in the room?
I just continued to work the code until the Park City Fire medics got there.
What does that mean, work the code?
Tried to save him, continuing CPR, trying to figure out why he's in a cardiac arrest.
And
breathing for him, things like that.
Were you able to determine why he was in cardiac arrest?
No.
All right. Not at that time, anyway.
No.
And then you left the room, true?
Yes.
And at the point you left the room, you knew that he was deceased, correct?
Correct.
And you went out, and is the first person you spoke to one of the deputies that was there, Deputy DeWin?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling one of the deputies that you thought maybe it was possibly an aneurysm?
I just possibly coming up with ideas, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. And at that time, did you know his medical history?
Yes, what I was given.
And who gave you that?
Kouri.
Okay. And she gave you the same medical history that she had already given to the deputies, correct?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the deputies about the fact that he had Lyme disease?
I think I probably told them that's what she told me.
All right. And the information about what medications he was on, did that come from her or did that come from the deputies?
That came from her.
And this was after he'd already passed, you got this information?
I believe while we were working the code, I had to ask those questions.
All right. And you said that one of the medications that you were told he was on was naltrexone?
Correct.
And you were told that was for Lyme disease?
Correct.
However, that would be a off-brand use for naltrexone?
Correct.
Naltrexone is typically used for people that are suffering cravings either from drugs or alcohol, correct?
Correct.
I'm done.
Okay.
We'll just move on unless you're going to ask this witness more questions about the
Not about the naltrexone.
on-label and off-label uses of medications.
No, that was all.
Okay.
All right. All right, just give me a moment. Let me just look at your report here. Can you tell me about, in your report, you talk about blood sugar obtained.
Yes.
And you say the blood sugar obtained of 458. That was his actual blood sugar at that time?
Yes.
That's extremely high, correct?
It's high.
All right. And would that be a natural thing? Just
And their date of completion.
Entrepreneurship, November 2025. Origin Wellbeing Academy, December 2025. Enduring Skills, December 2025. The Only Person You Cheat Is You, December 2025. Explore a Career in Electrical, January 2026. Digital Marketing Certification Preparation, January 2026. Wellness Recovery Action Plan Reentry, January 2026. The Master Plan, January 2026.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be the next letter to exhibit.
Any objection?
No.
Show certificate. Gang certificate is exhibit G. Gang certificate.
And I understand the limitations of a class on a tablet, but did you find any of those helpful or insightful?
Yes, most of those that I took intentionally because they all, for the most part, assisted me with continuing with enhancing my mental and emotional well-being.
With those sorts of courses, is it kind of one of those things you get out of it what you put into it?
Yes.
And are you just going through the motions to get certificates, or are you still pursuing betterment?
No, I'm pursuing betterment.
Now we're moving into the closing end of things, okay? I know that there are some apologies that you wanted to make and some words that you wanted to say to the court. So now is your time and your opportunity to do that, okay?
Don't piss me off. To this court, if I may start with the Perry family.
Girl.
To the Perry family, no words can express the pain that I feel, nor will it ever take away the pain that you feel. But I want to say to you that I'm godly sorrowful. And I know it doesn't take back what has happened, nor does it negate what has happened. But I want you to know that I am so sorry for the pain that I've caused you. To Tabitha, I'm so sorry. I never meant to hurt you. And I pray that all of you guys will forgive me. But please know, I never meant for any of this to happen. To my family, I'm so sorry that I've taken you guys through this. Never meant to hurt or harm anyone. And I'm so godly sorrowful. Judge, I know what I did. I wasn't in the best health. And I know it doesn't take away what happened. But please, know that I'm godly sorrowful. And I ask that you extend grace and mercy.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Cross-examination.
No question.
All right, you may step down, ma'am. State, I think you said you had a letter that you.
I do, as part of my argument is what I was
Okay.
gonna do.
Okay. All right, final argument. Start with the state.
So, I filed some enhancement factors, and I want to talk about those briefly, and then I also want to talk about one that wasn't in my filing.
So the first
No,
is
it's
more
yes.
than one victim. And had the jury, and this applies also to 3 that I'm talking about now, but it also applies to 12 as far as this argument goes. Had the jury come back and convicted of criminal intent murder or and included that wasn't misdemeanor reckless endangerment.
You say it's 3 and what was the other?
12.
3 and 12. Okay.
And 12 is the action resulted in serious bodily injury to the victim, not intended. So the argument against those would be that because Miss Archie was a victim in another county indictment, that you couldn't use that to enhance count 1 of the indictment or the murder 2. But because the jury didn't find, particularly as to 12, with reckless endangerment doesn't require injury. It just requires, and if you from the statute, a person commits an offense who recklessly engages in conduct that places or may place another person in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury. So our argument is that those 2 factors can apply because of the jury's verdict, they didn't find Ms. Daniels guilty of particularly injuring Ms. Perry, but even that Ms. Perry was necessarily a victim. That she committed an act that may have placed another person in serious bodily injury. So, for enhancement factor 9 that employed a firearm, I think it's conceded that applies to count 1. I submitted also applies to count 2 because misdemeanor reckless endangerment, an element of that is not a firearm. So that enhancement factor should apply to both counts. And then I would argue enhancement in factor 10. This occurred in public, in an apartment complex. Some of it outside on the balcony of an apartment complex in the middle of Carterville. So enhancement factor 10 should apply. After the enhancement factors in the sentencing memorandum, the defendant is asking to be sentenced as an especially mitigated offender. Just to take, in my mind, the concession that enhancement factor 9 applies takes that off the table and the court can't consider it because under the statute 4035-109, the court would have to find mitigation but no enhancement factors. So if the court finds any enhancement factors, not that the mitigation outweighs the enhancement, 13.5 is off the table and we start at 15. And then finally, I just want to talk a little bit about the facts, and I'll kind of tell the court why maybe at the end of mentioning these. The proof was that she drove 3 hours. That during that 3-hour drive, she stopped and she bought a gun. The proof was that she went to his house, that she waited for him to get home, that she sat in the living room, spoke to Rose Perry and Miss Archie for a substantial period of time, got up, was being walked out, grabbed a gun that she had purchased that same day, turned around and shot until she ran out of ammunition, hitting him 5 times and killing him, and also hitting Miss Archie, causing serious bodily injury. This was done in front of the murder, was done in front of Miss Archie, who was his wife at the time. This is a 38-year-old, educated, mature lady. She had been married twice. She had been divorced twice. she was voluntarily having what was a secret affair. And that very day, just before buying the gun, she had received a text message from him saying that he wanted to end this affair. I tell the court all this because, and the court heard that, because even though the jury came back with second-degree murder, according to State v. Winfield, 23 Southwest 3rd, 279.
Can you repeat that, sorry?
23 Southwest 3rd, 279. The court can base the sentence on the underlying facts of the offense for which she was acquitted, which is first-degree murder. And the reasoning goes that the jury's verdict simply says that the state didn't prove premeditation beyond a reasonable doubt. The standard of proof in this sentencing hearing is preponderance of the evidence. And so the court can consider all of those facts that I just laid out in front of you showing premeditation under the preponderance of the evidence standard and use those facts, and you can't go outside of the convicted offensive range. But certainly you can use that when considering what's the appropriate sentence for second-degree murder. And finally, before I get to the victim impact letter, Ms. Daniels has done a lot of things throughout the trial and throughout the sentencing hearing, wanting the court to consider her the victim, wanting the jury to consider her the victim. One of those things in particular that I found telling and that looks at her mindset is she's mentioned in the trial and today, and it's tragic and it's devastating that her son committed suicide after she was charged with this crime and while she was incarcerated. But what she has never mentioned to the jury or to this court, and it's on page 8 of the sentencing hearing, is that her son killed his girlfriend before he committed suicide. And so there's another victim that's involved in that Ms. Daniels does not mention ever. There are also other victims in this case. And while Ms. Daniels may have been depressed and may have not liked that her secret affair was ending, certainly Rhoda Perry is the victim and not Latosha Daniels. And certainly Tabitha Archie is the victim and not Latosha Daniels. Ms. Calvetta Perry, who is the mother of Rhoda Perry, has asked the court to consider the following. And she says, "Good morning, everyone. These past several years have been so hard on my family. There is not a day that goes by without thinking of my son, who was the baby of the bunch. I miss his calls, checking in just to say, 'Hey, Mom, how are you doing?' I miss him every day. I do have his friends here in Jacksonville who check on me. I consider them all my sons. I pray whatever the outcome, it's in our Heavenly Father's hands. I pray for the strength every day to get me through. Grief is hard, and I grieve for the loss of Rhoda every day. I will continue to rely on our God daily. Continue to rest, my son. Our God is keeping me. I pray that Ms. Daniels has asked for forgiveness. As the word states, 'Thou shalt not kill.' Thank you." And I have a copy of that I would like to make the next exhibit to this.
No, Your Honor.
And I would ask the
I would
court,
ask for a copy then.
Thanks for requesting a copy. All right, we'll show, the victim's mother's statement as exhibit H. Does the state have a copy? You have a copy of it? For Ms. Fuchs?
we will get this piece of
Okay.
copy. I'll have it first.
Okay, all right. Yes.
And I'm not gonna throw a number out there. I think legally 13.5 is not on the table, based even just on the concession and the sentencing memorandum. One person was killed, another person seriously injured. I submit a lot of proof of premeditation. The sentence should be closer to the top of the range than the bottom of the range. And we've asked the court to sentence her as such.
The defense found a bunch of mitigating factors. Do you have a position on those?
Your Honor, first to address Mr. McAlpin's statement, the situation regarding her son, that would not have been appropriately before the jury. That would not have been relevant to the proceedings before the jury. That happened after this offense. So that is why that did not come up to the jury. And Ms. Daniels is the one who provided that information to probation for it to have been included in the report. So I would disagree with the fact that she has never mentioned that before. The state did not file intent to seek consecutive sentencing in this matter. And the state argued more enhancement factors than it actually filed on. But I believe I have addressed all of the enhancement factors in my sentencing memorandum. To go through briefly on the enhancement factors to respond to Mr. McAlpin prior to arguing the mitigating factors. As to factor number one, she does not have any criminal history. She does not have any criminal convictions or criminal behavior in addition to those necessary to establish the appropriate range. So that would be any situation outside of these events that are before the court for sentencing. There has been no proof of any criminal convictions or criminal behavior by Ms. Daniels. So I would submit that factor is not applicable. As to factor three, that the offense involved more than one victim. Your Honor, the case law on this is clear. It is not applicable to the facts of this case under State v. Enfield, and that is 70 Southwest 3rd, 698 at page 706, decided by the Tennessee Supreme Court in 2002, when the Tennessee Supreme Court found that there cannot be multiple victims for any one charge when there are named victims in the indictment. There must be additional proof of other people in order to establish more than one victim. Here, what we have proof for is Mr. Perry and Mrs. Perry at the time the shots were fired. Both are named victims. There was not any testimony about anyone else out in the area that would have qualified as a victim during the shooting. And I believe the shooting actually took place within the confines of the apartment, and there was no one else in the apartment, and that was testified to. There was no proof here or at trial of anyone else that was placed in danger. So I would submit enhancement factor 3 cannot apply in compliance with the law. Mr. McAlpin argued factor 10 for the same reasons that the more than one victim cannot apply. That cannot apply either under State v. Kelly, which is 34 Southwest 3rd, 471, because there was not any testimony about someone else whose life was placed in danger by the actions of Ms. Daniels. Therefore, this cannot apply to these facts. There is a burden of proof on that, and the state has not provided proof regarding those factors. As to 12, the intentional infliction of particularly great injury. Your Honor, State v. Huey, which is a Tennessee criminal.
12.
I'm sorry?
You said 12, okay.
Yes. State v. Huey, which is an unpublished opinion that can be found at M 2000-02793-CCA-R3-CD and at 2002 Westlaw 51713. I have that cited in my brief at page 20. The court in that matter looked at this factor particularly and said, we see no reason why the rationale would not preclude the enhancement of a defendant's sentence under enhancement factor 12 when a conviction has been obtained against a defendant for the serious bodily injury or death suffered by the person other than the intended victim. And in this case, Ms. Daniels was indicted for first-degree murder of Mr. Perry, criminal attempt first-degree murder of Tabitha Perry, and the employing a firearm. The jury came back not finding premeditation at second degree. And as to Ms. Perry, they came back with the reckless endangerment. And Your Honor, the reckless endangerment requires that danger of bodily injury. So I think under State v. Huey, that would be a kind of a double dipping to apply that enhancement based on that language. I don't think it can be. I think clearly it cannot be applied to count 1. But even as to count 2, the reckless act of shooting is what placed Ms. Perry in danger. So I think that is consumed by the elements of the offense. I believe that was all of the factors argued by the state. They did file also on the use of a gun. And that would be enhancement factor 9, I believe. The courts have repeatedly said, yes, the defendant possessed or employed a firearm. The courts have repeatedly said that they've found error with courts for not applying this in murder cases. Because there's kind of a nonsensical nature to enhancing for the use of a firearm when the firearm is what was used to achieve the murder. It almost, it equates to an incentivizing to use another deadly weapon, which doesn't make any sense. So the courts have said that this can apply to second-degree murder. I will concede that. I will also note that the court has discretion in whether to apply enhancement factors and what weight to give them. So if Your Honor does apply this factor, I would ask that you give it very little weight, as it is such an inherent part of the offense itself. In my memorandum, I did argue regarding the reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon. So I would just note that the deadly weapon, again, was what was used to accomplish the reckless placement in imminent danger. Moving now, Your Honor, to mitigating factors. Your Honor, we filed several mitigating factors. We are asking the court to consider factor number 2, which is that the defendant acted under strong provocation. A lot of these factors that we have filed on rely heavily on the testimony that came forward in trial, not just from Ms. Daniels, but from the officers on the scene, from Tabitha Archie, from Dr. Bidding. All of this testimony combined is what provides our basis for these mitigating factors. And particularly as to Ms. Daniels' testimony, she described the relationship that she and Mr. Perry had, and how it, especially at the end, was somewhat emotionally tumultuous, and that she was being pulled through this emotional whiplash, especially that day. And that the moment that she pulled out that gun, she was screaming, "You broke my heart." That she was so completely overcome by her emotions, coupled with her own mental health crisis, that qualifies as an adequate provocation here. And Your Honor, I think that this also, it should be noted that the objections that we made regarding the jury instructions, because the jury was not able, if they follow the law, to move down to voluntary manslaughter to consider whether there was that adequate provocation, because of the way the jury instructions are formatted. And I know Your Honor is very familiar with that argument, but I'd ask you to take that into consideration, and not dismiss it because the jury came back in second degree rather than voluntary manslaughter. Mitigating factor number 3, substantial grounds exist tending to excuse or justify the defendant's criminal conduct, though failing to establish a defense. Your Honor, again, this so many times throughout the sentencing memorandum, we do reference back to the emotional and mental health crisis that Ms. Daniels was suffering from at the time of this incident. And that was apparent, again, across the testimony. What happened on April the 4th is not a true depiction of who Ms. Daniels is as a person. All of these people are here to tell you that. Number 8, Your Honor, that the defendant was suffering from a mental or physical condition that significantly reduced the defendant's culpability for the offense. He did provide proof during the trial of her mental health situation. I'd ask the court to take that into consider, Dr. Bidding's testimony, that this was the result of an emotional and mental health crisis. So relying heavily on Dr. Bidding's testimony for that particular mitigating factor. And Your Honor, I think that that factor should be given significant weight. Again, the actions of April the 4th were not typical of the Latasha Daniels that everyone who knows her knows. And it was the result of this devastating situation. And it had devastating results. There is nothing.
He is not the victim.
Try to unvictimize Mr. Perry.
You are. Every time you say this about her big forehead ass.
Ms. Daniels hurt.
So who is a typical killer? Because that was a typical shit she did.
And not just because she's sitting here. But she was also suffering that day too. I don't think that those two things are mutually exclusive. She's not asking the court to consider her a victim. She's asking the court to consider her and to take her and her mental health into consideration when sentencing. And that's
As a victim.
Factor number 11, the defendant, although guilty of a crime, committed the offense under such unusual circumstances that it is unlikely that a sustained intent to violate the law motivated the criminal conduct. Again, Your Honor, we would rely heavily on the testimony from trial. Immediately after this happened, Ms. Daniels was pointing the gun to herself. She attempted to commit suicide in the hospital. This was not the result of a desire to go out and hurt people. This was the result of an emotional and mental health crisis that started at a suicide attempt and ended in a suicide attempt prior to her being taken into custody.
Yeah, she the only one sitting there.
And Your Honor, again, the evidence at trial supports the application of mitigating factor number 11. The catch-all mitigating factor number 13, any factor consistent with the purposes of this chapter. Your Honor, the primary purpose of Ms. Daniels' testimony was laying out the exhibits and the proof necessary for the application of various factors under the catch-all factor. First of all, remorse. And remorse is a qualifying consideration for mitigation under State v. McKnight, which is 900 Southwest 2nd 36. Relying on both her testimony today and her testimony at trial, Ms. Daniels has repeatedly emphasized how remorseful she is for her conduct. This is something that she grapples with every single day, and knowing the pain that she caused to Mr. Perry's family, taking his life, to Tabitha Perry, Archie, to her family, to Ms. Daniels' loved ones and her family. She is extremely remorseful, and I would ask the court to give a lot of weight to that factor. Second, she has no criminal history at all. And it is, again, an appropriate mitigator under State v. Kelly, which is 34 Southwest 3rd 471. She has a very strong family and support system, as is apparent in the courtroom today by the numerous people who are here to support her. And that is something that the court can take into consideration as a mitigating factor. She has a positive work history. The court has a copy of her degrees, a copy of her resume, information about her community service through her nonprofit. And that is also appropriately before the court as a mitigating factor under State v. McKnight. I also think that it should be considered that she got her education and pursued a impressive career after becoming pregnant at 17. And I mean, just to overcome the hurdles that she overcame, to do all of those things while dealing with her own mental health issues and parenting. She is an extremely motivated person that has always tried to seek better for herself and her family. And Your Honor, I did provide citations that the work history is an appropriate mitigating factor. She has a strong history of community mindedness before incarceration and after being released on bond. She continued her community service activities. She established a nonprofit. She has written books to help others navigate their way through the mental health crisis that she herself has had to navigate through, and try to give people tools. This is very real for her in the books, the journals for the incarcerated mothers and the children of incarcerated mothers, especially after having lost her child while she was in custody. She has a positive educational background. She has an incredibly impressive educational background, all the way up to a doctorate degree.
All that education, she got outsmarted by a goofball man with braces in the book.
Evidenced by her profession choice and the books that she has provided. The court is to take into consideration the strong R testing, and she came back with a low risk of recidivism. And the only risks that they noted were mental health related.
She only got a low risk of recidivism because he dead.
Strong deference to the fact that she is not a risk of recidivism according to the strong R. The state did not request consecutive sentencing. I would ask that Your Honor not find for consecutive sentencing. I don't think that any of the Wilkerson factors apply here. In order to find a dangerous offender enhancement, which is the most, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I agree with Mr. McAlpin. The concession as to the count regarding the gun, if Your Honor applies that enhancement factor, then she cannot be found under specially mitigated offense. I think that's State v. Harris, if I'm not mistaken, or Hicks, I'm sorry. It can only be mitigators found and no enhancements. The court has absolute discretion in what mitigators and what enhancements this court chooses to utilize. I would ask the court to find the mitigators and not find the enhancers and simply serve 13.5 years as an especially mitigated offense. If Your Honor does find that the firearm offense applies as an enhancement factor, I would ask the court to still find the mitigators that we have provided proof for in the record. And with that enhancement factor, which I would submit is the only enhancement factor that may be able to apply, that the court grant Ms. Daniels a 15-year sentence with the misdemeanor reckless endangerment run concurrent. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. McAlpin? No. I need to take a brief recess.
Court stands in a brief recess.
All right, you have been watching the sentencing hearing of Latasha Daniels, who is, of course, the Arkansas woman who's convicted of killing Minister Brodus Perry. Now, you've been hearing the arguments from her defense attorneys about some of the special circumstances and some of the arguments they're presenting to the judge prior to the actual sentencing being handed down. The judge has just
based on someone passing that their blood sugar would go up?
I don't know why his blood sugar was that high.
All right. And you also have in there that he had a GCS of 3. Can you tell me what that means?
Glasgow Coma Score. So that's basically he scored 1 on everything, which it goes from 5 to 1. Someone who's alert and oriented would get a 5. Someone who is not responding gets a 1. That's the lowest score you can get.
1 is the lowest score.
3.
Oh, 3. Okay.
Yes.
And tell me again, what does GCS stand for?
Glasgow Coma Score.
Okay, thank you. All right. So then, are you the one that told Ms. Richins that Eric was in fact deceased?
Yes.
This is something that you've had to do before?
Yes.
So it wasn't the first time you told someone that their spouse or someone else with them had passed?
No.
And I imagine this is difficult.
Very.
And I would imagine that you've seen many different reactions from different people to that kind of news. True?
Yes.
From silent shock, correct?
Yes.
To hysteria.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people throw up.
I haven't seen that but once.
You haven't seen anyone throwing up after hearing that news?
Not really, no.
Okay. You never know what to expect, though.
Correct.
You never know how someone's going to react.
True.
When they get terrible, traumatic news like that.
Yes.
Probably a little bit different for an unexpected death than maybe someone who's been terminally ill. True.
Yes.
Is it fair to say unexpected deaths get a wider range of reactions than someone who's been dying, say, for months and it was expected?
Yes.
All right. Just back to your report for one moment. So everything in your report was done. You were just
That's
writing
not
down
true.
what you
6
did
years
based on the
ago
information you had.
today,
Yes.
I was
And
asking a stone
you
cold
didn't know if the
fool pop
information was
pop pop.
correct at that time. It's just based on the information you had.
Yes.
I'd move again to admit Defense Exhibit 300.
I'll withdraw my objection, Judge, if they want to admit it.
Okay. This would be defense. Give me the numbering again.
I believe it's
3005.
5, yes.
Katie, is that right? Okay. D3005 is admitted. Is there any part you want to publish to the jury?
Not at this time. I just wanted to admit it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else for this witness, Ms. Charbonnet?
Just briefly, Judge. So you testified to Miss Lewis's questions that you had made a guess that maybe Eric Richins died of an aneurysm. Why did you make that guess?
Because he had a lot of blood coming out of his mouth when we arrived in while we were working on him.
And was that happening? When was that happening? The blood
during CPR.
So when you arrived, the blood was already coming out of Eric Richins' mouth.
Yes.
Did you have an explanation for why that blood was coming out of his mouth?
No.
No further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Here we go. Within the scope of redirect, please.
It's not unusual to see blood come out of someone's mouth during CPR, correct?
Not normally, but it seemed more than normal.
All right. So the machine, the cool machine, what's it called?
Lucas machine.
Lucas, that, can you describe the sort of pressure that machine uses?
Well, it compresses the chest as you would in CPR. It's a continuous compression that, it's like doing CPR with your arms, only more steady than a human can do.
And consistent in terms of the amount of pressure.
Correct, yes.
Whereas humans of different sizes have different amounts of pressure.
Correct.
Did the machine break any of Mr. Richins' ribs?
I have no idea.
You don't know. Does it sometimes do that?
I don't know.
All right. Well, as a trained EMT, when compressions are being given hard compressions, if there's blood in the lungs, it wouldn't be unusual to see that come out, correct?
Correct, yes.
And in order to do efficient CPR, one, you would need to be trained, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that a very small person who's untrained would have difficulty doing the strength of compressions that's necessary when giving CPR.
They could, yes.
All right, I have nothing further.
No questions, Chuck.
You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Charbonnet, the state's next witness.
Sergeant Andrew Cernich, please.
All right. Sergeant, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and move that mic close to your mouth so we can get all your answers. State your name and spell your last name, please.
Andy Cernich, C-R-N-I-C-H,
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your role there?
I am a sergeant on patrol.
And what about back in 2022? What was your role? First, let's talk about the Sheriff's Office. What were you doing for them in 2022?
In 2022, I was a sergeant working in the jail.
And back in 2022, did you have other first responder roles or other jobs that you did?
Yes, I also worked for the Summit County the South Summit Fire Department as a volunteer fire.
What do you do as a volunteer fireman for South Summit?
I respond to emergencies through the fire department and assist medical on medical calls.
So were you working on March 4th of 2022?
I was.
What capacity were you working in on that day?
I responded as a on-call firefighter to assist medical.
And did you respond to the home at 282 Willow Court?
I did.
Now, describe for the jury, even though you're a trained police officer, what happens when you're on duty as a fire department role?
On the fire department role, we're trained in numerous different things as first responders. I also recently had quit working for South Summit EMS as a advanced EMT. So we assist with whatever needs fire department needs. At that time, I assisted with the CPR efforts of the individual.
But it's fair to say that when you get called to a scene in your EMS role, you don't mix that with your law enforcement role.
Correct.
You stay in that lane for that call.
Correct.
So what were your responsibilities? Just highlight that for the jury when you arrived at the scene that night.
When I arrived that night, EMS had arrived before I had. I asked what they needed, and they asked me to take over airway.
At some point during your responsibilities there, were you asked to look for medications?
I was.
If we could please show the witness Exhibit 1-5S.
He has it.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the bedroom where we were working on the individual, and it shows me reaching into the nightstand.
Fair and is that photo a fair and accurate representation of you on that night?
Yes.
I'll move to admit Exhibit 1-5S.
I just need to clarify, is there a second photo that's on this? Are there two photos? Because the one I have has two photos. And this may be a later one or an earlier one.
Ms. Sherbanek, forgive me, is this the 1
There
through
is- there
5
is two
series? No, it's different.
Different number.
Okay.
There are two pictures. No objection. As long
Okay.
as both pictures come in, no objection.
Sure.
Okay. Scott, will you go back to picture number 1? And I'll publish now. Just make sure the jury sees both photographs in 1-5S, which has been admitted.
And that's the exhibit you just looked at.
Yes.
And describe for the jury, where are you in this photo?
I'm the one wearing red next to the bed, where I just turned around from retrieving that bottle from the nightstand.
Scott, if we could go back to the first image, please. And what does this image show?
I believe that's where I was searching the nightstand drawers for any type of medications.
And you were asked to search, right?
Correct.
Who told you to look for medications?
I believe it was Margie Offred, who was the EMT on scene running the scenario, or not scenario, but the scene.
And Scott, if we could go to the next image. And you pulled something out of that nightstand, right?
Yes.
If we could show the witness Exhibit 1-8, please. This has already been admitted. We can publish it to the jury. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the pill bottle that I found in the nightstand.
Just a moment. Sir, those are all my questions for you. The defense may have some as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Nesser.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I represent Ms. Richins along with several other attorneys here. So I want to just clarify, you said when you first got there, you were assisting EMT that were already on the scene,
Correct.
and someone was already doing CPR on Mr. Richins when you arrived in the room?
I believe when I arrived, they were just hooking up the Lucas machine, which is a machine that does CPR or chest compressions.
Okay, so there was not a human doing compressions before they hooked up the Lucas machine?
I do not recall if they were doing it and stopped to hook up the machine or if they were actually in the process of hooking it up.
And the individual, before they hooked up the machine, can you describe, besides Miss Offred, who was around the body?
I believe there was my partner firefighter that was there next to them and the other EMT that was on scene, but I do not recall who that was.
Can you describe their build for me?
Medium build males.
Both males.
Yes.
Thank you. You took over the airways, so you had to just clear an airway so they could get oxygen to them.
Correct. So my job was to deliver oxygen to him.
So did you put a tube down his throat?
Yes, I did.
And when you put the tube down his throat, was there any blood on his face before you did that?
Not that I can remember, no.
Okay, great. And after you put the tube down his throat, did you see blood come out of his mouth?
Shortly after, there was blood that showed up in the tube and coming out of his mouth.
How far how far down does the tube go that you insert into his throat?
Sits on top of the larynx.
So down to about where your voice, that's your voice box, right?
Correct.
Sorry.
Yes, correct. That
Not
area.
great at biology. Okay. All right. So have you seen that before where when you insert a tube into someone's throat, it can cause there to be bleeding in their throat?
Not usually, but yes, I have seen that before.
Okay, great. So then they're doing the CPR, and you were asked by Ms. Offred, who we just heard from, Margie, to check the nightstand for any medication. Is that right?
Yes.
And I noticed, can you pull up, please, Exhibit 15S, which has already been admitted, Your Honor. Can we please publish? I noticed you went to the bedstand on the nightstand on that side of the bed, right?
Correct.
So is your understanding that was the side of the bed that Mr. Richins had been on?
Yes.
Right. And you're pulling out a drawer. Is it the bottom drawer or the top drawer? Do you remember?
I believe there was only one drawer, but I am not sure.
I'd like to show you now exhibit, and this is not admitted yet. So if we could take down the publication and just let just the witness and counsel see exhibit 14S. Is it up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is that the nightstand you pulled the pill out of?
That
pill bottle?
looks like the nightstand, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, could we move to admit 14S?
States 14S is admitted.
It's defense, yeah.
It's not the way it's marked.
Oh, sure, right. It's 14S. Sorry about that. Okay, there's the nightstand, right?
Yes.
Okay. And on that nightstand, Katie, can you zoom in to the top of the nightstand if it's possible? You may not be able to on this photo. Yeah, there you go. So that's phone is sitting in a charger. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it shows.
And right next to it, it looks like an Apple Watch that's on the little watch charger right next to it. Is that right? Can you tell?
Is that the one in front of the phone?
It's to the back of the phone.
Oh, okay.
See the
I
little
see that.
little
Yes.
square? I think that's an Apple Watch, but if I'm wrong, tell me.
I do not know. It very well could be.
And this picture of the nightstand, there's no wallet on it, correct?
Correct.
There's some pills and a little metal like push thing that you push pills out of, right? Do you see that next to the TV power?
Yes.
All right. And were those pills taken by you or anyone else, do you know, to be tested?
They were definitely not taken by me.
Okay. All right. Can we also just to the witness only show states exhibit 1-9? Only the witness. It's not admitted yet, Your Honor. Do you see that picture? That's a little better and clear and close up.
Yes.
All right. In that picture, were you still there when the wallet was put on the nightstand?
I do not recall if I was or not.
Okay. But that is the same nightstand we're talking about.
Yes.
Your Honor, can we move to admit 1-9? No objection.
States 1-9 is admitted.
May we please publish it to the jury? Okay. Can we please blow that up as big as we can, just focused on the nightstand? Okay, so here you can see the Apple Watch a little more clearly, right?
Yes.
And you can also see a wallet that's been added to the table that was not there before, right?
Yes.
Did you put that?
We don't know the timing of these photographs. That foundation has not been laid.
Well, it's in now, so.
you can compare the photos. You can't state when the wallet was there or wasn't there.
Okay, sorry, I'll retract that. That's fair. Can we zoom in at the very bottom of the power of the power TV? There's some white specks on the nightstand. Can you try to zoom into that if possible? Right there. Do you see those white specks on the nightstand?
Yes.
Did you see the white specks on the nightstand when you were there that night?
I do not recall it being there.
Did you gather them or swab them or put them in a little plastic bag to be tested later?
I did not.
So as you sit here now, can you tell the jury what those white specks are?
White specks.
That's it. All right. Okay. Also, was there a time where you found Mrs. Richins' phone and handed it to a deputy? Did the deputy come in looking for her phone?
I do not recall.
You can't remember that?
I do not.
Do you remember her phone being in the room at any point?
I do not.
All right. And did you personally have any conversations with Ms. Richins that night?
I may have asked her if he had taken anything or how long he had been down, but I do not recall.
You can't remember for sure.
I don't know for sure.
In your experience, both as a police officer and a trained medical responder, is it fair to say that it was apparent to you he had been deceased for some time?
Yes.
Thank you. I think that's all I have. Just one moment. Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Ms. Shervanek.
One question, Judge. Sergeant Cernich, was it your job that night to collect evidence?
It was not.
That's all I have.
You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Mine.
You might
He
wait
can
a
be-
glass of water.
Your Honor, he can be finally excused.
Yes, you are released, sir. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state has a witness ready, but I think the defense wanted their expert to be present.
Judge, yes, we had an agreement that we would be notified of when an expert would be testifying, that we are expert to listen in. That wasn't done. And so we're trying to work that right now. We emailed or texted our expert, and we're working on that, but he has not responded as of yet. So I've asked Mr. Burmester if he could move it to the back of the line until I get notice.
That expert is somebody that's physically present in the state of Utah.
They're expert.
Yours.
No, he's going to be remote WebEx listening in.
Okay. May we take I'm going to let you stretch your legs here for a minute. This may take a minute. Rise for the jury, please.
Okay, so I know that they are seemingly taking a break, but we kind of took a bit of a break. So let's see what they was getting into.
Your Honor, I guess no, although we had a discussion at the end of yesterday's trial that where were we going after crime scene? And I said, I informed counsel, whatever, 5 o'clock yesterday that we would be going to medical examiners after crime scene. So this isn't a shock, but I did not say we will bring in Dr. Ulmer tomorrow.
How long do you think you have in your direct with Dr. Ulmer?
My direct is probably 30 minutes.
Okay. So what if we say we'll do the direct of Dr. Ulmer, which your expert would be able to go back and review during the lunch hour if you need to, and we'll start cross after lunch.
So my only concern is that I'm attempting to get a hold of him to see if he's available right now to view those. So I've sent a text message as soon as Mr. Burmester told me. So that's what I'm working on. I have no problem with that, assuming I can get confirmation that he can log on.
That's the best I can do.
Say that again.
That's the best I can do.
I understand.
Oh, he about to say something smart. Because I'd have been like,
Expecting,
what you mean the best you can do?
Maggie Mobley, who's the morgue clerk. She should be getting here any moment.
You want to slip her in first?
Yeah, if she gets here in the next minute or two, it would
All right.
be no
We
problem.
could, Your Honor, we can also start with Chelsea Gibson. We've been trying to accommodate Dr. Alma. She is out of town and all the things. And so that's why now. But we have we can start Chelsea Gibson, but maybe she's going to be a long way.
I don't know if you would.
That's better for us because we have more time to be able to, and that's, yeah, that is what we expected.
When you say start, though, we would not be able to get her direct completed before lunch, correct? Would we be able to do Ms. Gibson, understanding we need to interrupt direct during lunch and cross her and then get Dr. Almer on and off today?
That's the state's concern, is that crosses have been tending to take longer than direct.
They take what they take, sure.
And I can't say that. I mean, if we were to start Chelsea Gibson,
Let's not do that. My sense is that that's a self-inflicted wound. So how close is Ms. Mobley?
Ms. Mobley, I'll go back out and check.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute restroom break. We'll see what percolates during that 5 minutes. Okay, very good.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Kouri Richins trial with us. But I'll tell you what a lot of these trials remind me of, the ones that we cover? It reminds me that the world is very unpredictable. And
Hush. Scoot along, scoot along, scoot along.
Partner and sponsor.
So they came back. And they still have the "We'll be right back" up for the Latasha Daniels. The rewind of the impact statements. Jesus. I'm gonna have to. If I don't do it today, if I don't get through it all today, because I know this trial goes a little bit later for everybody, then I'll start early tomorrow with those and then go into Kouri Richins.
The state's next witness.
Yes, the state would call Maggie Mobley.
Ms. Mobley, if you step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Thank you. Ms. Mobley, can you please state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
Maggie Mobley, Mobley.
Are you employed, Ms. Mobley?
Yes.
How?
I am employed with the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
In what capacity?
Right now, I'm a medical examiner's assistant.
Okay. Do you know the term morgue clerk?
Yes, that is what I was in 2022.
Oh, okay. So it's a different job assignment, not a
Yes.
rotating one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in 2022, you were a morgue clerk.
Correct.
Could you describe what a morgue clerk does?
A morgue clerk is responsible for receiving and releasing decedents, as well as answering phone calls and the door.
So could you tell us just very briefly how a body comes in just generally and what the procedure is?
So a case will come up in our system. We will make a folder with the decedent's information. And then transport will bring the decedent to us, and that's when we take custody of the decedent. And then we will inventory the decedent's belongings.
I see. So you say transport. Is that oftentimes a vendor that's contracted with the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, were you working on March 4th, early morning,
Yes.
March 4th? Did you receive the body of Eric Richins on that morning?
I did.
Okay. So walk us through. The vendor brings the body in. What happens? What happens?
I'm responsible for breaking the seal.
Okay.
As long as the body bag has been sealed, I will take a photo of the seal before it has been broken. I'll record the number of the seal and then take photos of the decedent and his belongings, inventory that on an inventory sheet before putting the decedent in a cooler.
Okay. If there are belongings, are they inside the bag or outside of the bag?
Inside the bag.
I see. And when you have belongings, do they go in the refrigerator with the
Yes.
body?
The belongings will.
The belongings will. Okay. In this particular case, can we see, it's already been offered and admitted, so 10-3.
Any objection to publishing to the jury, Mr. Owens?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the first photo I take before the seal. So that is the seal before broken. So it will be sealed on the scene,
Okay.
transported to us, and then that's the first photo I take before opening the body bag.
And did you make sure that this had not been broken into in a different way?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your case number from the Office of Medical Examiner?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you break the seal?
With scissors.
Okay. And then once that's happened, what did you do in this case?
You'll open the bag. We will write down the seal number on our papers for
Okay.
our record.
This is a written checklist or a written form that you fill out?
Yes.
I see. Okay.
And then we record the clothing that the decedent would be wearing, any medications that would have come with the decedent, and any identification as well.
Okay. Did you record that in this case?
Yes.
And what did you do with the identification?
Driver's licenses, we make a copy on our copying machine, and those will stay with the folder and the
Okay.
paperwork.
How about any medications or medication bottles?
Yes, we receive those and put those in a locker as evidence.
Okay. And are those made available to the medical examiner doctor who later does
Yes,
an autopsy?
our investigation will take custody of that, and the doctor has access to all of that information.
I see. Upon completion of the autopsy, and if it comes to a point where there's no more need for the physical body, in this case of Eric Richins, what happens next to the body?
With the body, as you mean as a morgue clerk?
Yes.
We would release to a funeral home. In this case, I am unaware.
Okay. Are the driver's license and those sorts of things released to the funeral home as well?
Yes, as long as they were not collected as evidence.
I see. Okay. I don't have any more questions for this one.
Good morning, Ms. Mulvey.
Morning.
We've spoken on the phone before.
Mhm.
Just to get clarification, it was unclear to me in the way the question was asked. When you receive the body, the medications are inside of the bag, correct?
Correct.
And I imagine they're in a separate bag.
They would be in either a paper bag or a plastic bag.
And do you open that bag?
I would not.
Okay.
Unless there was a driver's license in the same bag.
And in this case, do you remember if they were separate?
I'm unsure.
Okay. But you knew they were medications.
Yes.
And I imagine the reason, or just tell me the reason how you knew they were medications.
They're in the photo. You
Okay.
can see them.
And which photo was that?
Those intake photos.
Is it just the one that you just took? Or I'm sorry, the
Um,
one that was just shown to you? Is there a different one?
I'm responsible for taking photos when I receive the body.
Okay.
So they are with the body.
Got it. Do you remember the medications in this case specifically?
That's not my job to look.
Okay. I'm going to show you two documents and just to her, Your Honor. And the first one, I do see I believe it's your initials or maybe even your full name. So we're going to start with that one. Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. And could you tell me kind of what it is?
That looks like a printout of the record that I put the medications in a locker and the chain of custody aspect of it.
Perfect. I'm going to show you another document, okay? Now, do you recognize what this document is?
I recognize what it is, yeah.
Okay. But you didn't do this part?
No.
Okay. One second. Now, is this document that you're looking at right now, is it related to this case?
Yeah, it's a good way.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
I'll give her one moment. You can now see it.
Yes.
Okay. And is this something that's kept kind of in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Okay. We would move to admit at this point, Judge.
No objection.
I need a number.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll put one
It'll be
on.
3006, Your Honor.
Okay, so any objection to publishing this to the jury, Mr. Burmester?
No, Your Honor, I'll be
You
using
don't
it
need
for
to.
Dr. Ulmer.
No, we don't need to publish it right now, but just
Okay.
as long as it's admitted.
I just need to create a descriptor for Brittany, defense D3006, entitled Report on Prescriptions Found with Body is Admitted.
Perfect. Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Burmester?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down.
Thank you.
You're free to go. Thank you. What's next?
Okay. I'll get Dr. Ulmer.
Very good.
While Mr. Burmester gets his form remaining, Mr. Bloodworth and I approach.
Of course. Dr. Ulmer, good morning. If you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Mind bending the mic down just a little bit. Thank you. Mr. Burmester.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Pamela Sue Ulmer, Ulmer.
Ms. Ulmer, are you employed?
No, I'm retired.
What in 2022 were you employed?
Yes, I was a medical examiner at the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
There's a term forensic pathologist. Is that what the capacity you were serving in?
That's correct.
What is a forensic pathologist?
So a pathologist is a medical doctor who has gone through all of the medical training and then done residency in pathology. For a forensic pathologist, we do additional training in forensic pathology specifically. And then we sit for boards and take all of our board certifications for both pathology and forensic pathology.
I see. So when you receive a body, just generally speaking, into the OME, what is the procedure? What happens?
So basically, I'll start at the scene because an investigator will be at the scene. And then the body at that point will get sealed in a body bag that has a seal identification number on it, goes through the zipper pull so that it can't be tampered with while it's being transferred from the scene to the office. Once it gets to the office, then it's brought in and documented by a morgue clerk who's going to put various information into the computer, identifying information and stuff. We used to actually open the body bag at that time and take an identification photo, and then the body would go into the cooler. But I believe we changed our policy though, so that at the time that this event was going on, the body bag was still sealed when it went into the cooler, and it wasn't unsealed until we would start the autopsy examination.
I see. So did you perform an autopsy on the body of a person named Kouri Richins on March 5th of 2022?
I did.
Do you recall about what time that began?
I don't have any paperwork with me, but it was around 7:30 in the morning.
I see. You very briefly went into your education. Could you give us a brief description of your education to become a forensic pathologist?
Sure. So medical training is a 4-year degree. I specifically went to an osteopathic school, but whether it's an osteopathic or an allopathic school, it's the same type of training. So I did my medical school at Des Moines University in Iowa. Then I went on to do my pathology residency training at Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska. So that's typically either a 3-year or 4-year program, depending on what you're doing. For me, because I was going into forensic pathology, I opted to do 3 years of pathology and then 2 years of forensic pathology training to take care of all of my residency and fellowship training.
I see. So after all your training, where did you go next?
So I did my fellowship. The first year of my fellowship was at King County Medical Examiner's Office in Seattle. And then at that point, I still had 1 more year of training that I needed to do, but I got hired on at the Medical Examiner's Office in Salt Lake City. And so we coordinated so that my first year at the office would also count as my 2nd year of forensic pathology training.
I see. Did you stay on then after that
I
year?
did.
Okay. How long did you serve then, the Utah Medical Examiner?
So I started my employment there in July of 2009, and I retired January 1st of 2023.
That 2009 is including that year of
training, yes.
Yes, okay. Are you, or at the time, were you certified by any certifying board?
Yes, so I was certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology by the Board of Pathology.
Were you a member of any professional organizations?
Over the years, I've been a member of a variety of pathology-related and forensic pathology organizations, including the National Association of Medical Examiners, as well as the American Society of Clinical Pathology.
Have you ever testified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Multiple times.
Okay. Do you have a ballpark figure for how many times?
You know, I don't have my case log anymore, so a lot of it was preliminary hearings for various cases, and then as well as doing like other types of cases. So maybe about between 75 and 100 times for all of my testifying.
When you do an autopsy, first of all, what is an autopsy, I guess?
So it's an external and internal examination of the body. So we're basically looking for why the person died. We do an external examination describing any unique features of the body. In a forensic autopsy, we also describe like the clothing, any identifying features like the color of the eyes, any tattoos, anything like that, because we need to know who the person is as well as why they died. So all of those items get documented. Additionally, any like scars or anything like that to show any prior medical procedures or injuries. Any injuries that they might have sustained, whether it's bruising or gunshot wound or anything like that. And then once all of the external items are documented, then we start on the internal examination. So we'll do a Y-shaped incision on the chest. Skin gets reflected as well as the fat and muscle. And then we can see the rib cage. The rib cage will get removed. Then we're looking at all of the organs in the chest and abdomen. So those all get examined in the body, and then they're removed and weighed to see if they look normal and whether they're of normal weight or within range of normal weight. And then we do the same thing with the head. We'll make an incision across the top of the head, reflect the scalp, and cut the skull off so that we can look at the brain in place and then remove the brain and look at it out on the table and weigh it. Everything is sliced so that we can make sure there's no natural disease on the inside that would explain why they're dead. Like if a person had a stroke, you might see that in their brain. If they had a heart attack, we might see a blood clot in their heart, or there might be muscle deterioration. So a lot of different things that we can examine and document to explain why the person is dead. We also draw different blood samples, urine sample, gastric contents. We're looking at all of that so that A, we can see what it looks like, and B, so then we can retain it for toxicology purposes.
I see. So you go through, it sounds like you go through these methodically, like system by bodily system.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the standard in your field?
It is.
You mentioned also that you take samples, blood, gastric, etc. Do you always analyze those, or is that just by case?
Some items are case by case. We'll routinely do toxicology analysis on blood and vitreous fluid. So that allows us to screen for common things, and then we can determine whether an expanded panel is needed or other testing. Since this case was during the COVID era, pretty much everybody was getting swabs so that COVID PCR could be done. And then there's other microbiological cultures that might be performed on a case-by-case basis, as well as other types of laboratory testing for, say, like potassium level or something like that. So it depends on why we think the person might have died to answer those questions.
Do those samples get sent out to other labs, or are they examined internally at the medical examiner's office?
They get sent out to other laboratories.
I see. You talk now about generally the procedure. Is that what you followed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. With identification, you mentioned right off the bat is an important thing. Is that what you did in this case?
Yes. So obviously at the scene, because he was at his residence, his wife was able to identify him. But we also look at photographic identification, meaning driver's license, and we can compare that to the individual to make sure that they look like their photo. So that's if it's a case where there's additional identification needed, because maybe we don't know who they are and they don't have any identification with them, then we can do fingerprint analysis, or we have to go further, we can do DNA analysis.
But you didn't have to in this case.
No.
So do you have a worksheet or something that you use as you go along and write information such as the time, the seal number, and all those things?
Yes, there's an autopsy worksheet.
Okay. Can I show to the witness State's Exhibit 10-4? Do you see that up there?
Yes.
Could you, do you recognize it?
So it's a body diagram
Okay.
showing notes that I made during the autopsy.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate copy of that worksheet?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 10-4.
No objection. 10-4 is admitted.
Would ask to publish that.
There you are.
Okay, there's one thing I wanted to have you identify. Have you written down the tag number from the seal?
Yes, I have.
And what's that number?
It's 0002713.
Let's move on then to the external exam. What did you notice or anything? We can take 10. I don't think that 10-4 is necessary.
So basically, he had evidence that he had received CPR. He had an endotracheal tube in his mouth. He had needles in both shoulders and IV fluid to be submitted. He also had defibrillator pads that were on him. There was really no evidence of injury. EKG pads were also present, and I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, was there blood present externally on his face?
There was.
Can you explain that?
So in cases of potential drug overdose, it is not unusual for opiate overdoses specifically to have pulmonary edema. So you've got foaming of the mouth coming from the lungs. And then in addition to that, then when you're receiving CPR and you have that intrathoracic pressure that every time a compression is made, that's contributing to the lung injury. And so it's not unusual to have blood seeping out with that fluid from just the vasculature of the lungs. But in addition, when somebody gets intubated, there's a risk that they might get mouth injury or they might get other injury just when the tube is being inserted. And so with that, every time you're doing a compression, you've got potentially a blood-tinged fluid that's spurting out.
Did you see any evidence of injury that contributed to death during your external examination?
No.
Okay. Let's move on then to your internal examination. What is the first thing that you look at?
Well, the first thing I looked at were the ribs. He had rib fractures on the left side, on the front. I believe it was ribs 4 and 5 were fractured, which was most likely from CPR. And then you remove the chest plate and you're looking at the heart and lungs.
Well, let's take a look then. Let's go down system by system. Did you lay those out system by system in a report that you subsequently produced?
I did.
Okay. Cardiovascular system. There's a mention here of 50% occlusion. Could you tell the jury a little bit about what that means?
So it just means that he had the beginning stages of coronary artery disease, so that the lumen of the vessels in his heart were thickened. It's usually not thought to be significant until they're at least 75% occluded or more. And this is a common finding in adult males in general, and then adult women as they also age. There was no indication of any kind of coronary artery thrombus to indicate that he had a blood clot form in his heart and cause a heart attack. And so there was no damage to the heart muscle. The heart was within normal range for weight.
Okay. So that was not a cause of death?
No.
Okay. Respiratory system, you noted trachea, bronchi, foam present.
Correct.
I think you've said that was probably from CPR.
So it's probably originated from his fentanyl overdose.
I see. Okay.
CPR can also cause pulmonary edema, but since he had no return of circulation during this CPR process, the majority of that fluid and that foam probably originated from the drug overdose, but CPR can still contribute to it.
I see. Okay. Pleural surface small tan white nodules.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So on the surface of his lungs, he had these little tiny white nodules all over, which are little granulomas. I looked at them. So in addition to removing all of the organs, I also did histologic examination on the main organs, which means I took a little piece of tissue so that it could then be cut very thinly and then stained and looked at under the microscope.
And did you look under the microscope at these?
I did.
Okay.
And so you can visually see them on the lungs just looking at them grossly. They were very obvious. And they're just little small granulomas that were coating the surface of the lungs.
I see. And Is there some significance in this case about those?
There is, because his history, his work employment history, he was a stonemason. And so all of that dust that's created when you're cutting either brick or blocks, you can inhale it if you're not wearing a respirator or a mask. And then that goes into your lungs, and your body tries to protect itself by sequestering that stuff off. And so then these little granulomas form.
I see. Did that contribute to his death?
I don't believe it did. He had the granulomas present. He also had a small amount of pleural fluid present associated with these, but it wasn't significant enough. There wasn't like scar tissue that was in his lungs that was preventing him from breathing or anything like that. So I felt like it did not contribute to his death.
Did you note anything about his liver and biliary system, biliary?
From my recollection, the liver was normal. There was no surprises there.
Okay. What did you note, if anything, about the digestive system?
Again, I don't have any notes in front of me, but he had about 700 milliliters of pink fluid that also had like food particles in it that were partially digested. Some of that was retained and saved for toxicology purposes.
Did you have a discussion with Brianna Peterson from NMS about the volume that you measured from the gastric?
I may have, I don't recollect it.
I see. Do you have any idea about the pink coloration? Was that from anything that you're aware of, or
no?
Is it okay? Urogenital system.
Okay.
Was there anything? No. Did you note?
Kidneys looked fine. Bladder looked fine. The genitalia all looked normal within limits. So.
Reticuloendothelial system.
So that's referring to more like your organs, like the spleen or lymph nodes, things that have to do with immune response. And he did have, so when you have those types of granulomas in the lungs, it's not unusual for the lymph nodes surrounding the lungs to also have the same kind of stuff in them and also have granuloma formation. And I did see that when I did histology on those lymph nodes in that area.
I see.
Otherwise, the spleen and everything looked normal.
Endocrine system? Was there anything that you documented?
No.
Excuse me. And musculoskeletal system, anything?
Other than the rib fractures, was all normal.
I see. Now you mentioned you sent some samples out to histology. Did you receive those things back and look under the microscope yourself later?
I did. For part of them I did. Part of them were examined, I guess, at the state lab. So let me clarify. So we did microbiology testing of the lungs, which you just collect a swab. And so each lung was swabbed and sent to the lab. We had that tested for bacterial infection as well as fungal infection and then TB infection. And that was significant because we had all of these granulomas in the lungs, as well as he'd recently had a history of having COVID. And so just to confirm that there was no active infection going on that I could document that was causing those granulomas, like TB, for example, or any kind of fungal infection, all to explain what was going on in the lungs. And the only thing that I saw, again, was the granulomas that were due to his work history. In addition, I did special stains to confirm that there were no fungal elements present and significant changes to the lung tissue as well as the heart and the liver and the kidneys. I did see the granulomas in the lungs and those lymph nodes.
So absolutely no fungal infection in the lungs.
No. And to clarify, that was not by culture, that was only by looking at the stain. So
Did you, well, we'll get to that, I guess, in just a minute. I guess with histology, you also sent out liver samples, epiglottis, or was this just part of your internal exam? Maybe I mixed that up.
I think I did submit a section of the epiglottis, and I'm not sure whether that was specifically because he had a history of allergies that was reported, and just to confirm that there was no evidence of anaphylaxis.
And was there?
The tissue was denuded, but I did not see any evidence of histamine release granules that were in the tissue itself. So I can't, it did not appear that anaphylaxis was an issue.
Did you send out samples or send out samples to the health department for disease and fungal cultures?
So I did for the bacterial cultures, I did for the TB stain or the mycobacterium stain, and yeah, I don't have the autopsy report in front of me, so I can't answer a lot of this stuff.
Would it be helpful to look at your report?
It would be, yes.
They approach the witness. Of course. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, this is the report that was generated by myself after the autopsy examination was performed on Mr. Richins.
Can you find the portion of your report where you're talking about disease, the samples that you sent to the public health lab?
So for the public health lab, we did an auramine O stain, which is a special stain that they do looking for acid-fast bacteria, and that's to help rule out tuberculosis, which again would be something that would cause that type of granuloma pattern on the lungs. And that was negative as reported by them because they observed it. I did not look at that particular slide. In addition, we did bacterial cultures, again, on the right and left lung. Those grew up multiple organisms, and when I see that, usually what it means is it's just normal flora from the respiratory tree, and then as you are dead, these organisms just continue to grow inside your body, and so you will see more of them show up with these postmortem cultures. if the person was dead from a specific bacterial infection, say like streptococcal pneumonia or something like that, you should predominantly just see the streptococcal bacteria and not all of this other stuff quite as broadly. So that just looked like postmortem change. And then we did a blood bacterial culture, which also, it came back no growth. And so there was no evidence of any kind of sepsis. The COVID swab for SARS-CoV-2, which is the organism name, that was negative. Positive. So he did test positive for COVID. And my understanding is that he had been sick with COVID-like symptoms, more of like a cold, recently prior to his death. But at the time of autopsy, he did not show any evidence of like pneumonia that we would normally see for someone who's dying from COVID.
Your Honor, there's a good little portion left. I wanted to know, based on time, if this was, could we break and return to Dr. Ulmer, or could it be?
Any objection, Mr. Ramos?
No, that everybody would like that.
Okay. I need you to sit tight for just a moment, if you don't mind. Folks, let's take a lunch break. We have lunch for you. It's 12:10. Why don't we come back at 12:45? Is that agreeable, counsel?
Here's to the state judge.
If I may get up just a little bit more, let's get the issue that would go with the expert.
No problem.
Is that okay?
1 o'clock?
I'll take anything. Thank you, Ben.
Okay. 1 p.m. We'll be back on the record.
To a gun store. She purchased a gun in Sherwood, Arkansas. From the proof at trial, she's on camera, purchased the gun, giving the sales rep her ID, signing the paperwork that she needs. And then the defendant, when she was in Sherwood, Arkansas, drove to Memphis, which is over 2 hours from Sherwood, Arkansas, is 2 hours from Memphis. And so the court finds that, the defendant's actions were deliberate. And although she wasn't found guilty of first-degree murder, her actions that she showed, and there was proof from Dr. Bidding that she had major depressive disorder, and
she don't have nothing to hide no more, really.
She had some suicidal ideations. And that was the defense version of what happened. And obviously the jury rejected that. But also Dr. Bidding said that her conduct was, could be, even if you have depression, you can still be sequential, intentional, and deliberate in your actions. And it appeared that way to the court, because the defendant drove over 2 hours, went to the victim's home, sat and talked with the victim, shot Mr. Pierce several times, emptying the clip. And when the police arrived, she was attempting suicide. But during the entire course of that, the defendant possessed a weapon. Nothing, like Dr. Bennett said, she could still commit these actions even if she had a major depressive disorder. So the court finds that the nature and circumstances of the offense are serious. The victim was unarmed, and it really just comes down to the fact that the defendant said that the victim would not walk her to her car. And that's senseless, senseless. To kill someone because he would not walk her to her car. And although the victim was a pastor who did not treat her right and he broke her heart, a broken heart does not justify someone dying. It just does not justify someone dying. It was just senseless. When typically when this happens, the relationship is over. Both parties go their separate ways, but in this case, the defendant killed the victim because her heart was broken. And so the court finds that the nature and circumstances of this offense warrant a lengthy sentence. Again, the statistical information shows that 19 years is a typical sentence for a standard range 1 offender, in the court would give that some consideration. And looking at the nature and circumstance of the offense, the court is going to give that great weight for a lengthy sentence. Also, the court has to consider enhancement factors. And the first factor that the state raises is that the offense involved one or more victims. And the court finds that that factor does not apply. The fact that another person or persons are present when a crime is committed standing alone is not sufficient to trigger this factor. In this case, the 2 victims who were present in the home were Ms. Perry and Mr. Perry. And the defendant was convicted separately for her conduct for each one of those victims. And so the court finds that that factor is not appropriate in this case. The other factor that the state relies on is the personal injuries inflicted upon or the damage to the property sustained by or taken by the victims was particularly great. The court finds that it's not applicable to second-degree murder because it's inherent in the offense. It's an element of the offense. The injury was death, and so the court finds that that factor is not applicable. And then also the court finds it's not applicable to reckless endangerment because it has to be something that is over and beyond. Although the Ms. Perry said that she had pain in her shoulder, the court doesn't find that that is over and beyond what someone would be expected. The type of harm or injury that is greater than what is expected if someone was shot. So the court finds that that factor is not applicable to this case. Next, the state asks for the enhancement factors. The defendant possessed or employed a firearm, explosive device, or other deadly weapon during the commission of the offense. And the court finds that this factor does apply, and the defense concedes that it does apply. But the defense asks that the court not give great weight to this factor. But second-degree murder can be accomplished without a weapon. And so the court is going to give that some weight. And the court finds this factor applies because the defendant was seen on camera purchasing a gun. The defendant drove to Memphis from Sherwood, Arkansas with the gun, went to the victim's house with the gun, shot Mr. Perry, killed him, emptied the clip, and shot Miss Perry. And when police arrived, she had the gun in her hand. So the court gives this factor great weight against the defendant. She possessed the handgun throughout the entirety of carrying out this offense. So the court finds that factor applies. So the court's giving that great weight. Next, the defense filed for several mitigating factors. So the first factor that the mitigating factor that the defense raised is that the defendant acted under strong provocation. And I think the defense says that they were in this 2-year-long relationship, and she had a suicide attempt, and her world was thrown to chaos and devastation with a disappearing text. And it was when he sent that text, she went into an emotional whiplash when he refused to walk her to her car. And at that time she said, "You broke my heart." the court finds that that's not strong provocation because, again, yes, he did not treat her the way that she wanted to be treated. But also, Miss Daniels was in this relationship with the pastor at the time. And although he didn't treat her, again, the way that she wanted to be treated, none of that was justified for Mr. Perry to be killed. And the thing that made her snap was that he refused to walk her to her car, which is very troubling. And so even though they had been in a 2-year relationship and he had not treated her as she should be treated, the court finds that that's not strong provocation. That's just, I mean, I don't find that that's strong provocation. So the court is going to find that that mitigating factor does not apply. Substantial grounds exist tending to excuse or justify the defendant's criminal conduct, though failing to establish a defense. And so the issue is the court doesn't find that substantial grounds exist tending to excuse or justify the defendant's criminal conduct. And the defendant testified that, and Dr. Beaton testified that she was suffering from a mental crisis at the time, or, well, I think the defendant said, she was suffering from a mental crisis, and the defendant claims that she was not in her right mind. And that the defendant also claims that this should apply because she was in an affair with the defendant for 2 years, and he was manipulative. And so the court finds that the reason the court doesn't find that substantial grounds exist that would
now come on now
excuse the defendant's criminal conduct, because the court finds that the defendant was upset because he told her that the relationship was over and it didn't go the way that she wanted to, so she killed him. And so, again, Dr. Beaton said just because someone is suicidal does not mean that they cannot take deliberate actions. And the court finds that the actions that Ms. Daniels took on that day were deliberate, thoughtful, and intentional. And so she went and purchased a gun, gave her the ID, took the exits to Memphis, drove to the victim's home. And although he preyed on her insecurities, Ms. Daniels also was an active participant in the relationship. She knew he was married. She went and had lunch with his wife. But, although he preyed on her insecurities, she was also an active participant in this relationship. So the court doesn't find that there's an excuse or justification for the defendant's criminal. A substantial ground exists to justify the criminal conduct in this case. Also, the next factor the defense raised, the defendant was suffering from mental or physical condition that significantly reduced the defendant's culpability for the offense. However, the voluntary use of intoxicant does not fall within this purview of this factor. And the law says that there has to be a causal connection between the offense and the condition. And Dr. Bidding's testimony was she couldn't say what her mens rea was at the time because the defendant didn't remember. And she said depression doesn't cause you not to make deliberate decisions. You can still be, she said that Ms. Daniels actually said to be sequential and goal oriented. And action suggests that she was able to plan and make judgments and that it was not a psychotic break where she was disorganized. She said, although she did say that her actions were contrary to her normal actions, but she could not say that a depressed person could not commit the actions of the defendant or that the depression would have specifically caused it. And so the court finds that based off that, the court's not going to find that the defendant was suffering from a mental or physical condition that significantly reduced the defendant's culpability. The next factor, the defense asks the court to consider the defendant, although guilty of the crime, committed the offense under such unusual circumstances that a sustained intent to violate the law motivated the criminal conduct. That a sustained intent to violate the law motivated the criminal conduct. And the court finds that this does apply because according to the letters that were written by, I think, over 20-something character letters, most people said that this was outside the norm for Miss Daniels. And I don't think that she would probably do this again. I think that this is aberrant behavior. This is something where
that's because he's dead. If he wasn't dead, she'd do something else.
It was over and just kind of lost control of her actions. So the court does find that that factor is applicable.
If he would have survived, she'd been showing up dressed as a nurse.
Yes, and so I think there was a case where a defendant had never been arrested. She has no criminal history, and he was essentially a law-abiding citizen. And so the court does find that that factor applies. The commission of defense is unlikely that there was a substantial intent to violate the law was a motivation. The court just finds that her heart was broken and she just lost control of herself. So the court does find that that factor, the court's going to give that some weight for mitigation. Remorse, the court does find that the defendant is remorseful. Her testimony today, she was very tearful.
She probably got a Brodus Perry
She apologized to the victim's family for her actions, and the court credits that, and the court will give that a little weight. No criminal history. The court's not going to find that for mitigation, but the court is going to give that some weight when we look at the lack or potential of rehabilitation. The court's going to give that some weight in her favor. She also wrote 8 books, so the court does find there is a potential for rehabilitation, and that she completed all those courses since she's been incarcerated. The court's going to give that some weight.
What does it really take for her to complete them?
When we look at the evidence at the sentencing hearing, we heard from 2 family members, the son and sister cousin of the defendant, who talked about how the character of the defendant, and the court is going to give that some weight in Ms. Daniels' favor. And again, the court does find that Ms. Daniels is remorseful. Validated risk and needs for sentencing, the court, I think the report says that
Haley, why I read that like the movie Life when he said life.
Consideration, but
yeah,
she
you
does
need
have
life.
moderate for mental health and attitudes and behavior.
Eddie Murphy start going off.
Case throughout. And also, I think one of the things was the employment history. And And the court's gonna give that some weight in her favor as well when I look back for potential of rehabilitation. The court's not gonna find it as a mitigating factor, because of case law.
It should be against her. You up here teaching everybody else anger management but yourself.
The fact that the person has a fairly stable employment history, does not entitle the person to a reduction in sentence. Because every citizen in this state is expected to have a stable work history. If the economy permits the citizen to work, and the citizen is not disabled or the citizen is not independently wealthy. So the court is going to take that into consideration when we look at her potential or lack of rehabilitation. And the court's going to do the same for work history. So the court has to also look at the pre-sentence report, and again, she has no criminal history, which is good. She graduated from high school, went to college, received her doctorate, has community service, and though she had these pending charges, she still was able to obtain employment and then continue on with her community service projects and her nonprofit. So the court's going to give that some weight. She also has substantial family support, all things that are beneficial to the defendant in looking at her potential or lack of potential of rehabilitation.
They are not of God. Oh my God, that made me think of my grandma.
And also the court's considering the statements of the defendant and the proof at the sentencing hearing. So in considering all those things and weighing all those factors, on the reckless endangerment, the court is going to sentence the defendant to 11 months and 29 days in jail. On the second degree murder, the court's going to sentence the defendant to 20 years. So that's going to be the 20 years at 100%, I believe. So that's going to be the order of the court.
Your Honor, may I ask for some clarifications?
Yes.
Just for appellate purposes. As to the mitigating factor regarding a positive work history, for employment, you said that you were looking at that regarding rehabilitation, but not as a mitigator. For work history, you said you were looking at that regarding potential for rehabilitation. Did you also find that as a mitigator?
I didn't find it as a mitigator, but I gave it weight in her favor. For
like she's looking at 20 years.
And the community service, is that also considered as potential for rehabilitation, not as a mitigator?
Yes.
Now, is the reckless endangerment running current?
Yes. I'll give them weight for potential or lack of rehabilitation.
Okay, but not as a mitigator.
Yeah.
Because what was she looking at, 15 to 60 or something like that? She better take them 20 and shut the hell up.
Book, the writing of the books, you lean towards potential for rehabilitation, not as a mitigator. And the strong R, the low risk for recidivism.
I gave it some weight in her favor.
As towards potential for rehabilitation or as a mitigator?
Potential for rehabilitation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else on the parties? All right, well, we'll show that.
About to snap again.
Your Honor, I have an order prepared, if I may pass it forward, just making very clear that this offense predated the truth in sentencing. She is eligible for the 15% gift credit. I think it's helpful for TDOC to have that outlined in a separate.
Judge Daniel was also indicted in 1904436 as 3 misdemeanors: escape from misdemeanor incarceration, assault, and resisting official attention. It's related to incidents that took place immediately after this.
Will be a whole
Based on the results
changes
of
around
this case, and that the state is going to ask the court to show those non-prosecuted costs. I will pass court judgments on those. I will also be, if the court recalls, this case was superseded by indictment, so 19-04676 is still open. I will be passing forward orders non-prosecuting all 3 counts in that, and then we have prepared judgments for the court to look at to make sure that they comply with what the court had just ordered on those. I think I'm ready to pass all 3 sets of those up currently.
And Your Honor, just for the clarity of the record, those 2 counts are to run concurrently?
Yes, concurrently. Yes.
Okay, so she just got the 20 years, really.
And I also want to put on the record.
Taking a life, I would say so.
The state raised was the fact that I could, that there
I
were
would say
enough
so.
actions for first degree murder based off her conduct. And so the court is given that some consideration as to why the court did not do 25, because the court can look behind what she was convicted of, and the court can consider the actions of the defendant. And again, the court does find that there was sufficient proof for the defendant to be found guilty. Her actions were premeditated, I guess that's what I'm saying. So with that being said, the court didn't do 25. I think the state asked for a higher end sentence. The court sentenced her at 20 years. So again, the nature and circumstances of the offense warranted a lengthy sentence.
Well, there go your appeal. She could have did 25, like the state wanted. So she did give her or consideration to the situation you trying to make it be. And seeing how, again, she was a willing participant and went along with all of this. Appeal for, and that's what you were getting ready to try to say, that she didn't give any weight to any of those things. And you shouldn't be trying to push nobody to give weight to her job, because honestly, for me, the job would make it even worse. It would not be a mitigating factor. It would absolutely, look at her, she about to pass out. And took off around that corner. The fact that you teach people to know better would absolutely
sentencing of Latasha Daniels. She was convicted of second degree.
Absolutely pissed me off. That you got the nerve to say, I don't know what happened, when you sit up here and tell people how to feel their anger. Now, y'all know good and well, I about to say they just fixed it. They said Daniel sentenced to 20 years in prison. Now, no, she wasn't. Now they just fixed it. It just popped off and said 20 years. Okay, yeah. So she's going to end up doing the 20. And if that order goes through, that she's eligible for a 15% reduction in good time, then okay. But yeah, I thank the Lord God is not like man, because this human over here would have been like, you knew better. And that whole time you was driving, all them hours you was driving from Little Rock to Memphis, not one time did any of them books you wrote pop in your head. Not one time did any of them breathing exercises pop in your head. Not one time did you say, if my client told me they was doing some like this, I'd have told them this. And not one time did you call somebody that you knew would have talked you out that mess. And not no time did you just pull over and somebody say, I see some crazy lady that then fell to her knees on the side of the road. She is laying prostrate before the Lord in our church, and we don't even know this lady. She just popped up, she drove up and ran into the sanctuary. At no point in time did we hear anything about any of these things, but you so godly sorrowful. Like you said it 3 times. We heard you. We heard you, but you knew exactly what you was doing. And I really believe that the only reason why you have a low rate of possible recidivism is because that man is dead. If that man would have made it through, you'd have been stalking that nursing home back at his house. Tabitha might not be Archie, and y'all probably would have let this mess continue to go on. He probably would still be preaching online or something. But I don't believe you would have left that man alone, and I don't believe you would have left him alone and anybody else he was with, even if it wasn't Tabitha. Pure craziness. 20 years is a steal for killing somebody.
You ain't eat nothing?
I ate some queso.
Oh, your mic on?
Yeah, mic is on.
Oh,
some of them said you look like you had more fun than the kids.
Tell whoever sent that laser tag thing, I said thank you.
That was Aunt Jackie sent laser tag for last night. That's why she was laughing so hard. That's why I put the video in there. Okay. I can't post the video because y'all was running around in your drawers. Well, your drawers were showing in the back from running. So I couldn't post that. But
we'll do another one tonight.
They said, hey,
tell them I said hey.
Yeah, they had the for those, thank you so much, because they have been playing with everything. We're going to do Denver's room this weekend. All those little signs, and then Big Unc got them a new TV, so they both have their own TVs on each side of the L-shaped loft bed, and one side is a ladder and the other side is a slide. So the lights, thank you so much. The lights are actually going underneath the loft bed to make them like a cool little reading nook with some of the Fast and Furious stuff from Dallas. And then the little man cave sign is going on their door. And then all the gamer stuff is going around. So they also got new joysticks to run their Nintendo Switches on each TV. All the Minecraft stuff. They love those 3D blocks. They already got about 300-400 of them, and y'all bought all the rest. Okay. So Hannah, that thing, well, my brother-in-law went down the slide, but he went down, he got jacked up so bad his daughter started crying. He was the one looking like Fetty Wap in the video. He tilted his hat to the camera with the real long hair. And then who else went down? Somebody else went down. There was one Big Unc went down. Why did not? Because I'm not testing my insurance like that. Who is getting ready to be testing their deductibles and copays and stuff like that? I know better. I know better. The way I would still be limping, and then y'all have been, Miss J, why you ain't streaming? Because I'm in the bed. I got way more videos so you can see Big Unc on all the slides. So I think I'm gonna start I think I'm gonna post the videos of Big Unc coming down all them slides. One, he rolled out of it and almost bowled Denver down like a pin.
No, Your Honor. From my perspective.
All right, y'all, we're back.
Mr. Ramos. Sorry. It's okay. Anything on the record before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're still under. Okay, sounds good. Have some water. Okay. We're ready for the jury. free to have a seat. Thank you. All right, folks, have a seat. Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Omer, when we last left off, we were talking about the results from the Public Health Department.
Yes.
Neighboring the Public Health Department is the tox lab. My understanding is there was you had sent a vitreous sample to the tox lab for testing there.
It was routine to send vitreous samples to the state toxicology lab for volatile testing, which would mean looking for various alcohols, like alcohol that you would ingest, like ethyl alcohol or methanol or other alcohols that could be determined whether that would participate in the cause of death or not.
And vitreous fluid is from the eyes?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this case, did you get a result back from them?
If I can get that report back, that would be helpful. But my recollection was that the vitreous fluid was negative for any type of volatiles. Yes, it's none detected for ethanol, acetone, isopropanol, or methanol.
Okay. Is there something important about vitreous versus blood with regards to alcohol that you're aware of?
Well, it's multiple things, actually. For one thing, it's kind of a sequestered area. You don't have direct blood flow to that area, so things just kind of pass through the membranes as opposed to having direct blood flow. And so it's kind of protected and it's delayed. And so like if you're comparing like a blood alcohol to the vitreous alcohol, the blood alcohol will be different than the vitreous alcohol depending on whether the alcohol is going up or going down in the intoxication time frame.
I see.
And then also because it's protected, you're less likely to have bacterial contamination of the vitreous fluid because some bacteria produce alcohols during decomposition. So you have more of this sequestered environment.
Okay, so a more perfect record, so to speak.
Yes.
So did you, you also sent out samples to NMS labs?
That's correct.
And what is NMS labs to your knowledge?
I'm sorry?
What is NMS labs to your knowledge? I mean,
They're a reference laboratory that does toxicology testing. So they do clinical toxicology as well as forensic toxicology. And we were using them at that time for any of our more complicated cases.
I see. Okay, and so you send it, and this lab is located in a different state or something?
That's correct. I believe it's in Pennsylvania.
I see. Did you get a result from them?
I did.
And what information did you get?
So the primary information was that there was a fentanyl level of 15 and a norfentanyl level of 3.3, and those are both in nanograms per mil. Additional information that was not confirmed but still indicated presence was naloxone, caffeine, and 4-ANPP.
Okay, so, and that's from the blood samples that were sent?
Correct. I'm sorry, because we did two different stages of testing. Okay. So this was all of the blood testing, and then after I got this testing back and we decided we needed more information. Then we also had testing performed on gastric contents. And the purpose of that was to determine if there were any other drugs present in the stomach contents that weren't necessarily showing up in the blood test. And then B, to give an idea of where the fentanyl might be coming from, because the question would be, was it orally ingested or was it injected, or, you know, trying to narrow that down a little bit.
Okay.
And so that was part of the rationale for doing the gastric testing.
Let's stick to the blood for a minute. First of all, where did you draw the blood?
So initially they probably would have attempted to do a femoral stick, but because when you die and you start going through all of these changes that your body goes through after you're dead, the blood clots. And so I'm not sure if this was specifically what happened for this case, but they probably tried to draw femoral blood. And because it's a smaller gauge needle, because they're just going down through the skin, they were probably unsuccessful in getting any of the blood to come up into the needle or any significant amount.
When you say they, who is they?
The autopsy techs assisting on the case with the autopsy. So that we have folks who are trained to assist with the autopsies. And so they will a lot of times do the toxicology sample collection.
So it's a team.
It's a
you and these other personnel.
That's correct. Our office is way too busy to just have the doc go boom, 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 and do everything. So,
I see. And so did whoever drew the blood from that team, where did they end up getting it from?
so they ended up having to go inside when we opened the body up, and they entered in through the inferior vena cava. And then you direct it down towards the femoral artery, because the syringe that you're using when you're collecting these going into the body, not through the skin, but once you're inside and actually doing it, is a huge syringe with a big long needle. So the needle itself is probably 5 to 6 inches long.
I see. So I'm not sure, femoral artery, I gather, is the legs?
You're going for so it's
By your finger.
but usually when you're collecting it, when you're going through the skin, you're going in the groin area.
I see.
And so you kind of go femoral, inguinal region. And so in this particular case, you know, we weren't necessarily getting specifically femoral blood, but we weren't getting blood specifically from the inferior vena cava either. It was in that region.
Okay, so what is the inferior vena cava?
So in the body, you have arteries and veins. The arteries, generally, you're taking blood from the lungs that's oxygenated, and the heart distributes it out to the different portions of your body.
Okay.
And then the veins bring the deoxygenated blood back. And so the best source for collecting toxicology samples is peripheral blood, which is further away.
Okay.
And so when you're talking about the inferior vena cava, the leg veins come back and they connect in the middle, and this is the inferior vena cava that then eventually moves the blood back up to the heart. And so that's the process of bringing the peripheral blood then back up. And so it's still essentially peripheral blood, but you're getting closer to the major organs.
Okay, we'll talk about any problems with that in just a minute. So this quantity, you said there was, I think you said 15 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl?
That's correct.
Okay. As a medical examiner, is that, explain what the importance of that number is.
So what you're doing is you're taking the information that you have and you're looking and comparing it to what would be expected in someone who's not taking the drug at all. You expect not to find any. Someone who's taking it as a prescribed medication, so you expect it to be within therapeutic range. And then once you start seeing above that, then you have the potential to go into a level that would be toxic, and if it's high enough, then potentially cause death.
Okay. And in this case, the number 15 nanograms in the blood, given its location.
So with the information available to me at the time of the autopsy, the decedent did not have a history of any kind of illicit drug use or prescription medication abuse. So the fentanyl level should have been 0. There should not have been any fentanyl or norfentanyl present. The fact that I have fentanyl present tells me that fentanyl was obviously ingested at some point recent. And then if you try to manipulate from the information that's available in the toxicology report, as well as other toxicology references, then there's kind of estimated therapeutic range versus toxic range versus.
15 nanograms per milliliter, is that a toxic range?
In someone who is not prescribed this medication and taking it routinely, it is toxic.
And what is norfentanyl?
Norfentanyl is a metabolite of fentanyl. So you're ingesting the fentanyl drug, and then it's being absorbed and going through the liver, and then you are having it broken down into other pieces, and norfentanyl is one of those metabolites.
Okay. And okay, when it breaks down, like is it the body's way of getting rid of this toxin? I mean, it's breaking it down so it can get rid of it.
It could be breaking it down to be getting rid of it, or it could be breaking it down into a component that actually does the work.
I see.
So the drug that you ingest may not be the drug that's active. It might break down into other components that are active, or there might be other variables that play into it that I'm not describing very well because it's been too long since I've done this.
At some point in your at some point in this process, did you request a Doppel report? You know, the report of any prescriptions?
That was a routine process that we did on cases, just to review and see if there were things that we should be paying attention to. And in this particular case, I believe that we reviewed at least 1 year's worth of medical history, and we might have gone back even a little bit further once we saw the fentanyl present. But I don't have any further information other than just the fact that there was nothing that was seen except for some testosterone, I believe was the only thing that we saw that was in Doppel. So they don't see all medications. I think they just predominantly see things that are classified.
Schedule 1,
right,
2, 3,
right.
4. Your Honor, I'd like to just show the court and the council States Exhibit 1-27.
Please. Scott, do me a favor. Would you mind unplugging and plugging back in to see if that helps? currently looking at states 1-27.
Your Honor, the state would proffer that 1-27 is a self-authenticating document, and we would offer states 127.
Is there any objection? What's that? Is this a one-page document?
It should be 2 pages, Your Honor.
Scott, can I see the second page? I don't know that Mr. Ramos saw. And you should take a look at the second page.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Of course. Mr. Burmester, your next exhibit or next question, please.
Yes. The, excuse me. So did the medical examiner's office receive prescription medication bottles and or prescriptions with the body?
Yes, they did.
And so did you or your team make note of those?
Yes. There was information in the investigator's report, and then there's also a separate form that shows the inventory that would have been done by a different investigator.
Can I take a look at States or Defense Exhibit 3006, please? I think that's been offered and admitted and published.
Yeah.
So,
It hasn't been published yet, but.
oh, it hasn't?
No.
Okay. Would ask that it be published.
Okay, one moment. There you go.
Okay. So there appears to be 5 substances. Can you, I guess they're not substances. These are taken from labels of bottles?
Yes, these are medications.
Okay. Can you, starting from the top, going down to the bottom, can we talk about those?
So there's an injectable form of testosterone, doxycycline, hydrocodone / acetaminophen, and then disulfiram and naltrexone.
Okay, so what is the doxycycline?
It's an antibiotic. It's a broad spectrum antibiotic.
And according to the label, when was that prescribed?
That was prescribed July 3rd of 2019.
By Dr. Peterson?
Correct.
Okay, then the next one is hydrocodone.
It was prescribed June 29th of 2016 by Dr. Charles Lind.
And hydrocodone, do you know what that is? Or
It's a pain medication. It's another opiate pain medication.
okay. Then we've got disulfiram.
Disulfiram was prescribed December 9th of 2019 by Dr. Andrew Peterson.
And does it have multiple uses?
It does. As a prescribed drug, it's commonly used for alcohol prevention. So another common name for it is antabuse. And then as an off-label use, it's used for chronic symptoms of Lyme disease.
I see. And naltrexone.
Naltrexone was prescribed August 24th of 2020 by Dr. Hunderman. Again, it's also used for helping to prevent people from drinking. And then it's also used for opiate reduction. So.
And does it have an off-label use?
It's also used for chronic symptoms or complications from Lyme disease.
And this last one was prescribed in when?
2020. It's August 24th of 2020.
And how many were prescribed according to the label?
90 pills were prescribed. There were still 88 pills that were remaining.
Now, this is probably a super dumb question, but take hydrocodone, for example. If it's old and beyond its expiration date, does it spoil, like food spoils and becomes more toxic, or not?
Not that I'm aware of. Generally, what happens is that these medications tend to get less useful. They get weaker, if anything, but pretty much for a lot of them, they're stable for a really long time.
Let's move on. You said that at some point you asked to have NMS lab examine the gastric contents.
I did.
And you published a second report?
Yes.
This is the- In case you have to, if you can't remember, you've got the gastric in the main one?
I hope, well, the supplemental is attached with the original, so I've got it.
So what was tested for out of the gastric contents?
So again, it was for a complex toxicology panel that does, a wide range of drugs. And in this particular, so in the gastric contents, they and I just have to be careful when I'm looking at this because they've combined both items into one report. So there was some ethanol present. That was 279 milligrams per deciliter.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a second. Does that mean there was 279 milligrams per deciliter of vodka or beer in his stomach when they tested it?
Well, it's not that simple because you have to take the volume of the gastric contents and then determine a bunch of information. So in essence, yes, per the aliquot that was measured, this is my understanding of it, that's the amount that was present in that test.
Now you mentioned before about decomposition. Is that a potential problem for this
It
gastric
is.
sample?
It is because you'll have bacterial contamination in the stomach, and so that could potentially create a false positive.
Is there a way to determine what is alcoholic beverage versus decomposition alcohol?
No.
What else did you receive back?
So there was a presumptive positive for acetaminophen. There was a presumptive positive for caffeine. Quetiapine, which is an antipsychotic medication, was present at 16,000 nanograms per mil. The ethanol level was confirmed. Again, fentanyl was present at 20,000 nanograms per mil. And then norfentanyl was present at 52 nanograms per mil. And acetylfentanyl was present at 29 nanograms per mil.
As a medical examiner, do those numbers mean something in particular?
They mean call the toxicologist.
Okay.
Basically, as a medical examiner, I can say that we know that he reportedly had a drink at bedtime, so that might explain that presence of ethanol, or it could be decomposition, either one. We know that he was not reported to be taking any medication, so then I have no explanation for the quetiapine or the norfentanyl or fentanyl or the acetylfentanyl.
You've already said if for someone who is not using fentanyl that the 15 nanograms per milliliter in the blood was potentially toxic.
Correct.
How about 20,000 nanograms per milliliter in the stomach?
I can honestly say, since I haven't talked to a toxicologist in over 3 years, that I would defer to them because it sounds like a lot, but without having reference ranges to go by or someone to consult, I would not jump on that bandwagon by myself.
Quetiapine, did you find any evidence that he had been prescribed quetiapine, either through DOPL or through the medicines that you looked at?
No, and I didn't see any mention of it in the medical records that I had reviewed at that time. So,
well, that's a good point. When you made your report, were you able to come to an opinion, a conclusion?
yes,
About cause and manner of death?
yes.
And at that time, what was it that you were relying on to render this opinion?
So I was relying on information that was provided by family members on, how he'd been feeling or how he'd been acting. I was relying on information that was acquired by our death investigator I was relying on information provided by law enforcement. And then I was also reviewing medical records from the physicians that I knew of that I could get records from.
In addition to your own observations of autopsy.
Right. And then in addition to,
Lab
reviewing Doppel and seeing what his history was.
Okay, so what was your opinion of the cause of death?
My opinion of the cause of death was drug intoxication by fentanyl.
In addition to the NMS labs, was there other evidence that you looked at specifically, say, for example, pulmonary edema that corroborated the information that NMS labs provided?
Yes, he had heavy lungs and foamy edema. Like I said before, some of that could have been contributed to the CPR, but it was still quite an abundant amount that was present. So I would have a hard time excluding that wasn't also caused by the drug intoxication.
That's primarily occurs due to opioids?
Yes.
And
it can happen with other medications too that cause respiratory depression.
But there weren't any other intoxicants or medications other than fentanyl
that were prescribed or that were contributing?
That we know of. There was quetiapine found, fentanyl found.
Quetiapine can cause some sedation, but in this instance where we didn't initially see it in the blood, I don't know what to make of that since it was only seen in the gastric.
What opinion did you come to with regards to manner of death?
Could not be determined.
Okay, now let's talk about that determination is guided by a statutory scheme. Is that true?
Yes, we have classifications that it's divided into, and basically it's for statistical purposes. It's not really designed for other purposes per se. And so we're limited to natural, accident, homicide. I'm just blanking here.
Suicide?
Suicide, and then undetermined as well. And so because this investigation was still ongoing when I retired, I felt that could not be determined was the best solution for me to finish my report before I retired.
So were there some, since the investigation's ongoing, you didn't have access to certain things?
Correct.
Did you have access to the forensic examination of electronic devices?
No.
Did you have access to financial documents investigation?
No.
Okay. At some point, do you release your report to family? Or
yes, unless there's some reason not to. Okay. Yes, they need it for insurance purposes and just other documentary reasons.
Okay, so on can we take a look at State's Exhibit 124, please?
The witness has it.
Do you recognize this?
No. Oh, it's scrolling through, so I'm.
Oh, okay.
It's a records request form.
Okay. There's some notations on it about ready for pickup and pickup and.
You may need to zoom in, Mr. Burmester.
this record is from the Office of Medical Examiner, is it not?
Yes, but it's not something I would normally be looking at, so.
I see. We can, let's move on. During the course following the death of Eric Richins, until the records were released, did you have an occasion to talk to Kouri Richins?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay, and how did that, mechanically, how did that operate?
She would call and leave a message with the front office staff. The front office would leave a message on my desk, a written actual message form.
Can we see State's Exhibit 122, please?
And then I would call her back.
Okay, with,
Do you want her to see 122?
122?
My apologies, one moment. Witness can see it.
Okay.
Are those the slips that you received from your reception?
Yes.
Okay. And then, do you, is it the policy of the OME to document when you talk to people, such as when you call?
Yes,
Kouri
we have a
Richins
log
up?
form that we fill out.
Okay. They see State's Exhibit 123. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it would have been information that I typed in from a conversation.
Okay. On March 17th and then later, April 21st of 2022?
Correct.
Do you have an independent recollection of those conversations today?
Not explicitly, no.
Okay. So did Kouri Richins provide you certain information in those conversations?
Yeah, she provided me a lot of health-related information, indicated that he'd had Lyme disease 2 years ago, and that he was still having problems with neuropathy. So therefore, he was getting treated for that. And that's apparently a chronic problem that you can have with Lyme if it's not treated right away with antibiotics. Also indicating that he wasn't feeling well currently or right before his death, that he was not feeling well in general and his chest hurt.
Did you explain to her about the granulomas that you observed?
Yes, and so the not feeling well and chest hurt could have been part of the problem with just recovering from COVID, as well as this granulomatous lung disease that he'd had from his chronic work exposure.
Okay. Did she offer up any other information to you?
That his mom had died from a fungal infection 3 years prior.
Okay.
And so, we did fungal stains just to make sure that his lungs weren't showing any indication of fungal pneumonia. And then just the fact that, he was a stonemason, and that's where he was getting this exposure to what I was seeing in these granulomas. So that was helpful to me because, he's cutting stone. So
you mentioned that you did this stain. That's part of the histology. You went back and looked for or was that the?
That was for the fungal organisms. Yeah.
And did you exclude that?
Yes.
Okay. On April 21st, you had another conversation with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did. And I believe that I indicated that the case was still ongoing. I asked if he ever had any history of drug use, and she said, other than just using some THC gummies, he had no history of drug use. So, so that was helpful.
Never used drugs is what your note says.
Correct.
Did she talk to you about those two substances on your list? The last one,
Yeah.
ETOH tests.
Yeah, the medications that are used for helping people not to drink. Is that what
Yes.
you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, basically he was being prescribed those medications to try and help with his chronic Lyme symptoms.
I see. Did she say he hadn't used those for a while?
That, yes, that he hadn't taken any of it for 4 months.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Are we admitting 122 or 123?
The state would offer State's Exhibit 123.
Any objection, counsel?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, no. Okay, 1-23 is admitted.
No
Mr.
further.
Ramos is witness? Okay, very good. Yeah, wonderful. Very good.
Just 123. We can. I have no problem doing it.
Yeah, can we do 122 as well?
Okay, very good. States 1-22 is also admitted.
Good afternoon, doctor. Hi. How's retirement? Besides today.
It's good.
Good.
I recommend it.
I'll get there one day. We talked about a lot, and I'm trying to kind of drink out of a fire hose, so I'll try to follow some semblance of a good timeline. But I want to talk about what you just left off on. You indicated chronic Lyme. Could you explain what that is?
So with Lyme disease, you can get kind of an antibody response that then also affects your body as it's trying to ward off the Lyme infection. And so you can end up with like chronic fatigue syndrome or peripheral neuropathy or things like that. Things that maybe more recently people would associate with long COVID. So
Okay. Is it painful? Bless you.
I guess it can be.
Yeah, you guess.
Yeah, I mean, peripheral neuropathy is definitely can be painful. So some people will just have tingly pinpoint feelings. Other people, maybe they just can't feel anything. So it varies from person to person. So.
And did you gather more information about Eric's Lyme disease and the pain that he was feeling?
No, I have not had the opportunity to review any of his medical records that I reviewed 3+ years ago. So my current recollection is limited to reviewing the information that I have available to me.
That's fair. Did you confirm that he actually had Lyme disease?
No, but it was in his medical record, I do believe.
Okay. Would you have been able to, having what you had at the time, you doing the autopsy, the records you had, would you have been able to confirm that?
I don't know how long the antibodies stick around, so I can't answer that effectively.
So
Possibly, but I don't know.
Okay. You indicated that one of the, and I can't remember which one. So if you can't remember, we'll pull up the medication that was listed. You mentioned opioid reduction for one of them. Do you recall that?
That's the naltrexone.
Naltrexone, and that was found in the system, correct?
No,
one was
naloxone
not.
was found in a system that would have been given by when they were doing CPR. So that would have been given by EMS.
So the naltrexone, that's the one he had a prescription for.
Correct.
Tell me about opioid reduction. What do you mean by that?
So for people who are chronic abusers, whether it's using too much of their prescription medication or using illegal narcotics, and when they want to stop, then they might need something else to help them stop.
Okay. And do you recall how many were left?
Of the naltrexone?
Correct. Would it be helpful to pull it up?
Yes, it would be very helpful.
Just publish it just to
I want to say it was like
the doctor.
88 out of 90. So 90 were prescribed and there were still 88 present.
And how do you know, with the information you have, do you know how often they were, or Mr. Richins was told to take it?
If I were to go back and review the scene photos and look at the bottle, then yes.
But not with what you have.
Not with what I have, no. But this prescription was from 2020.
And do you know if those who are prescribed naloxone, is it something that you need to take daily, or does it vary just whenever you feel the urge, I guess?
I'm sure it's supposed to be taken on a certain time frame, but I don't know what that time frame is.
No problem. Mr. Burmester was talking to you about the blood alcohol level, or rather the presence of alcohol. I'd like to talk about that now.
Mm-hmm.
So you mentioned that initially there was no presence found in the initial testing, but then there was an expanded panel done, and it was at that point that it was found.
Well, it was found in a different sample.
Correct. The gastric.
So the initial testing was done on the vitreous fluid, which was negative.
And was it found in the blood?
No.
So in the vitreous and the blood, no alcohol found, correct?
Correct.
But then with the expanded one, it was the gastric, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, does that tell you in your profession, and you had mentioned earlier that maybe it's a toxicologist world, so let me know if that's the case here, that does it tell you those two things that you have, or I guess three, blood, vitreous, right, and then gastric, does it tell you kind of chicken before the egg, which one was ingested first? Can you tell me that?
I can tell you that there was no measurable intoxicant related to alcohol that was in his blood or vitreous.
And with your knowledge, if it's in your gastric, does that indicate timing wise whether that was first and then it goes to the blood?
If it's from ingestion, I would say possibly. If it's from bacterial decomposition, then it doesn't tell us much.
Okay. And did you do any I don't know, additional tests or studies to try to determine that in this case?
No.
Okay. Was that asked of you?
No.
Okay. At any point, was it asked to determine whether or not the fentanyl was taken along with alcohol?
These are questions that I would not be able to answer because I don't think that they are answerable.
Okay. actually, I'll go back to that. Let's go to the, was it 122, the calls, the messages, Katie? Can you just show that to just the witness, Judge? And page 2, please. Do you recall that?
Not specifically, but I mean, it's a typical note that we would get.
And this is one that was addressed to you.
Correct.
At the very bottom, there's a signature. Is that yours?
Yes, it says the call was returned on March 17th of 2022.
Perfect. Could we go to the case notes, Katie, for that same day, please?
That's over here.
123 can do it.
She has it as well.
Sorry, I didn't know it was posted for that. Is, what's in front of you, is that for the March 17th that you returned that call?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the case, is it called the case log, case notes? What would that?
Same thing.
Same thing. Is that automated?
Is it automated?
In terms of the, let me be more specific. Is
No,
it
I have to type it in.
But in terms of the time and date,
No,
it's not automated.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't know for a fact.
Okay.
Could we just do a? Yeah. Could we not call it out?
Yeah. So there you have a full view of what I see as case notes, case log, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so you can see that on the top, it has a date, time, doctor, and I guess who's calling. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, I know you're retired, whether you would have inputted that information, not the contents of it?
I believe I certainly would have entered the date and time. So yes, I think I would have entered that.
Okay. And
Because generally I would try and enter these as soon as I was done with the phone call. It didn't always happen in that fashion because I'll usually make paper notes and then, because you can't remember everything and you're not recording the phone call. So
correct. So when you get to the point where you are inputting it, correct me if I'm wrong, the purpose of inputting that information is that whoever's working on that case can have the information that you have.
as far as the investigators and stuff,
Sure.
sure, but mostly it's just a documentation of what happened.
That day.
Yeah.
Okay. And it seems like whenever calls were made to you, you did a pretty good job of summarizing what was discussed.
Yes, it was more for my recollection maybe than anybody else's.
Correct. And with that, kind of like you said, you were trying, or you indicated I imagine your team, correct?
Yes.
Does that include anybody outside of the Office of Medical Examiner?
No.
Okay. So people at the Office of Medical Examiner working on this case, notes for you to try to determine what the manner or cause of death is going to be in this case. Fair?
Correct.
And as people are calling you to get information, you're uploading all the contents of those calls, correct?
Yes.
And you do that with every call?
You try to do it, but sometimes you might be someplace, you might be in a situation where you can't, like if, for example, when I was in the process of retiring, I might not be working from the office. I might be working from someplace else, and it just may not be feasible to do it because I might be making phone calls on my personal phone, for example.
Sure.
So,
and so in this case, you did get a note that Ms. Richins called on March 17th, and then you did speak with her that day, correct?
yes,
And then you put that information in there.
yes,
And in that discussion, you talked about the lungs and how Eric's mother had died previously, correct?
yes,
And I want to get the timing right. Mr. Burmester asked you about the fungal testing that you had done. Was that before or after this call?
I'm sure it was before, because since I already knew they were granulomatous lungs, I wanted to look at what might be causing that problem.
Okay. And when did you get the results back from fungal?
Well, when did I get the slides back?
Yeah. When did you determine that the fungal?
I can't say for sure when I reviewed the slides.
So it could have been before or after this call.
Well, I wouldn't have been able to review them until they were back.
Right.
So I don't know the timeline on that.
Okay.
It would have required special stains, which I think I did order up front, but I'm not sure that I have that information in front of me.
You discussed the NMS labs and how you had sent out, or your team had sent out for further testing. The expanded lab, is that, or the expanded panel?
Yes.
Okay. Can we pull that up? Is that up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw a couple of these during Mr. Burmister's direct examination, correct?
Yes. One for the blood toxicology and then one for the gastric toxicology. Yes.
Okay. And now we're just clicking through all of these fairly fast. I just want, do you remember how many pages you received back from NMS labs?
What I see is what's in the autopsy report.
Okay, so let's pause there, Katie. So with the NMS labs, the only document that you received was just that one? The one that's in your...
The one that's in the original report and then the one that's in the supplemental report.
Okay, and those are the only ones you received from NMS?
That's what I received, yes.
Okay. If you could highlight, Katie, for the doctor, the page number at the bottom for the last page. Can you see that, doctor?
Yep.
And how many pages is that?
999.
Now, you had mentioned earlier toxicologist. As she was clicking through all of these, I think there's graphs and everything. Is that something that's more suited for a toxicologist to be able to interpret what's in those documents?
For this extent, yes, yes.
Okay. So I won't ask you any questions on that.
Okay. I've never seen one of these before. It's
good. Would have been an awkward cross-examination. We talked about that. I'd like to talk to you about I think it was before the lunch break. You talked about the anaphylaxis, kind of like a reaction. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Could you talk to me a little bit more about that? I want to make sure I understand that.
So he had a history of allergies, just a broad history.
Right.
And I don't really know how much information I had, and I don't know whether I was more concerned about the COVID or about the allergies when I put that section in of the epiglottis. But for people who have chronic allergies and who are known to carry EpiPens around, then that's always something that you're concerned about.
Okay. And so what is it that you found exactly?
I found nothing of interest. It was just normal inflammation, and I didn't find any histamine response that would be of concern with anaphylaxis. So you have cells that release the histamine, and that's what causes you to have the throat swelling or whatever response you have when you have these severe allergy reactions. So,
And the allergy reactions, they could be for plants or trees.
yeah, I mean, the one that we classically see is for peanuts.
Peanuts. Medication.
Could be.
Um,
There's really only a couple of things that I've actually seen it for in the office. Peanuts is one of them, and maybe another thing would be like for like an antibiotic.
like penicillin.
Yeah.
What about opioid drugs?
No, I've never seen that.
You never seen it? Does it exist?
I don't know, but it possibly could. I mean, there's always going to be somebody who's allergic to stuff, but I've never seen it, so I can't answer intelligently about it.
That's fine. If somebody were to have been, I'm allergic to, well, I shouldn't say this. It's fine. If somebody's allergic to a medication, and you, it would come up, right? And so that medication or that nut allergy, you would think that you would see it every time that individual ingested whatever that was.
No,
So a nut allergy could happen once and not again.
it happened. Usually what happens is it doesn't happen, and then all of a sudden it happens. I mean, it's going to vary, and this is, again, getting a little bit out of my realm,
That's
but
fine.
you may have a mild response to it, but you never know when you might have a maximum response to it. But the range of drugs or whatever that would cause that type of reaction are beyond my purview. And so
you can't say sitting here today that fentanyl causes an allergic reaction in anybody.
I cannot. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying I can't say it does.
If it had, you would have seen it here.
I don't know what type of allergic reaction it would cause. Not all things that cause. So most of the medications that your doctor says you're allergic to, it's just that it didn't work for you. Like they'll switch you from your one high blood pressure medication because now you've got a cough.
Okay.
And so they're saying, well, we need to put you on a different one. And it may not be that you're allergic to that medication. It may just be that that medication either A, isn't working for you, or you have a side effect to it that's undesirable. And so when you have all of these things that you're listed in your medical record that says allergies, it may not really be an allergy. It's just where they document that stuff.
Understood. The food particle that was, you indicated that you saved it. Is that correct? Food particles?
The gastric contents?
And the gastric contents, correct.
We saved a portion of it.
Okay. And did you locate any THC gummies in there?
Nope.
Okay. Did you look for them? Should have asked that first.
I'm sure they would have melted by then.
That's fair enough.
And there was no measurable THC in the toxicology analysis either. I don't know that I would have had to order that specifically. I can't remember.
Okay, fair. Can we pull up the... Can you, may we publish, Judge? Just to doctor.
So we're going to show the witness this document. Okay.
And can you see that, doctor?
Yes.
The time of death, that is, you are referring to the time that it was called, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Richins actually passed, do you know?
No.
So the time of death is just the time it was called.
That's correct. We have limited information that we can go by, last known alive time, and when CPR was performed, once they stopped performing it. And if there's no obvious information in between, there's maybe some soft factors that we can use to kind of narrow it down. But typically, I'm going to go by last known alive time and when his time of death was called by MS or in the emergency room or wherever.
Okay.
Can we go to the second page?
Another possible explanation would be time found. So those are the three kind of guidelines.
Okay. And now with what you have there in front of you, I want you to just review that real quick. Do you recognize both pages of the document in front of you?
Yes, this is the form that when you request a death certificate, this is what it looks like.
Okay. And is that the final one? We could-
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit. Is it 300? No, 7. 3007.
Do you want to use defendant's exhibit for the time?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yes.
Mr. Burmester, defendant's 1088.
We do not object.
Okay, defendant's 1088 is admitted. Are we publishing to the jury?
Yes, Judge. Second page, that highlight. Or
Will you
that
show
call
the
out.
first page before we get there? Just so they understand what they're looking at. Thank you.
So this is a certificate of death here, correct?
Correct.
And now the information that's contained in it, this was, I don't know, like for a better word, you signed off on it.
Yeah, we do a preliminary death certificate initially. Just you have to have a death certificate of some form in order to initiate a lot of things that occur after death for, the funeral home and whatnot. So we'll do a preliminary one that's basically just says pending.
Okay.
And then once we determine what the cause and manner of death are, then we amend it.
Okay. Let's go to the second page if we could do a call out. And so this is the pending on that first line, correct?
Yes.
Now, the amendment, it seems to just track the same day. I imagine that's not obviously how it went. Maybe this was internal. Could you just help explain that? Is that just when the amendment was?
That's the amendment when that was done. Yes.
Okay. Now, initially, the immediate cause of death was pending, as you said, and then it changed to drug intoxication, fentanyl.
Correct.
Now, that was the cause of death, and now the manner of death was pending to not determined.
Correct.
Okay. Now, that never changed, correct? The manner of death, as I'm reading through it.
What do you mean it never changed? It changed from pending to not determined.
Sorry, since then, I apologize.
No, it hasn't
Okay,
changed.
so that's remained the same.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we could take that off, Judge. You indicated that as you're working specifically on this case, you are gathering information from everywhere.
Correct.
So from NMS labs, correct?
Yes.
Getting fungal slides or testing done,
Yes.
speaking with law enforcement,
Yes.
and using their reports
Yes.
from your OME investigator, correct?
Yes.
From calls that you've received from Miss Richins,
Yes.
from calls you received from other members of the Richins family,
Yes.
and those are all documented as we saw in the case log, correct? Correct.
Correct.
Now, did you have meetings with Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes. I mean, I certainly had phone calls with them. I don't know whether I had in-person meetings or not. I can't remember.
Okay. And during those calls, what did you learn, or meetings?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Were you told that law enforcement believed that it was a poisoning? If you don't remember, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, I'm sure that I had some logs in there that indicated some of the conversations, but
you don't remember now.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember individual conversations. That's why I make notes.
Right. Now, regardless, with all that universe, right, of information, you can also ask for follow-up, correct?
As far as what?
Anything. So let's say Ms. Richins indicated something to you, you can have a conversation with her.
Yeah.
Try to get a little bit more. Correct?
Yes,
And when you're speaking with, did you speak with Detective Woody?
I did.
And so speaking with Detective Woody was giving you information, correct?
Yes.
And you could also have a conversation with Detective Woody and say, well, could you follow up on X, Y, or Z? Correct?
I usually don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
I'm just trying to see that all of this you indicated you were gathering all this information so that you could ultimately make a determination as to the manner of death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you indicated that you had, make sure I get this right, natural cause of death?
Yes.
Suicide was one of them?
Yes.
Homicide?
Yes.
Not determined?
An accident.
An accident. So, for example, the accident with the information you have here, if you were to have been given information, hypothetical, that Mr. Richins took a pill, not knowing what it was, that could have assisted you in determining whether it was an accident.
Correct.
And that is why it's important to get all the information, all the details to you so you can make that determination.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, when was it? I think it was June, but correct me if I'm wrong. When was it that you made that final determination of undetermined or not determined? Do you recall the date? Or would you like to see the death certificate? Or
The death certificate said June 22nd.
so that would have been it.
I would imagine.
Okay. So after you have all the information, you've gotten everything back from NMS Labs, you've spoken with everybody, the world of that information, the answer you came up with was not determined.
That's correct.
Okay. And I know you've been retired. When did you retire?
January 1st, 2023.
So about 6 months before, right? In that time, did you see in your line of work overdose deaths
All the time.
from fentanyl?
All the time.
Accidental?
All the time.
Not determined?
I probably saw some of those as well.
And then I imagine suicide?
Yep.
Would you say that during your time that has increased? That number that you saw?
During that era, yes.
And what era would that be? 2020 to 2022?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay.
2018 to 22.
Were you familiar with the one pill, one kills? One pill kills, I mean?
Not that phrase, but
Okay.
certainly the concept.
And were you trained on that in while you were or before you retired as to the increase in fentanyl overdose?
I saw it. I didn't have to be trained on it, yes, but I mean, sure.
Okay. My point is that you've seen a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of fentanyl overdoses recent or before you retired.
Yes.
Okay. Promise you I'm almost done. Okay. Check with my colleagues. In your case log, a case note, specifically that March 17th call with Kouri, there was no reason for any of us to believe that that call did not happen, correct? No, I know it's funny.
Correct.
Yeah, because you did have that call on that day, correct?
Yes.
And you did speak with Miss Richins on that day, correct?
Yes.
And you did discuss lungs and what was in that day, correct?
Whatever it said.
And as well as you knew, at least at that point, or timeline's off, but at least that you looked into that fungal situation and you were aware of Eric's mother's passing from something related to fungal infection, correct?
From the information that she provided, yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you so much, doctor. Enjoy retirement.
Mr. Burmester.
So, to be clear, the fungal infection information was not you providing it to her, but rather she provided it to you. The fungal
From that
phone call.
information, yes.
Yeah.
But the testing that I performed was just routine testing for the type of case that it was with the granulomatous lungs.
And so could we get that I didn't get the dates right, I guess, on the death certificate. Did we look at that last page again? I thought it was already published. Yes.
I mean, so the jury can see it right now.
Right? Yes.
Yeah. What part do you want us to zoom in on?
The second page. Now, do you create this document? You, the OME, the Office of Medical
Vital
Examiner?
records. I mean, I type the basic information in, and then this information is populated through vital records.
And so the only thing I see on here is June 6th. So you change, no, not change, you finalize the cause and manner of death on June 6th. Is that a fair statement of what's going on there?
That's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So, as of June 6, 2022, did you have any of the text evidence from Kouri Richins' phone at your disposal to make your determination?
No.
How about phone calls from Kouri Richins?
Anything further would have been what was documented in the call log.
That you didn't have recordings of phone calls or Verizon or T-Mobile or whatever things, correct?
No,
Okay. And you didn't have access to any financial documents at this point? June
No.
6th. Okay. Let's talk about what's going on there. That's, you have those categories, and that's required by statute. You need to call it at some point in one of those homicide, suicide, accident, natural death, or undetermined, correct?
yes,
So homicide, that isn't a legal criminal determination.
no, it's simply a term that we use indicating that the death was caused by another person.
As opposed to suicide, for example.
Yes,
When you're, this is, I would guess at its core, a scientific endeavor. Is that fair to say?
yes,
What you do or did do?
yes.
So, proceed in any direction.
Correct. You might have a working hypothesis, so you have a direction to start in. But yeah, you have to be receptive to all of the additional information.
Okay. And by June 6th, in your possession, did you have anything that would help you to determine whether this was a homicide, poisoning, or accidental, or
No,
suicide? Okay. And that's why you came up with the decision you came up with.
that's correct.
Do you consider motive evidence when you're making the determination of homicide, suicide?
Not typically.
I think I just missed it, but you said there were some things that you are unaware of whether they can be determined, or things that can be determined.
Y'all are
as
tussling
whether-
over semantics
whether
at this point.
the alcohol
We are at
found in the gastric fluid
Get there
ingested or decomposition.
and stay there.
To sort those two out.
There's no way to sort those out because the chemical makeup is the same either way.
I see. Lyme disease, is it fatal?
It can be.
Did you see any evidence that Lyme disease was fatal in this case?
No.
Finally, is there anything, any change in your opinion?
Cupcakes tell her the way I blast her picture like she a missing person.
No, I don't have any additional information to provide otherwise.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos, anything within the scope of redirect?
Yes. No post. You know, it's gonna be full. From June, when that change was made, until you retired in January 2023, you had the opportunity to change anything if you felt it warranted changing, correct?
It was discussed with law enforcement that if they had additional information that they would let me know. I was busy signing out hundreds of other cases. I was still cutting cases, and this was not the only case that I was working on.
And during that time, you weren't provided with any additional information from the law enforcement that did cause you to change anything.
No, because my understanding was the investigation was still active.
And from that point on, obviously you have nothing else to do with it, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you for your time.
Sure.
I'm about to say, just let it be. Good
I have
God.
nothing else, Your Honor. for this
Dr.
witness.
Ulmer, thank you for being here. You can step in.
Okay.
Tell them we said hello.
Let's take a restroom break, please. Please rise for the jury.
Does he need an album? Because I'll take mine. I'll take a picture of all my piece. knocking on doors within the hour.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we take a recess?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor,
Do we need to deal with the
Yes,
altered
that's-
document?
I want to talk about that now.
You know,
Let's one
Yes,
step at a
I'd be
time.
happy to.
So, do we need to deal with this now, or do you want to keep running with?
while they're on a break, I don't mind talking about it, but if the court chooses to, that, as we were preparing for trial, I recognized that though our subpoena had asked for the full year, they got us a random month in March. So I sent I asked them to give us the information we had asked for. Then they send us the correct time frame, but in the header, the caption labeled Eric Richins defendant. It's not appropriate. So we said, okay, can we try and get the information that we asked for? They finally provided it. And that's why what they had received prior, though we've continued to send out the reports as we received them.
Can forgive me, I've already forgotten how this document was marked. What's the number?
It was 1-27.
Can somebody put 127 up for me?
I've got it up, Your Honor.
Okay, one moment, please. Scott, would you please go to page 2 for me?
I can't see it. I'm sorry, Judge.
I appreciate that. One moment. Okay.
That's
so,
right.
Mr.
Open them
Burris, you'll
doors.
understand that this declaration signed by Jeffrey Henry and dated 19th of February 2026 is the declaration that you most recently received along with the document. That's page 1 that you most recently received. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is really problematic. So I am looking at the original document they gave us, and it has different dates that have been altered.
Well,
And
hold
the
on. Why isn't it just different documents produced at different times?
He said, "Why are we at
For
altered
example, the one
documents?"
that you're looking at, the declaration, that's page 2. What's the date on the declaration?
3/1/21.
No. What's the date on the
Oh,
declaration?
it's dated January 9th. January 9th, the exact same date as, I'm sorry, this one's dated 19th of February.
So they're not seeking to admit the one that you're looking at. They're seeking to admit a different one that is authenticated on a different day. If you would please have a conversation with them about whether you have any objections to that one during the break, we can pick it back up after that.
All right.
Thank you. Folks, back
He's
at
over it.
250, please.
He is over it. He said it's 2:36. It's about 80 degrees. Let me out.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Kouri Richins trial with us. But I'll tell you what a lot of these trials remind me of, the ones that we cover? It reminds me that the world is very unpredictable. And I will tell you, having a great lawyer matters when life throws something at you. And that is where our great partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, comes in. Okay, this is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why they're so big? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, a $5.6 million verdict for another car accident victim in Atlanta, and not to mention $1.8 million in Kentucky after insurance offered their clients
It's not working. What's going on with this thing?
And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not just start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes
Jesus. Mm-mm. Lordy, Lordy, and I think we all up to date too. Oh Lord. We got a lot to recap. Prayerfully, I can get to it today or in the morning. There's so much going on today or this week. All good stuff, but a lot of stuff. Let's see. I want to say thank you to everybody. Y'all have truly kept me entertained today. And today I needed it more than y'all would even know. I actually had a really good day today. It's just I got a lot of exciting things going on right now. Can't share them just yet, but as soon as I can, I will. But there's just a lot going on right now. On top of analyzing and this trial and these kids. Here, I look crazy, y'all. I got this bonnet on. But we got to get ready for some things that we have coming up. So I got to do this head. But while we're waiting, okay, let's see if we can maybe turn some of these around. I can't even be mad at these kids down the street. I'm sure I sound the same coming down the street. Let's try. Let's go in WhatsApp. I'm gonna see. Can y'all see the photo? Oh. That was big on. So when y'all talk about who had the first, the most fun, he up there. Cracking up. That's his friend talking about, I ain't getting on there. And they work together. So he kept saying, I'm not driving your damn route tomorrow. Hold on. Let's see. There go him. Him and the boys. Hold on. Let's see. Those are his friends back there. Y'all laughing at him. Now, this one was so funny because his friend's son, he kept going to the top of all of them and going, nah. And then he'd come back down. So he went up and down like 2 or 3 times. He even had to go to the bathroom to get himself together, okay? And then did he do it? Hold on. So finally, that's him screaming. He finally came down one. Let's see. Is this Big Unk too? Dallas and Denver. And this might be, let me see. Oh, it's Denver. So y'all see how Denver came down the slide? But then, oh, I think I had sent it to him earlier. That was the first one I sent them. But then, as Denver is getting up, look who comes down. Almost knocked my baby over. And if you didn't see him, look who came to the party. Y'all's internet nephew was getting huge. He just turned 5 months. Is it 5 months? Wait a minute. What is this? Yeah, he just turned 5 months, the day after Valentine's Day. So he was having him a good old time. He is getting huge. He was just smiling at everybody. Yeah, they were in laser tag, but boys, of course, didn't have on appropriate stuff. They in beaters and drawers running around the house. So Big Unc said they're gonna make another video today of them playing the laser tag. They had all the lights out in the house last night and was flying around the house. But yeah, today has been, I won't even say it's been a day. It's been good today. Let me see. But of course, today all the pictures come up. So there's Pop in Dallas. And let me see. That's the picture you guys put on my sweatshirt. He was cracking up in that picture. He normally don't smile, but my grandmother was losing the battle to a selfie stick. That's me and Pop. Remember I said I had a cousin and they did that ancestry DNA and they came back and one of them was a half sister. That's the neighbor house right there. The white one who brother would be in the daddy. And that's Pop and Big Unk. That's what they used to do. Sit on the phone and talk mess. No, Pop with my brother Josh. That's Pop in the middle, y'all. Ooh, this might have been maybe in the 9th grade. I don't know if y'all have ever seen a picture of her, but that's Aunt Jackie. at the top. I know y'all talked to Aunt Jackie a lot, but that was Aunt Jackie's wedding. Yeah, so because of what today is, all the pictures usually pop up on Facebook. That's my Aunt Poochie. She passed when I was maybe 3rd grade, 4th grade, but that's Pop Pop's oldest daughter. That was them. She had come to Ohio to come visit. And that's when I popped up with Dallas on Pop Pop. And thank God Tiffany is not here, because she'd have lost it. That's another one of Pop Pop. And that's my Uncle Denny. He passed 2 years after Pop Pop. Best uncle in the world. But of course, this day is always coupled with things like Denver's birthday. So it's always a tricky time of the year. Oh, that's a cute one. Oh, last year's Galentine's Day. I know. And the crazy thing is, I'm not even, I don't know, how can I say it? Like, I'm not, it was breaking hearts, honey. And listen, and knew he was everything. Because when a woman thought they was everything, she was like, oh, she thinks she the cat's meow. What was I trying to see? I'm trying to see if some more pictures of Tiff and pop up. Some of those pictures popping up. I'm trying to think. It was another. That's Zaire, Tiff's son. He's grown now, but he thought that Pop Pop was his best friend. Oh, this was on this day last year. I had just had Denver. This was fun. Trying to think, because Denver's birthday, one year we actually had it on his birthday. I think that was the last time we actually had his birthday party on his birthday, because his Denver turned 2 on 2/22/22, which was a Tuesday. So we were like, oh, it's Tuesday, like TWO day is what we called it, Tuesday. And so he was, at that point, look how little he was. He was in love with Baby Shark. That was when his little Lamborghini came. And so Miss Trina, who did my 100K box, she came and did all this stuff to my floor. And this is on a Tuesday, y'all. They had sharks hanging from their bedroom ceiling, and it was just craziness. Let me see. Isn't that crazy? I was like, he just needs something. We want to acknowledge his birthday on Tuesday. I just told everybody, y'all better come over, because the stuff is up now. Oh, look how small Denver was, y'all. That's when we actually smashed the cake in his face, because he wouldn't eat it. Oh, that's what Tiffany posted. Talking about let your mean child have his day, because he act like Tiffany. Oh, Jesus. Don't go up there. Don't go up there wrecking people's stuff. Oh, God, I was huge. Oh. Uh-oh, is he back? Why is this mouse acting stupid? Okay, here we go. Let's fix it so we can see court and not my crazy looking self. Okay.
Along with several other attorneys here. So I want to just clarify. You said when you first.
Jesus Christ. There we go. Oh, I just don't have the sound on yet. I hit the button on accident. We back.
Please have a seat. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness.
State calls Allison Christensen.
Ms. Christensen, would you step in front of Brittany? We'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Can you please state your full name and then spell both your first and last name?
Allison Christensen, ALLYSON CHRISTENSEN.
Now, I know that you brought into the courtroom your own bottle of water and some cough drops.
Yeah, I'm just getting over a cold and have lost my voice over the weekend, so I'm just hoping my voice will hang with us today.
Okay, excellent. I'm rooting for you. Okay, so are you employed, Ms. Christensen?
I am.
How are you employed?
I work for the Statewide Information and Analysis Center housed under the Department of Public Safety.
Did you work for them in 2022?
No, in 2022, I was working for the Office of the Medical Examiner.
What were your duties and responsibilities at the, or let me rephrase that. What was your capacity did you serve OME?
I was an autopsy assistant and an autopsy technician supervisor.
I see. And so what are the duties and responsibilities, very briefly, of that position?
The autopsy assistant is there to assist the doctor in a variety of ways with removing organs during autopsy, taking notes, photographs, or handling toxicology.
Okay. And on March 5th of 2022, were you serving in that capacity and on duty that day?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what role you were? My understanding is that's a rotating role.
Yes.
Do you know what you were doing on that particular day?
That day I was assigned to handle the toxicology samples.
So what does that mean? You were handling the toxicology.
So all of the samples are collected during the autopsy, and then my role would be to get them ready and prepared to be sent to their various labs for testing.
I see. Okay. So in this particular case on March 5th, did you receive some samples from Dr. Omer?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. What did you receive?
I can't recall directly. It's been a few years.
Okay. Did you remember? Now, let me just give this to you. Do you recognize, just for the record, what those items are?
Yes, these are our toxicology requisition forms that we use. And it looks like the samples, the toxicology forms for the samples that were collected that day.
Okay. Does that then help you remember what it was you were working on that day?
Yes.
Okay. What was the name of the body from which the samples came?
It says Eric Eugene Richins.
Okay. And so what was requested by the doctor?
Can you clarify?
What sort of tests?
For the testing?
What did you have to prepare?
So testing that was requested, it looks like there was samples to be sent to NMS for testing. There was one sample that was sent to our state lab for different testing. There were some histology tests requested. And then it looks like some cultures that are also done at the state microbiology lab.
Okay. So I'd like to focus in on the NMS sample.
Sure.
What did you receive to send out?
So I would have received the samples after they were collected at autopsy. They're placed into a fridge. So I would have gotten the paper, just like the one that you handed me, and would have used that to submit the test request through NMS.
Okay. Do you know what samples you received, what they were?
On the form, it says that there were 3 tubes of IVC blood, which is inferior vena cava.
Okay.
2 tubes of vitreous fluid, which is the fluid from the eye. 1 tube of urine, 1 container of gastric fluid, and 1 container of liver sample.
Okay. Now, was there an indication to do something special with one of those 3 blood tubes?
Yeah, it says on the 3rd blood tube that the doctor requested that it be held in our freezer at the OME for possible future testing.
And is there these tubes that they're collecting in, is there something, are they just blank test tubes, or is they prepared with anything?
No, they're prepared with things. So there are 2 gray tops, and a gray top, it's a vacuum seal container. It's just like when you get your blood tested in a hospital. That gray top indicates that there's something inside the tube to prevent the blood from clotting.
Okay.
The other tubes, it looks like they were red tops, which means there's nothing inside of those. So they're still vacuum containers, but there's no additive inside. And then the gastric and liver samples are in, it looks like a cup. So that would have just been a small plastic container.
With no preservatives?
With no preservatives, correct.
So you have those 6 samples that you're going to send out, 1 you're preserving.
Sorry, correction, 7.
Yeah, 6 that you're going to send out, 1 in addition that's going to go away.
Sorry.
Or stay, rather.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So how do you package those up, and what's the process?
For NMS in particular, the process would be I would take the requisition form and I would use the online portal that NMS has. We enter all the information that includes the case number, the patient name, date of birth, date of death, date of collection, the person who collected it, what was collected, and then the tests that are requested. Once all that information is put into the system. A form is printed out and it has all of that information on it. I'll use that form to double check against the samples to make sure that everything matches, so that everything as far as the case number, the name, what the samples are, everything matches on the samples versus the paperwork. Once that's done, the tubes are placed into a plastic vial sleeve, which is just a plastic envelope that has slots in it for these vacuum container tubes. I place the tubes in that's sealed shut. And then the other specimens that don't fit in that, so the cups and that sealed envelope, would be placed into a biohazard bag. I would sign and date the paperwork to say that I was releasing those samples to NMS through FedEx to be tested. I'd place that form inside of the biohazard bag, seal that shut. All of that is placed into a cardboard box that is provided by NMS, and it's 1 case per box. And then that box is, again, sealed shut with a evidence label that I would sign and date.
Okay, so it's sealed from contamination from each other and from other sources, exterior
Yes.
forces.
Yes.
Do you notify anyone that you're doing this? I mean, FedEx?
We would know,
NMS?
yeah. So NMS would be notified just by using their online portal. They get that notification, and then once there are enough samples, like at the end of the day, we would notify FedEx to come and pick them up. I believe March 5th was a Saturday.
Okay.
So these samples would have been held in our toxicology lab until the following Monday, and then sent on that Monday.
So that would have been 7th?
Correct.
Okay. And okay. Let's take a look now at the Tox Lab and Health Department. Where are they physically located vis-a-vis the OME?
They're in the building next door. It's just a short walk next door to the lab.
Okay. And so did you have any samples given to you to send to either of those two?
Yeah. So the state lab is not open on Saturdays for the vitreous testing that was requested. So that would have been held until Monday. But the other samples for the cultures would have been walked over directly to the microbiology lab at the state lab.
And did you do that?
I did.
Okay. Now let's talk about histology. Did you get histology samples?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a particular experience and training with histology at this point?
Yeah, prior to working at the medical examiner, I was a histology technologist at a hospital. I am board certified as a histotechnologist through ASCP, the same board that certifies doctors for medical examiner. So yeah, I have some experience in that.
Okay. So did you have a particular position within the OME regarding histology at that time?
It didn't really have a title, but I did oversee the histology lab, if you can call it that, or the histology storeroom.
I see. And in this case, when did you receive any histology requests on this case?
It would have been collected at the time of autopsy. So on the form here, it says March 3rd, or sorry, March 5th.
Okay. And is there a delay for sending it out?
There can be. So histology is a different process than regular blood testing. So histology tissue needs to be what we call fixed in a formaldehyde type solution. So the histology samples were sent to an outside laboratory in California, and they would all be batch sent usually once a week. And so while waiting, they would be in a container of that formaldehyde solution.
Now, is any staining or anything done at the lab or done by you?
It would be done at the lab.
And in this case, what did the OME send out to histology?
So it looks like, so histology is labeled alphabetically. Each alphabet letter is one cassette, I guess. The tissue is placed into a plastic cassette. It's about 2 centimeters by 1 centimeter. And so each cassette is labeled in that way. So it looks like there were samples of heart, right lung, left lung, liver, kidney, hippocampus, epiglottis, lymph node, and coronary artery that were sent.
Okay. Did you receive the prepared slides afterwards?
Yes, it shows on the form that I signed and dated that.
When did you get it back?
On March 23rd.
Of 2022?
Of 2022, yes.
Thank you. That is all that I have for this witness.
Mr. Ramos, please.
Judge, I promised Ms. Christensen when we did speak that I wouldn't have any questions, but she answered all my questions. No questions.
You can step down. Thank you so much.
Chelsea Gibson.
Ms. Gibson, take your time.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Chelsea Gibson, GIP as in Papa, SON.
Move that microphone a little bit closer to you. Just pull it forward. Yeah.
Better?
Better.
Okay.
Thank you. Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
Total about 7 years.
What is your current assignment?
Lead crime scene investigation technician.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 4.5 years.
What did you do before you were the lead crime scene technician?
I was dispatching for the county. And while dispatching for the county, I would do part-time as helping out with the evidence room and crime scenes.
So as a lead crime scene technician, what are your main responsibilities?
To oversee the evidence room and respond to crime scenes, to document, analyze, collect, and process evidence.
Do you have any type of training to perform that responsibility?
Yes.
Describe that for the jury.
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science with a minor in criminal justice.
I am a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association of Identification. I have over 700 hours of training in crime scenes, death investigations, and digital evidence, as well as being Celebrate certified as a operator and physical analyzer.
Thank you. Were you on duty on March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And were you called out to a scene at 282 Willow Court?
Yes, I was.
Scott, if we could have Exhibit 1-1, and you can put it up for the jury. It's been admitted. Is this the scene that you responded to?
Yes.
Approximately when did you arrive?
Approximately 6:30 in the morning.
Who else was there when you got to the scene?
Family members and law enforcement officers. I believe Detective Woody, OME Sessions, and Deputy Orville were on scene.
What was taking place when you arrived?
OME Sessions was finishing up with her investigation of Eric Richins.
When you got there, what, in general, we'll get to the specifics, but in general, what was your primary focus when you got on scene?
To document the scene and assist Detective Woody in looking for anything that could have explained Eric Richins' death.
I want to begin by talking about the crime scene generally. Was a 3D scan completed of that home?
Yes, it was.
What is that called?
We utilize what's called a Matterport. It's a camera that takes a three-dimensional scan of the inside of the residence that allows the user to remotely or virtually go into the scene at a later time. It also takes measurements during the scan.
Did you create one of these 3D scans for the home at 282 Willow Court?
Yes.
When was that scan completed?
I believe it was May 8th of 2023.
So not the night you arrived, but sometime later.
Correct.
How functionally, how does it work when you're creating this scan?
Essentially, it's a large computer that takes a three-dimensional photo. It's placed on a tripod, and you scan in different areas of the home. It's typically, you want to keep about 5 to 7 feet from the previous scan. The program will then let you know if your next scan is too far, and it'll have you rescan at a closer point so they can be spliced together. And then it's uploaded onto the Matterport that then creates a three-dimensional view of the scene itself.
And you did that for the scene in this case?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 1-15D, like Delta 6. Let's pause it. I don't want it to play yet. I'm going to stand over here so that I can see what's on the screen too for now. Do you recognize what's on your screen?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a video documentation of the Matterport that shows a walkthrough.
And this is the scan that you just talked about completing?
Correct.
I'm going to move to admit 1-15D6.
No objection.
States 1-15 Delta 6 is admitted.
If we could publish that, please.
Sure. Brittany, this one only exists electronically, if you can make a note of that. Oh, wait a minute. I may have announced it incorrectly. Can you give me the number one more time? I should clear this up.
1-15D6.
One second. That is not the number that's listed for a 3D scan.
This might be the updated one.
We've blurred.
Here, take a
Yeah.
look here. This
Take
is
a look.
why we're confused.
Okay.
Is that what you have in mind?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. If you say so. The reference to search warrants is something else.
That description. The description is wrong.
No problem. Got it. 1-15D6, a 3D scan from Matterport, correct?
Correct.
Admitted. And published now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I believe it's up there already.
My apologies. Keep going.
And so, Ms. Gibson, Scott, you can go ahead and play the video or the scan, I guess. As we're walking through, if you could just describe what we're seeing.
So we're passing a couple of the kids' bedrooms. I believe this is Ashton's, and then it shows into Weston's room. And as the scan turns, you could see the shared bathroom. And it'll take you into the master bedroom. And from the master bedroom, it's going to move into the master bathroom. And it'll show the master closet as well. And now we're going back through the master bedroom, through the main hallway of the home.
And that's our front door there to the right where you enter.
Yes, to the right's the front door, and then Carter's room right in front. And then there's a set of stairs that leads to the attic. And then to the left is the living room. And now the living room is connected to the dining area and the kitchen.
We see a black case on the countertop there. Was that your equipment?
Yeah, that's what the Matterport was in.
And where are we headed now?
This is the mudroom hallway, connects to the kitchen, and then the laundry room and a half bathroom to the right. And then the attached garages to the left.
So turning your attention back to March 4th of 2022, what specifically were you doing on scene when you got there?
I was there to assist Detective Woody in documenting the scene as well as collecting any items of importance.
When you say documenting the scene, how do you do that?
It's a lot of photographs and taking notes.
As you were doing those things, did you see anything out in the open that might explain the death of Eric Richins?
There wasn't any obvious signs when I arrived on scene.
Did you see any THC gummies?
No.
Did you see any drug paraphernalia?
No.
We've asked a couple other witnesses about drug paraphernalia, but I don't know if any of them have described what it is. Why don't you tell the jury, what are we referring to when we say drug paraphernalia?
A simplified version, it's anything that is an item or a piece of equipment that can be used to consume or conceal illicit drugs. It's typically known as pipes, bongs, needles, can be concealed in little baggies.
So you mentioned that you took some photographs. I want to turn your attention to the master bedroom. Did you take some photographs in that room?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 1-10 and 1-11. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
What are they?
Overall photographs I took of inside the master bedroom.
Fair and accurate depictions of those rooms on that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-10.
110 and 111 are admitted. Do you want to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Did you also take a photograph of a nightstand in that bedroom?
Yes, I did.
I think we've already admitted this exhibit, so if we could put up 1-9. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And this is another photograph that you took?
Correct.
Now we see a safe there. Did you later look in that safe?
Yes, later on that day, yes.
What was located in that safe?
Inside the safe were a couple of firearms, a large amount of cash, I believe some ammunition, I believe an empty checkbook, and some handwritten documents.
All right. As you were in the bedroom, was Mr. Eric Richins was his body still there?
Yes.
And did you document that as well?
Yes, I did.
If we could see exhibit 1-7, please, for the witness. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an overall photograph I took of inside the master bedroom showing where the deceased was located when I arrived.
Fair and accurate representation of the scene on that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-7 and publish, please.
1-7 is admitted.
And so this is where Eric Richins was when you arrived?
Correct.
Did you look through the bedroom or did you look around the bedroom to see if there's anything that was significant that might have caused his death?
I looked around the bedroom a little bit, yes.
Did you find anything that stood out to you that may have caused the death of Eric Richins?
Nothing that could have caused his death, no.
Now I want to talk about the bathroom that's attached to the master bedroom and the closet. If we could have exhibit 1-12 and 1-13, please, for the witness. Are they up for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Are those photos that you took?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representations of the scene that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 1-12 and 1-11 or 1-13.
1-12 and 1-13 are admitted.
And, so again, did you look through the master bathroom and the master closet?
I looked through the master bathroom.
Okay. Any THC gummies found in there?
No.
Any paraphernalia found?
No.
What about, I should have asked you these questions for the bedroom too. Did you see any THC gummies in the bedroom?
No.
Any drug paraphernalia?
No.
Okay, let's move to the kitchen. Did you yourself look through the kitchen?
I did not know.
Are you aware if anyone else did?
I'm unsure who looked in the kitchen.
If something of significance would have been found in the kitchen, would you have been notified?
Yes.
Speculation.
Would you rephrase sustained?
Sure. As other people were around the house, what would the protocol have been if an item of significance had been located?
If an item of significance is located, I would have been notified to photograph and document.
Did you do that with anything in the kitchen?
No.
What else did you do on March 4th?
I collected a few items on scene and that were transported to the sheriff's office.
What were those items?
Medications in Eric Richins' names, and there's a sheet underneath the bed that was kind of balled up.
Approximately what time did you leave the scene at Willow Court?
Approximately 8:29 in the morning.
Who did you leave with?
Myself, Detective Woody, OME Sessions, and Oracle, we all left it at the same time.
And to your knowledge, when you left the scene, were there any other law enforcement officials still there?
No, there were not.
You were the last ones to leave.
Correct.
To your knowledge, were there other searches made at the 282 Willow Court home?
Yes.
And were those searches subsequent to March 4th, were they different than what you did on March 4th?
Yes.
How were they different?
With a search warrant, we have more reason to search the home itself. So it's a more extensive search of the actual home itself. We're looking for specific items pursuant to the search warrant. So typically we're looking in cupboards, cabinets, drawers, inside closets, inside boxes, inside pockets.
And so compare that, what you're describing with a search warrant search, to what you did on March 4th. How is that different?
March 4th, we didn't have too much information to go off of on what we were looking for specifically. So we weren't looking through every drawer, everything. It was more so to the naked eye.
So talking about when a search warrant is performed, how many times have you been part of searching a home or something else for a search warrant?
I responded to the home on Willow Court 8 times.
And what about in general as a crime scene technician? How many times have you assisted investigators in executing a search warrant?
I don't know about including search warrants, but overall including search warrants and crime scenes, over 100.
So when a search warrant is executed, are different officials on scene given different assignments?
Yes.
How are those assignments made?
Typically it's the sergeant over investigations, or lead detective, and sometimes the crime scene will assist.
What are the different assignments that are made for the personnel on scene during a search warrant?
We give them names such as a searcher, a finder, photographer, and a scribe.
And describe for the jury what each of those assignments mean, what those people would do.
As they're given assignments, it's also, we work hand in hand, so they kind of commingle, but for the most part, a searcher is kind of self-explanatory. You search a specific area that you're given, or a room, and then the finder kind of assists the searcher in searching, but is also able to leave that area and go notify the photographer, who then comes and documents the item, where the item was located. And then the photographer then takes additional photographs of the item. They're called mid-range and close-up photos. It's just to show more directionality of where the item was located. And then the scribe is typically in a common area, or more of a central location where the items can be moved to, and they document onto a property seizure form on any item that's collected, where it was collected, and by whom it was collected.
Is it possible that someone on scene could have more than one assignment?
Yes.
Those things could overlap. One person could do multiple things.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to April 13th of 2022. Were you present for a search of the Willow Court home on that date?
Yes, I was.
And similar to what you've just described, were assignments made to different personnel that were on scene?
Yes.
And what was your role on April 13th?
To photograph and assist in searching.
And to your knowledge, what areas of that scene were to be searched on that day?
The entirety of the home, including the attached garage, as well as the detached garage and shop.
And when you say search, describe for the jury how someone goes about searching each of those rooms.
Room assignments are made, so we number the room numbers. That way it's a little bit easier to kind of keep track of who's searching where. It also helps with keeping track of which item was found in which room. And then people are given their room numbers and they start searching that area.
So talking about April 13th of 2022, let's first talk about the master bedroom, were there any items of significance located in that room?
Yes.
Scott, if we could put up exhibit 1-15D, like Delta 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a Matterport video showing the items of importance that were located on the April of 22 search.
So is this scan, explain how it's different from that overall scan that we saw previously?
So this one's showing what they're called are tags. So you're able to tag the area and it'll help depict where the item was located and give you a visual of where it was.
And are you the person who placed the tags on this particular video?
Yes.
And how were you able to do that? Not technologically, but how do you know where to place the tags?
Because it was documented on where the items were located as well as photographed.
And so that's where you put the tags on this scan.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to move to admit 1-15D4. No objection.
States 1-15 Delta 4 is admitted.
If we could publish that, please. So again, describe for the jury, we're seeing the same scan, right? But you've added some information.
Correct.
So I think we were talking, Scott, you can play the scan. I think you were talking about the master bedroom. So we'll wait till our scan takes us back to the master bedroom. And if we could pause it there, please. So if you can use our magic pointer there, and on your screen, it should let you point out what item of significance was located in this room. You might have to aim it at Scott's computer. He's got the receiver.
That was working for a moment. It's a very small cursor.
It's not coming up.
It might not work. It's too far away.
It vibrated. I don't know if that helps.
Well, why don't we
Oh,
look
wait.
at, that's okay. We can talk about what we're looking at here without the clicker, even though I wanted to use it. That's okay. So describe for the jury what we see on the scan that was different from before.
There's a yellow dot that's kind of pointing towards the nightstand.
And what item was located there?
A green iPhone.
Okay. Now you've got a box of items beside you.
Yes.
If you could please grab item 9-5 or exhibit 9-5. And go ahead and open that up.
Open it.
Well, before you open it, why don't we do it this way? Do you know what this item is?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the green iPhone that was collected that night.
And is that item in your hands now in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was located on that day?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit exhibit 9-5.
Yeah, no objection.
Go ahead and open it up.
9-5 is admitted.
And you can just hold it up and let the jury see it. Did you determine who this, was it determined who this phone belonged to?
Yes, it was determined to be Eric Richins.
Okay. Now what about in the master bathroom? Was that area searched?
Yes.
Scott, if you could continue playing our our video or exhibit, sorry. Were there items of significance that were located in the master bathroom?
Yes, a few.
Scott, if you could, pause it there, please. So, what about in that closet? Was there an item of significance located in there?
Yes.
If you could grab from your physical exhibits, exhibit 9-1.
Ms. Shervanek, just so my notes are complete, the date of the search, would you confirm that for me one more time, is?
April 13th of 22.
Okay. Please proceed.
So, do you have exhibit 9-1? You have a lot of things up there. I'm sorry. Go ahead and pull the item out of there, or take a look at it. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
There's a couple bottles of prescriptions that were collected, that were located in one of the baskets.
And I don't know that the clicker's working, so why don't you just come down and point to your screen so the jury can see which item we're talking about, where it was located. Yes. Go ahead.
Is it working now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so the first item we're talking about right now is going to be this orangish yellow dot.
And you can head back to your seat, sorry. And the item that you have there, 9-1, is that a fair and accurate representation of the item that you collected from that basket on
Yes.
that day?
Yes, it was.
And then move to admit 9-1.
May I see it, Your Honor?
Of course.
I want to see which bottles they are.
Bring it down then.
No objection. Thank you, Your Honor.
States 9-1 is admitted.
Go ahead and open up that bag. Was there a particular bottle within that bag from those items that you took a photograph of?
Yes.
Scott, if we could have exhibit 1-20, please. Do you recognize this?
It's not, there it goes. Yes.
What is that?
It's a photo I took of what was located from that section of the linen closet.
That's a photo that you took?
Correct.
Fair and accurate representation of what you collected from there?
Yes.
Move to admit exhibit 1-20.
No objection.
If we could publish, please.
20 is admitted.
Your Honor, can we look at the actual bottle that she took out of the bag since she's taken it out? Can we open it and look at it, please?
You want to open the bottle and look at the pills?
Uh-huh. There's no pills, but I want to open the bottle and see the inside.
There's pills in it.
Oh, okay. Can I have her just open it? I won't touch it and let
Why
her
don't you
do
and
it.
Ms. Shervanek do it at the same time?
Yep.
Just the record is clear. 1-20 is admitted.
kind of hard to see in the photograph, but is one of those prescription bottles a prescription for quetiapine?
Yes.
And is that prescription, that bottle prescribed to Kouri Richins?
Yes, it is.
After you documented and photographed these items, what did you do with it?
They were booked into the sheriff's office.
And I should ask you the same question that we did for 9-5. What, after that item was collected, what did you do with it?
It was also booked into the sheriff's office.
When you say booked into the sheriff's office, that's into your evidence room?
Correct.
Scott, if we could go back to 1-15 D4, please.
One moment, I gotta catch up to you. Go ahead, Scott.
Going back to the video.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Burnett, let me know when you're ready to show the jury.
I am.
You are now.
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're looking at the same view in the master bathroom, and we see another orange circle there. What was collected from that location?
Several packages of THC gummies and edibles.
Did you document those?
Yes, I did.
Go ahead and grab exhibit 9-11 for me. Scott, could you leave the video up?
That was me.
Oh, sorry. You're on.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the items that were collected from that cabinet above the toilet.
Fair and accurate representation of those items that were collected that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-11.
No objection.
9-11 is admitted.
Did you document where those items were collected from?
Yes.
Where were they collected from?
They were inside the top shelf of the medicine cabinet above the toilet in the master bathroom.
Inside the cupboard?
Correct.
Scott, if I could have exhibit 1-16, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
A photograph I took of those items that were collected.
Same items we were just referring to?
Correct.
Fair and accurate representation of those items on that day?
Yes.
We'll move to admit 1-16.
May I speak to Ms. Chevernick for a
Of course.
second?
Let me lay a little more foundation for what's in the photograph. So let's do it this way. If you could take exhibit 9-11, please, and open it up. Okay, and pull the items out of there.
All of them?
Pull them out. Sorry. Yeah. So we see multiple items in that one package. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we could put the video back up on the screen. Can we put it back up for the jury? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so we were talking about the cupboard above the toilet, and then we were looking at a photograph that you took of all of these items. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in that photograph, are there items that were collected from other locations?
Can you go back to the photograph?
Scott, can you put up 1-16 for her, please? Just for her.
What are you referring to on the photograph?
So, are there items that are in that same photograph and that are in that same package that were not collected in that cupboard?
There's a baggie and a looks like a prescription box that are kind of out of focus.
And those items were not collected in that cupboard.
Correct.
But which items were collected from that cupboard?
The 3 dank gummies, the 2 chocolate brownies, the Helix Twist, and the 2 small baggies of gummies.
The clear baggies were located somewhere else. Is that right?
I don't recall on that. I believe they were located in the same area.
I'm going to move to admit 1-16.
Your Honor, we object. That's, she's not laid a proper foundation.
I don't follow. Would you approach for a moment? Okay, so let's see. Pause for one moment. The state's moving to admit the photograph that is State's Exhibit 1-16.
Yes, no objection.
Okay. 1-16 is coming in. Would you like me to publish it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Chelsea, do you need a moment to get organized, or do you need?
She might need
Are
some
we
space.
Are we done with this one for now?
Yes, you can put that to the side.
Yeah, just give me 1 second, please.
Yeah, take your time.
Do we have a wipe?
Yep. I think she's asking for you have to just
Like a
something like that. Yeah. Good for now.
Good.
Okay. Ms. Shervanek, please proceed.
So, after these items were located, you photographed them.
Correct.
And what happened with them next? Were they booked into evidence?
Correct.
Scott, if you could put the video back up, or Your Honor, however order that works. And you can let the scan play forward. Were there items of significance that were located?
Dang, everything
in
laced?
the closet.
Yes.
All right, if we could pause it there, please. If you could take Exhibit 9-12, please. And open it up. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a pack of gummies that were located in the master closet.
In this location that you've indicated here?
Yes.
Okay. Fair and accurate representation of those items. Are those items in substantially the same condition as when they were located that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-12.
No objection.
9-12 is admitted.
Go ahead and open it up. While we're doing that, Scott, if you could put 1-17 for the witness, please. All right, and then do you see exhibit 1?
He did not.
On your screen?
Yes.
What is that?
Ms. Jones,
overall photograph
he
I
did
took
not
of
have
the
a
master
measurable
closet
amount of
showing,
THC. They did not pick up
standard
THC in the
of the
system.
item that was collected.
And that's that same item that you held up there?
Correct.
We could move to admit 1-17.
No objection.
And publish, please.
117 is admitted.
And so you might have to step down for this one. It's a little hard to see what we're looking at here. Point out for the jury what we're looking at here.
So we're looking at a pack of gummies that was located in the pocket jacket of this green jacket.
Thank you. If we could have the scan exhibit, please. You can play it forward, please. Was the kitchen also searched?
Yes, it was.
And were there items that were located in the kitchen that you documented?
Yes.
And I've been asking you about items of significance.
Ain't no way in the world I'd be able to
Items
watch
you're
TV,
looking
fall
for, those are
asleep, and see
items
that big ass thing hanging over
in the
me.
search warrant, correct?
I keep looking at them. I know that they were in the
search warrant
hunting and
told
stuff, but that
what
would
you were
have
supposed
my
to do.
ass
Yes.
shitting bricks.
All right. If we could go forward just a small, there we go. All right, we could pause it there. Okay, so we're, what area of the home are we looking at now?
Oh, we're in the kitchen now.
And we mentioned that there were items found in here. If you could grab item 9-13, please.
Well, it's scaring me now, and I know it's coming. I keep seeing it in the damn video. But every time I see it, I go, damn.
Yes.
What is it?
It's a package of gummies that was located.
And those gummies that you have there, fair and accurate representation of what was collected on that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-13.
No objection.
9-13 is admitted.
And looking on our scan here, we see a couple of different indicators. Where were these gummies located?
It's going to be that orange dot where right above the refrigerator in that cabinet.
So the higher up dot.
Yes.
Okay. If we could show the witness.
Matthew, if somebody did that shit while I was watching TV, the way it'd be a hole in that wall the size of me.
Do you see it? What is that?
It's a photograph I took of the item.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of where the item was located that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-18.
No objection.
And publish, please.
1-18 is admitted.
And then go ahead and open up exhibit 9-13.
At least a pack of gummies then came up, but I mean, no THC is Kouri. Kouri!
And those are the gummies that we see in the photograph there.
Yes.
After you documented these items, what did you do with them?
They were collected and then brought to the sheriff's office to be booked into evidence.
Scott, if we could have the scan view again, please. And you can play it forward. Okay, you can pause it there. Thank you. So we see a few other indicators of items that were located there. Was there an item that was collected from the kitchen counter?
Yes.
If you could grab exhibit 9-10, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that item, the item that was collected here in the orange dot?
Correct.
We indicated with the red arrow?
Yes.
Same or similar condition as when it was collected that day?
Yes.
Move to admit exhibit 9-10.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear her say what it was.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. What is that?
It's a set of tweezers and a small piece of plastic.
Ms. Nestor, 9-10?
No objection.
9-10 is admitted.
Where, so describe for the jury what, you can open it up and just let the jury see it. They can see through the bag, I think. What is this item?
It's a pair of tweezers that was located inside of a jacket pocket that was laying on the kitchen counter.
And so the jacket was on the counter, tweezers were where?
Inside of a pocket.
The pocket of the jacket.
Correct.
What kind of jacket was it?
It was a woman's fitted black, medium size Under Armour jacket.
After you collected that item, what did you do with it?
It was packaged and brought to the sheriff's office to be booked into evidence.
All of these items that we've just talked about, after they were collected, were they sent to the state crime lab?
Yes.
And were they tested there?
Yes, they were.
Did you receive a report back about the results of those tests?
Yes, I did.
We see, going back to the scan here, we see through the doorway another orange dot. Was it an item collected from that area?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 4-16, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Was this an item that was collected from that same search warrant date?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representation of the document that you collected that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 4-16.
Your Honor, we object on 401, 403, 404B.
Counsel, please approach. So we're going to pause on admitting or publishing 416, but you may have some more questions about it.
Where was item 4-16 located?
I believe it was located in the master bathroom.
4-16?
The one on the
I'm sorry, y'all. That was pulled up. So I think that the housekeeper initially did have a charge because Kouri used to have a like a possession with intent to distribute type of charge.
Let's put up the scan.
But that doesn't hold up because you need her middleman in between there. So I know Kouri's charge before the rugs was
See
dropped,
the orange dot kind of through the
but
door
I'm
where the
wondering
orange
if it
dot
was
is?
dropped because the
Do you know if
housekeeper
there's a
got the
black
deal
backpack located where
to
that orange
not
dot
be
is?
prosecuted because they went to the
This
housekeeper and
document was
said,
located
"Oh,
in
we
that
got your
black
ass. You
backpack.
went and
Yes.
picked the stuff up," and then
What
she
else
ended up
did you
telling
look in
who
that
the
backpack?
dealer was that she was going to. So I don't know exactly how Kouri's
I believe I just helped document what
possession
was
charge
inside.
got dropped,
What was
but I
inside?
imagine you can't prove her
Several
possession charge
documents
without
as well
charging
as
the
prescription medication
the
and
housekeeper.
Kouri Richins' name.
When executing this search warrant, was a phone seized from Kouri Richins' person?
Yes.
If you could take Exhibit 9-2, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the phone that was taken off of Kouri Richins that day that was booked into evidence.
Same or similar condition as when it was located that day or seized that day?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 9-2.
Your Honor, at this time, we renew our motion to suppress that was made earlier about the phone. We renew it at this time.
Okay, your motion is denied for the same reasons previously stated by the court. 9-2 is it?
After item 9-2 was seized and collected, what did you do with it?
It was booked into the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
So we just talked about a lot of items that were collected. Remind the jury, what date were those items collected?
On April 13th of 2022.
So, and you were on scene when Eric died, and some time had passed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was the house at 282 Willow Court searched on May 8th of 2023?
Yes, it was.
Were you present for that search?
Yes.
Again, was that search of the home pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show the witness Exhibit 1-15 D3, D like Delta. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is going to be, it's the same 3D model rendering of the home. This one's depicting items that were collected on the 2023 warrant.
Is that on May 8th?
Yes.
And again, the same scan that we've been seeing, but now you've added tags for items that were collected on a different day.
Correct.
All right. Similar to the April 13th, 2022 search warrant, were assignments made for this search warrant?
Yes.
Personnel. And what was your role?
To photograph, assist in a search, and also assist in doing the mat report.
What areas of the scene were searched on this day?
Every room of the main home, as well as the attached garage and the detached garage and shop.
What specific items were you looking for pursuant to that search warrant?
We were looking for several different items relating to, I believe, electronics, as well as documents, and don't recall what else, to be honest.
That's okay. So we talked about Exhibit 1-15 D3. That's something that you helped create. That's the scan.
Yes.
I want to move to admit Exhibit 1-15 D3.
Okay, 1-15 D is in dog 3. Okay,
Right.
and just to clarify, I'm sorry, Your Honor, if let me speak with Ms. Sharon. So this is just adding on the tags from the 8th.
It's not, I mean, iterative, it is iterative, but it's not in addition to, they're just the tags from that day.
Perfect. No objection.
1-15 D3 is admitted. Would you like us to publish?
Yes, please. Okay, so again, we're looking at the same scan, correct?
Yes.
And you have included tags for a different date that the house was searched.
Yes.
Scott, you can play the scan, please. And you mentioned that the whole house was searched again.
Yes.
And that included the bedroom.
Yes.
you were looking for electronics as well as documents. Does that sound right?
Yes.
That's what, just reminding you what you said before. Were there items pursuant to that search warrant that were located in the master bedroom?
Yes.
I'll wait till our video catches up before I ask you about this. All right, you can pause it there, Scott. So we see two green dots on this screen. Were you there when these items were located?
Not when they were located. I believe I was in a different room.
Okay, but you were the person that collected them?
Yes.
And when they were located, did they remain in their original condition until you documented them?
As far as I am aware, yes.
Take item 9-15 and go ahead and open it up. What is that?
It's an orange notebook.
And is that one of the items that was collected in May 8th of 2023?
Yes.
And is where that item was located depicted on your screen?
Yes, it is.
Where was this item located?
It's going to be that bottom green dot that's showing in the top drawer of the nightstand.
We're going to come back to this item. I'm not going to admit it quite yet. So we see another green dot. Do you know what was located, where that is indicated?
Yes, it's a blue iPhone that was located inside the top drawer.
If you could grab exhibit 9-4, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the blue iPhone that was collected from that drawer that day.
It's in the same or similar condition to when it was, as it was collected on May 8th, 2023.
Yes.
Move to admit 9-4.
9:15, right?
This is correct.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
9-4, the blue iPhone is admitted.
And Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 10-21. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photograph I took of where the cell phone was located.
Fair and accurate representation of where it was located that day.
Yes.
Move to admit 10-21
No objection.
and publish.
10-21 is admitted.
Publish, please. So we see, zoom back out for us. So we see a phone sitting on top of the dresser. Is that the phone that was collected?
That's a tablet.
Okay, and so where, we'll have Scott zoom in, where is the phone that you collected, that you just showed us?
To the right of the, I believe is a pair of sweatpants.
So it's kind of inside the drawer, leaning up against the front of the drawer. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You mentioned that the detached office was also searched on that day.
Yes.
Scott, if we could have exhibit 1-15D7, D like Delta. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the rendering of the detached garage and shop.
The same virtual scan, just of a different area of the home. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit 1-15D7.
I'm so sorry. This is a new Matterport 115D7. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
115D7 is admitted.
Okay, and you can play that forward, Scott. And so was the office also searched for documents?
Yes, it was.
And similar to the other one, did you indicate on this virtual scan if there was a document that was collected on May 8th?
Yes.
Oh, I don't see the tag on this one.
It's on there.
Oh, where is it?
Give it a second.
I missed it.
There you
There
go.
it is. If we could pause the scan, please. I missed it the first time around. Was there a document collected from that location?
Yes.
If you could take Exhibit 9-16 from your stack there. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right, and is that the item that was collected from there?
Yes.
Okay, we're not going to admit it this time. We'll come back to that document. Pursuant to this search warrant was, or not to this search warrant, but on that same date was a phone seized from Kouri Richins' person.
Yes.
If you could take Exhibit 9-3, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a cell phone that was collected from Kouri Richins' person.
Same or similar condition as when it was collected on May 8th?
Yes.
We'll move to admit 9-3.
9-3 is admitted.
What happened with that phone after it was collected?
I believe it was downloaded by Detective O'Driscoll and then booked into evidence.
Was there a search made of the 282 Willow Court home on November 7th of 2024?
Yes.
Scott, if we could have Exhibit 1-15 D5.
The date one more time.
November 7th, 2024. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Same as all the other scans we've been looking at?
Correct.
You put different tags on there for items that were located on that day?
Correct.
Similar to the two other search warrants we talked about, were assignments made on that day?
Yes.
And what was your role?
To photograph and assist in document and search.
Same as the other searches?
Yep.
Okay. Again, what areas of the home were searched?
The entirety of the home, as well as the attached garage and the detached garage and shop.
I don't think I've moved to admit 115 D5 yet. I'll do that now.
Is that the stamp?
Yes.
Yes. Any objection?
This one from November 7th, I'm so sorry, I'm trying to keep up. November 7th, the Matterport is 115D5.
Correct.
No objection.
115 D5 is admitted and published.
Go ahead and play it, Scott. What items were being, specific items you were looking for this day? Excuse me.
Handwritten documents.
Did you locate any of those?
I assisted in photographing them.
Document?
Yeah.
Okay, you could pause it there. We see purple circle on the screen there. Was a document located from that location on that day?
Yes.
Take Exhibit 9-17. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is that the item? What is it?
It's a handwritten document of what appears to be a timeline. It was located inside that the kitchen cabinet.
Fair and accurate representation of the document that was collected on that day?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that one. Just a moment, I'm sorry. I'm looking for Exhibit 8-49. It's a binder.
There's one up here.
There is one up here. Ah, yes. We need to look at some handwriting items. Okay. I'm showing you in States Exhibit 8-49, tab 15. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this an item that was collected from the Richins home?
Yes, it was.
Was that collected during that November 7th, 2024 search warrant?
Yes.
Did you collect this item
Yes, I did.
and book it into evidence?
Yes.
You took photographs of it?
Correct.
If you could turn to tab 16, please.
The tab we were just on was
K15.
K15?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's coupons with handwriting on
This-
them, like
this
Christmas
was-
coupons.
I'm sorry, I should let you finish.
You're fine.
Finish what you were saying before I ask my question.
It appears to be like Christmas coupons that are handwritten.
Another item that was collected from the Willow Court home.
Yes.
Did you take photographs of this item?
I took photographs, yes.
And did you book it into evidence?
I did not. I believe evidence tech matter booked that one in.
Okay, but it was booked into the evidence room.
Yes.
I want to talk about a few other items that were collected. Did you collect other electronics in particular? For not collect, but I'm sorry, I should use more precise words. Did you book into evidence other electronics for this case?
Yes.
If you could grab Exhibit 9-6, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
There are 2 cell phones that were collected from Robert Grossman.
And they were booked into evidence?
Yes.
Those items in the same or similar condition as when they were booked into evidence?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-6.
Just a minute on that one.
You can open it up and let the jury see it.
We object to improper foundation. This individual can't testify who got those phones, that they came from Mr. Grossman. My understanding is they were just brought to her, and that's insufficient. We object.
Well, she can testify that these 2 phones were booked into evidence.
Right.
So
Sure.
we can admit 9-6 as these 2 phones, right?
No. But we need a foundation laid of how the chain of custody of those 2 phones. Who got
You
them
just tell the judge no.
before they can come in.
Didn't she just testify that they were, forgive me, I may have misread the testimony. Yes, of course.
Kouri, why your man got your phones, girl? Yeah. You said she's an ex-federal prosecutor? Oh, that's why she's telling people no.
Exhibit 9-6, 2 cell phones, identified, not yet admitted.
Yes. If you could grab Exhibit 9-18, please, and 9-19. Let's start with 9-18. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photo that, sorry, it is a phone that was collected during a search warrant of Lauber's residence.
What kind of phone is it? Just the model or the make of it?
It's a Samsung.
Okay. And is that phone the same or similar condition as when you booked it into evidence?
Yes.
I'll treat this one the same as 9-6. And if you go ahead and show it to the jury. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't entered it yet. I'm sorry. If you could take exhibit 9-19, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a Motorola cell phone that was collected from off of Carmen Lauber's person.
Is that was that phone booked into evidence?
Yes, it was.
After I'm going to move away from these specific phones and just talk about some things that the sheriff's office does with cell phones once they're collected. When cell phones are, after cell phones are booked into evidence, does the sheriff's office have the capability to download a cell phone?
We currently do.
What about in 2022? Did the sheriff's office have that capability in 2022?
No, we did not.
If the sheriff's office or an investigator in the sheriff's office wanted to get a download of someone's cell phone in 2022, how did that happen?
It was brought down to the RCFL.
No, they're in Utah.
It's a regional forensics, computer forensic institution.
And so the downloads of the phones weren't done in-house at that time. And at some point, did that change?
Yes.
I had to reread
When was that?
Michigan.
Early of 2023.
What happened in early 2023 as it relates to cell phone downloads at the sheriff's office?
Lord.
We obtained a
I think this-
program called Celebrate.
That is craziness.
What is Celebrate?
It is a cell phone download program.
Are you certified to use Celebrate?
Yes.
How, not the technology part, but how physically, if you were going to download a cell phone, how would you do that?
We'd obtain the item from evidence and essentially plug it into the program, and then the program
That's been going on for so long. That was so crazy.
on the next steps, and it kind of breaks into the phone.
So kind of a plug and play type of thing.
Correct.
I don't know if I would plug and play.
And you're certified to use
That's
Celebrate.
kind of need to be
Did you perform
certified.
cell phone downloads in this case?
Yes.
Which cell phone did you download in this case?
I downloaded a few.
Okay. Do you remember which ones?
I believe Hayden Jeffs.
Well,
on
don't
one-
say the name.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I think the majority of them were iPhones.
Okay, that's fine. When a phone is downloaded using Celebrate, do you get a report after it's downloaded?
Yeah, it gives us the date, like the raw data.
Okay, from the phone.
More
Correct.
important.
So turning away from cell phones now, I want to talk a little bit more about the Matterport scan. Did you use that, or first, let me ask this way, does that software have the capability to do measurements? I think you mentioned that.
Yes.
Did you use the Matterport scan in this case to measure some certain distances?
Yes.
How is that done?
I select basically the X, Y, and Z coordinates on the scan itself and pretty much pick two separate points, and it will give you an accurate measurement within 1% error rate.
How do you know it's within 1% error rate?
It's according to their company.
Okay. And so you measured some areas of the home in this case.
Yes.
And did you verify those measurements after Matterport gave you the distances?
Yes, we also physically measured them on scene.
Okay. And so Did you measure the area from the master bedroom to the kitchen?
Yes.
Was that distance 55 feet 2 inches?
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you measure the distance from the master bedroom to the front door?
Yes.
Was that distance 36 feet, a little over 36 feet?
Yes.
And you verified through that process you just described that those were accurate distances?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just a moment.
No, Kathy, I'm not joking. She said it was in the it was in the opening. Yeah, it's in our cell phone searches. Luxury prisons for rich people. I believe that was like right after. Can they make you take a lie detector test? And also, if someone's been poisoned, what do they put on the death certificate?
Just a couple more questions for you. I want to go back to the Celebrate program and the cell phone downloads. Did you do a download for Kouri's blue iPhone in this case?
I assisted Detective O'Driscoll in the download.
What do you mean you assisted? Describe that process.
He started the download. It gave him an error, and then I assisted in doing some troubleshooting and starting the process of the download.
And so were you able to get a successful download of that blue iPhone?
Yeah, I was able to obtain the PIN code, and then Detective O'Driscoll finished it and obtained a download.
And just to be sure, let's show the jury which item we're talking about so we don't get the phones confused. We're talking about Exhibit 9-4.
It's a blue iPhone.
And this was the phone that where was this item collected from?
Inside the top drawer of the dresser in the master bedroom. It was leaning up against the drawer.
And this was collected on May 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
You sure that makes sense? Or would you approach for a moment? If you'd sit tight for just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop the presentation of evidence for today. At this point, we'll pick up cross-examination of Ms. Gibson tomorrow morning. I'm required to give you these instructions at the end of every day, and frankly, I should be doing it at the end of every or before every break, so please just humor me. Do not talk about this case with anyone. Do not let anyone else talk about it to you. This is off limits. You have to affirmatively avoid listening to, watching, or reading anything about the case. And do not take any actions to gain any information. So no research, no internet searches, no social media interactions about the case at all. Please travel safely. See you tomorrow morning, ready to go at 8:30. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat. All right. Forgive my ignorance. Are you taking all this stuff back with you?
I was told I could.
What's the plan, Brady?
Anything that is illegal substance, she has to take.
Got it?
Boy, girl, I see a setup coming.
The phones I can take.
Is that what you want to do? Okay, sounds good. So let's be specific. We'll do this by number. Let's just do this on the record. Chelsea, if you would separate for us 9-5. That's the green iPhone. 9-2.
Boy, girl, I think they about to. I think they gonna lower the hammer on you, baby.
Those are the 4 phones that have been admitted so far. So Brittany will take control of those as evidence clerk. The remaining items that were admitted are, or appear to be, medications and other substances that, as I understand it, the court's not taking custody of.
Other than the tweezers.
Ah, yes. Which one was that?
9-10, I believe. 9-10.
Which date was that?
April 13th.
Okay. We'll take those. Do your notes show that we missed anything, Brittany?
Just think about it, y'all. This trial is kind of going in reverse for us. This trial is definitely going in reverse for us. Normally, we see the family and all of that kind of like first and
Anything else on the
stuff.
separation of what Technician Gibson will hold on to versus what the court will hold on to?
And then we see the medical examiner and all them like towards the end when they lowering the blow up how bad this was. This is like they're putting up the ME's office first. Oh, baby, they about to bring her family,
Well, they're not going to get
business partners to say how much
rules
hate
that
she
control
was
what they
eating,
have access to and how. And
bankers to say stuff about her, co-workers, probably bringing the boyfriend, that housekeeper. Oh, Lord. And that's going to be the last stuff that the jury going to hear. That's going to be hard not to be human.
Proverbially still on the stand, so do not confer with anybody about your testimony. We'll see you back in tomorrow morning.
Because we're seeing people we usually see at the end, we're seeing them now. So who do we have left? I mean, they said they got 5. This might last 5 weeks, so maybe.
Ms. Shervanek, Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record this afternoon?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis?
Just that we would ask it, and I have asked this, but a nice reminder that Mr. Bloodworth send us a list of witnesses that they intend to call for the next 2 days.
There you go. You've asked.
I can, and I also just did that to Mr. Ramos.
Okay.
Orally, I can put it in writing.
Yes, please, if you could email it to us.
Sure. Okay. Mr. Ramos, anything else today?
So good.
All right, folks, I appreciate your patience. We'll be in recess until, let's plan on 8:15 for council tomorrow morning. Thank you. Court's in recess.
All right, guys, I know it's late. That's it for today. I'll try to start getting some. I'll get some more out in the morning. I'll keep doing them in the morning until I get kind of caught up. And then we'll make sure everything is caught up before this weekend is up. And then we'll be better next week because I don't have any classes to teach, nothing to catch up on before the month ends. And the last part of this process I have put myself in is possibly Saturday morning. So I should be back on track by then. But in the meantime, in between time, everybody have a great evening. We'll have our lasagna soup and Caesar salads and breadsticks, courtesy of Denver's request at 7 a.m. And I will see everybody in the morning at 8:30. Everybody have a good one. Thanks for hanging.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Kouri.